Quiet pause in my chest like a secret. Something moves in the gaps where I breathe. Eyes closed, yet the room feels bright, like a word on the tip of my teeth. Hidden God in my breath, in the rise, in the rest, in the space between each thought I find you. Little flame in the dark, breathing wisdom in my heart. Every question curls back into you. Soft wind on a page I folded, I turn it to the hush of my mind. Your voice is a silence speaking, pulling threads to my scattered selves alive. Hidden God in my breath, in the rise, in the rest, in the space between each thought I find you. Little flame in the dark, breathing wisdom in my heart. Every hunger calling back to you. Teach me my own name, how to visit your ground. All my broken pieces, learning how to say hello. I find myself knowing me. I see you too. Mystery in waking night. Finally moving as one. True. Hidden God in my breath, in the rise, in the rest, in the space between each thought I find you. Little flame in the dark, breathing wisdom in my heart. Every heartbeat singing, I am yours. I am First, there are many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all of these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss, which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and now. The adepts, the servants of VVVVV, have attained the Runta. It is impossible to tell you of the splendors of that to which they have attained. Little by little, as your eyes grow stronger, will we unveil to you the ineffable glory of the path of the adepts and its nameless scope. Even as a man ascending a steep mountain is lost to sight of his friends in the valley, so must the adepts seem. They shall say, he is lost in the clouds, but he shall rejoice in the sunlight above them and come to the eternal snows. Or as a scholar may learn some secret language of the ancients, his friends shall say, look, he pretends to read this book, but it is unintelligible. It is nonsense. Yet he delights in the Odyssey while they read vain and vulgar things. We shall bring you to absolute truth, absolute light, absolute bliss. Many adepts throughout the ages have sought to do this, but their words have been perverted by their successors, and again, the veil has fallen upon the Holy of First, there are many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all of these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss, which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and now. The silence of me and a tender tone.
Motherfucker. This motherfucker mood is a motherfucker. Son of a bitch coming into my room to listen to the art of worldly wisdom, you motherfucker. Blowing people up in the nubless, you son of a bitch. Cocksucker, motherfucker, bateja. Son of a bitch. Okay, everybody, this is the art of worldly wisdom. We are reading from a pocket oracle. This is one of the smartest books. They claim that it's one of the top books ever written. We shall see. I've read it before here on Clown House. I hope you enjoy it. Sela. Telambarat. Revidential there.
How are you running Buttercup's room?
I was appointed the new master of the Church of Buttercup. That's right. They demanded strong leadership, so they put me in charge.
That's wild. Well, where's Buttercup?
She melted into a cup of butter, and I used her in a Belgian waffle with walnuts and bananas, and plenty of maple syrup.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense.
Have you ever heard of this book called The Art of Worldly Wisdom?
It sounds familiar.
It's by Baltasar Gracian. It's called A Pocket Oracle.
This is not the real Church of Buttercup. You know how I know?
Oh.
Because I already joined her house.
Mm-hmm.
So you made another one.
Yeah, I cloned it. This is my Church of Buttercup.
You're awful. You're awful.
Why am I awful? Who cares? This is a waste of time. This is like for, people who didn't make it in the real world. This
Why
is
did you
a
do
garbage
that?
dump.
Why did you do that?
I'm a garbage collector. I go around Clown House and I collect garbage.
You're nuts.
It's true. That's what I do. I'm a garbage man. Most people don't know that about me, but I'm just a humble garbage man.
You know what I think is amazing about you? You don't need anyone else to have a party. You'll have a party all by yourself. You'll enjoy yourself, amuse yourself. You don't need others.
It's true. I wouldn't go sit in a movie theater by myself because that's really boring, but I will come here and read a book by myself because you know, I'm telling you, because I like to listen to myself reading the books because do you know what the 1530 rule is?
Mm.
You say 1,500 words a day and you listen to 3,000 words a day. And it's my theory that people who actually make it in this world and who are very smart throughout their life, they've controlled the 1,500 words and they've controlled the 3,000 words. Thus, they become intelligent and, hyper focused on a certain thing, whether it's the law or medicine. So, anyways, that's how you become successful because life is all communication, and people on this app just want to have frivolous, meaningless, you know, conversations with no real intelligence, just a lot of drama, as if it actually is a theatrical stage. Because you could come on here and cry and complain about 100 different topics, but what did you actually do? You didn't do anything. It just goes off into an unrecorded room. Maybe some trash collector collected it and put it in the dump, but you'd have to go into the dump to find what I collected and then bring it back to Clubhouse to repolish the garbage. It's all garbage in, garbage out.
Hold on. Ping Marius. Um,
You know what I don't understand in the Palestinian conflict? Why haven't we heard one Palestinian speaking Arabic that he needed a translator? It was like, I don't speak English. I need a translator. And then we got the translator. Okay, this is the art of worldly wisdom. This is the dust jacket. It says, use human means as though divine ones did not exist, and use divine means as though there were no human ones. This is the dust jacket. Throughout the centuries, mankind has produced three great timeless wisdom books: Machiavelli's The Prince, Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and Balthasar Gracian's The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a pocket oracle. And yet until now, Gracian's astonishing classic has been largely unavailable to modern readers. The Art of Worldly Wisdom was written 300 years ago by one of Spain's greatest writers, a worldly Jesuit scholar and keen observer of many in positions of power.
what were you reading?
I'm reading a book called The Art of Worldly Wisdom.
Oh, that's what you're reading from.
That was the dust jacket. This is the introduction. The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a pocket oracle, is a book of strategies for knowing, judging, and acting, for making one's way in the world and achieving distinction and perfection. It is a collection of 300 aphorisms, too delicious not to share with friends and colleagues, too penetrating not to hide from enemies and rivals. Its ideal reader is someone whose daily occupation involves dealing with others, discovering their intentions, winning their favor and friendship, or, on the other hand, defeating their designs and checkmating their will. Like all aphorisms, these are meant to be read slowly, a few at a time. The Pocket Oracle revolves around a
I've
duality.
read this.
You read
I've
this
read
book?
this. Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, you may have read it, but you can't actually recall anything from the book that you read.
Probably not.
So that's why you have to read every day, because that's my point, is like coming to Clubhouse is like not reading. And it's better to just read than it is to do this app. This app is like a brain drain. It's like a hypnosis app with, you know, low frequency, low vibration people who will never solve anything. They're just complainers in a complainium or a garbage dump. That's it. There's like, how many times are you going to keep going back to the garbage dump? It's crazy.
Good point.
It's better to, like, I don't even want to drive to the garbage dump. You know, that's the worst thing about having to take a dump is you got to drive really far to the dump. And then sometimes you got to pay just to get into the dump. But there are people on this app that want to go to the dump every day and then go to the dump after the dump closes to bring back more garbage. But see, the thing about bringing a gem like this to the garbage dump is um, some people might enjoy it. The pocket oracle revolves around a duality dear to the 17th century and to our own. It sees life as warfare, involving both being and seeming, both appearance and reality. It provides advice not only for modern image makers and spin doctors, this is a good book, but also for the candid, for those who insist that substance, not image, is what really matters. Do, but also seem is Gracian's pithy advice, aphorism 130. It assumes that good people are those most easily duped, sheep in the midst of wolves, and it teaches us to temper the innocence of the dove with the wisdom of the serpent, governing ourselves according to the way people are rather than the way they would like to be or to appear. I mean, Sally, you spend a lot of time influencing, talking about this topic, talking about that topic. Um, but what if you're not really that effective and there was a book that could amplify your effectiveness, tenfold, a hundredfold? But the question is, do you think that, books like this can make you maybe, more wicked and effective? Like, what if part of effectiveness is wickedness? Meaning that, you present as being this sweet, lovable, affable, beautiful woman. But what if you could be more effective, but you were more wicked in the process? What if wisdom can make you, more effective, but nastier? To some people, not to all people, but it depends on what you're trying to achieve. But anyways, this is a reading room because we do the opposite of what Buttercup does in her church. We actually read books. We don't just spout propaganda, lies, misinformation, disinformation, and scream genocide and occupation and white structural racism and neo-colonialism and security and illegal security checkpoints and checkpoints. We read books. Okay. This is still the introduction. The oracle has spoken in many tongues, has been heard with admiration and greeted with praise. It was imitated by Le Richefoucauld, who learned of it in the salon of his friend M. de Sable, valued by writers as diverse as Joseph Addison and Friedrich Nietzsche, and lovingly translated into German by Arthur Schopenhauer. Nietzsche observed that Europe has never produced anything finer or more complicated in matters of moral subtlety. And Schopenhauer believed the oracle absolutely unique. It teaches the art which all would fain practice, and is therefore a book for everyone, but it is especially fitted to be the manual of those who live in the great world, and peculiarly of young people who wish to prosper in that world. To them it gives at once and beforehand that teaching which they could otherwise only obtain through long experience. To read it once through is obviously not enough. Welcome, Honey Badger. It is a book made for constant use as occasion serves, in short, to be a companion for life. What sort of person composed these strategies for perfection? The voice that emerges from the oracle is not, as some have argued, an entirely cynical Machiavellian one. Balthasar Gracian, 1601 to 1658, a worldly Jesuit priest, felt undying hatred for human folly. But the oracle insists on the perfectibility of man and the capacity of goodness, assisted by art to triumph over evil. It is true that in the oracle, perfection depends not upon religious revelation. God appears only rarely in these pages, but upon human resources and industry, attentiveness, mastery of one's emotions, self knowledge, and other forms of prudence. There is, however, nothing irreligious or overly pessimistic about this emphasis on human reason. It was, after all, from Saint Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of his order, that Gracian learned aphorism 251. Use human means as though divine ones didn't exist, and divine means as though there were no human ones. In the oracle, Gracian has all but ignored divine means, aware of Ignatius's advice and of the Spanish proverb it elaborates on: pray to God, but hammer away. Gracian assumes without saying so that God helps those who help themselves. What is disconcertingly modern about this book is the apparent subordination of ethics to strategy, moral generalizations, the immutable hard rules of ethics yield in these pages to the conviction that to reach perfection, one must adapt to circumstance. To achieve Gracian's prudencia, wisdom or prudence, one avoids generalities, among them generalizations about morals. The oracle bids us to speak the truth, but to administer it skillfully, with a touch of artifice. The most practical sort of knowledge lies in dissimulation. We are to be learned with the learned, saintly with the saints, observe others' temperaments, and adapt ourselves accordingly. The wise are as mutable as Proteus, but even mutability and dissimulation must not harden into guiding principles. Gracian's insistence on adaptability, on metamorphosis and camouflage reveals an Italian philosopher, reminds us poignant sense of man's fragility and vulnerability. Nor can Gracian be accused of indifference to the spiritual or material well-being of others. Avoid fools, he tells us repeatedly, but beyond that his injunctions are clear. Speak what is very good. Do what is very honorable. Know how to do good, little by little, with moderation. Love, if you would be loved. Friendship is a recurrent theme, both here and in Gracian's other works, as it was in his life, and so is conversation. As for the pessimism of which he is often accused, the concept is anachronistic. What many of us call optimism, a belief that people are basically good and that things will turn out for the best, Gracian would have regarded as a hoax of the imagination. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment keep her in check. Like other moralists of his age, from Francis Bacon and Jeremy Taylor to Francisco de Quevedo, Gracian labored painfully toward disengano, the state of total disenchantment or disillusionment, in which one gains control of one's hopes and fears, overcomes deceitful appearances, and vain expectations and weans oneself from false worldly values. Much of the oracle, with its insistence on curbing the imagination, concerns strategies for reaching that bittersweet beatitude. To entertain no illusions about things or people was a large part of wisdom. The modern notions of pessimism and optimism seem shallow in comparison. Optimism would have seemed out of place anyway in 17th century Spain, the Spain of Velazquez and Zurbarán, kingdom in social turmoil and political decline. Like Quevedo, Gracian had the sense that his country's moral strength was waning. From time to time, we hear a melancholy, unmistakably elegiac sigh. Good conduct has departed. Debts of gratitude now go unpaid. Few people give others the treatment they deserve. Only strategy, incessant plotting against one's own weaknesses and those of others, allow us to push forward to perfection. It takes more to make one sage today than it did to make 7 of Greece. What is Gracian's own life? His own struggle toward worldly wisdom. It was not, as so many have written, an entirely uneventful one. He was born in 1601 in Belmont, a village in Aragon, not far from the birthplace of the great Latin satirist Martial, a coincidence which must have delighted him. Gracian's allegorical novel El Criticon, or The Master Critic, is one of the most forceful satires ever written by a Spaniard. As an adolescent, he studied philosophy and letters in Toledo and Zaragoza, and in 1619, at the age of 18, entered the novitiate of the Jesuit order. For the remaining 50 years of his life, Gracian labored as chaplain and confessor, preacher, professor, and administrator. He was rector and vice-rector of several Jesuit colleges. Though he never held an important position in public life, he kept company with those who did, and his aphorisms draw on long and careful observation of human behavior, both in peace and in warfare. As a young man, he served as confessor of the Viceroy of Aragon, the Neapolitan aristocrat Francesco Maria Carafa, accompanying him on several occasions to the court. And in 1646, in the bleakest days of the revolt of Catalonia, Gracian served as chaplain of the royal armies that freed the Aragonese city of Larida from the French. The only chaplain who neither fell ill nor was captured, Gracian went bravely to the front lines, and he says proudly in a letter, exhorted the troops as they went into battle. The soldiers hailed him, he says, as El Padre de la Victoria. When he extols friendship as a pleasant way to acquire learning, he is thinking, no doubt, of blissful hours spent in the salon and library of his friend and protector, Vincenzo Juan de la Stanosa, 6 years younger than he, one of the wealthiest and most learned of the 17th century Spanish humanists. La Stanosa was patron of an important literary and cultural athenaeum, a true microcosm of all human learning, and it would be difficult to exaggerate his importance to Gracian. Gracian's first assignment after he took his vows was to the Jesuit college at Huesca, an ancient town to the northeast of Zaragoza. From the college, it was only a few tempting steps to the La Stanosa mansion, an astoundingly rich Baroque museum of books and manuscripts, paintings, Titian, Dora, Tintoretto, Ribera, sculpture, and objects of classical antiquity. There were, La Stanosa once wrote, more than 8,000 coins and medals of Greek and Roman emperors, and 2,000 cameos and stones from ancient rings. La Stanosa was especially proud of his library, his collection of armor. and his botanical gardens, whose rare plants, trees, and shrubs were cared for by 8 French gardeners, several of whom had held that post for more than half a century. There was even a small zoological garden in 4 caves behind strong bars with a tiger, a leopard, a bear, and a lion. In a cage, 2 voracious ostriches. To Lastenosa's literary and cultural treasures, Gracian was granted access, an incalculable boon for one who thirsted for aesthetic perfection, an infallible taste, and hungered to be vulgar in nothing. It was Lastenosa who paid for the publication of several of Gracian's books, and many of the aphorisms of the art of worldly wisdom may have been tried out for the first time on listeners in his salon. The records of the Jesuits give us a glimpse of Gracian as priest and administrator, and he seems less stern, less forbidding in those pages than in these. In 1637, for example, he is rebuked for having been too lenient toward a fellow Jesuit guilty of weakness, flaqueza, with the opposite sex. A year later, the general of the Jesuit order suggests from Rome that Padre Gracian be reassigned because he is a cross and a burden to his superiors, a source of problems and disturbances, and because, displaying little prudence, he has been caring for the child of one who has left the order, asking for money to support him, and also because he has published a book under the name of a brother of his. The book alluded to his first El Heroe, the hero, 1637, an imaginary portrait of the perfect leader. Other treatises followed, most of them published, as the oracle was, under the same pseudonym, Lorenzo Gracian, without permission from the Jesuit order El Politico, 1640, in which he ponders the political and moral greatness of King Ferdinand. Arte de Ingenio, a treatise on style and poetic conceit, with examples from a multitude of classical and Spanish authors. El Discreto, 1646, translated into English in 1730, as the complete gentleman, or a description of the several qualifications, both natural and acquired, that are necessary to form a great man, a book in the tradition of Castiglione's courtier. Over the years, Gracian was warned repeatedly not to publish his works without permission. So troubling was his continual disobedience that when he published the 3rd and final volume of his masterpiece, El Criticon, a vast satirical allegory of human existence, he was removed from his chair of sacred scripture in Zaragoza and exiled to the country town where he died. From Rome came instructions to watch him closely, to observe his hands, to visit his room from time to time, and look over his papers. Were he to write anything against the Jesuits, he was to be locked up and forbidden the use of paper, pen, and ink. Not that his writings were regarded as heretical. It was somewhat unseemly for a Jesuit priest to write so brilliantly on worldly wisdom and on political behavior. But the Jesuits never accused Gracian of contradicting Catholic doctrine. What rankled his superiors was his persistent disobedience and perhaps his nonchalance. I am prohibited from publishing, he writes in 1653, and have no lack of envious people. But I bear it all patiently, and am still able to eat lunch and dinner, to sleep, etc. Gracian's enemies cruelly exploited his problems with his superiors, and some of their allegations are delightful. In a sermon delivered in Valencia, Gracian is said to have told his listeners that he was reading from a letter he had just received from hell. No doubt he was a difficult person, with a large dose of the stubbornness for which the Aragonese are famous. The Jesuits left a record of his prevailing humorous Biliosus Melancholicus in 1628, Cholericus Biliosus, 1651, and the year of his death, Complexio Cholerico. The author of The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a paean to prudence, said to possess ingenium bonum, good intelligence. But after 1645, his powers of judgment, audicium, his prudence and his experience of things are found less than normal, or barely satisfactory. Audicium infra mediocritatum, 1651, eruditionem mediocre, prudentia non multa, experientia rerum mediocri, 1655, where his fellow Jesuits write, Gracian may have shown poor judgment in publishing almost all of his works without authorization, but time acquitted him. His works emerged unscathed, he won immortality, and no one remembers his accusers. Even Gracian's style roused animosity, and it continues to do so among those who have no time for brevity. He is one of the most laconic writers of the 17th century, a period when European humanists, heeding justice, Lipsius, call for brevity, delighted in Seneca and Tacitus, and lost the taste for copious Cicero. Many of Gracian's stylistic habits are easy to recognize even in translation. Antithesis and paradox, the constant use of ellipses, the concentration of meaning brought about by punning and other sorts of wordplay, the lack of connective tissue between one sentence, one point, and another. Notice that there is often an abrupt transition between aphorism and commentary, and that the commentaries themselves are often seem disjointed and fragmentary. These traits are more than idiosyncrasies. They arise from a vision of human nature. The stylistic values reflected in these pages, wit, intensity, conscience, subtlety, are also rules for wise living. For Gracian, living is a high art. Aesthetic strategies correspond to moral ones. In other words, the author's relations with the readers are analogous to the reader's relations to those around him. The author fences with the reader, withholds his meaning, disguises his intentions, avoids putting all of his cards on the table, keeps matters in suspense, and uses obscurity to awaken admiration and reverence, the reverence due an oracle. And the truth that matters most to us, Gracian writes self-reflectively, are always half-spoken, fully understood only by the prudent. Secrecy has the feel of divinity. Gracian does not mingle with the common reader, does not court his affection. He knows that affection spoils veneration and that familiarity breeds contempt. He does not want his writing and thinking to please the crowd. He would have agreed with Louis de Gongora, Spain's great Baroque poet, who defended his solitudes with these contemptuous words. It has been a matter of honor to me to make myself obscure to the ignorant, for that is what distinguishes the learned, to speak in a style that seems Greek to the ignorant, for precious pearls should not be cast before swine. Despite Gracian's authorial aloofness, the oracle has delighted many thousands of readers. Perhaps that aloofness is a strategy for success. Another trick, he writes, is to offer something only to those in the know, for everyone believes himself an expert. The person who isn't will want to be one. Never praise things for being easy or common. You'll make them seem vulgar and facile. Everybody goes for something unique. As with Gongora, it is pleasant to divine Gracian's meaning, lingering over a few aphorisms at a time. No doubt the ellipses and zigzags of his thought have contributed to the oracle's lasting appeal. Don't express your ideas too clearly. To be valued, things must be difficult. If they can't understand you, people will think more highly of you. The aphorisms are not arranged as a system. The Spanish critic Gonzalo Subejano once observed that they come upon us with the chaos of life itself, reproducing the chaotic randomness of pure experience. This is surely the best of authorial defenses. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not the one that changes its line of flight. Not that the book itself is organized chaotically, Gracian's approach is dialectical. This happens with popular proverbs, and one aphorism offsets another, contradicting or complementing it, and moral phenomena are viewed from different perspectives. One fragment tells us how to perform a maneuver, another how to defend ourselves from it. As for brevity, it too is both an aesthetic ideal and a strategy for survival. Say less, and you, as author or reader, will be less likely to be discovered, contradicted, proven wrong. Speak as though you were writing a testament. The fewer words, the fewer lawsuits. And good things, if brief, are twice good. True, certainly, of translators' prefaces. This translation follows upon 7 previous English versions, only 2 of which I have been able to consult. The Oracle's translators, one for each day of the week, are as follows: Anonymous, 1685; John J. Savage, 1702; Joseph Jacobs, 1892; Martin Fisher, 1934; Otto Eisenschimmel, 1947; L.B. Walton, 1953; and Lawrence C. Lockley, 1967. To the Jacobs translation, I have occasionally gone for help, not with questions about the meaning, but looking for solutions for Gracian's puns. You may think you'll share pairs, but you'll share only the pairings, was the clever way Jacobs rendered an untranslatable sentence about peras, pears, and piedras, stones, and I've gladly picked up those peelings. Unlike that of Jacobs, this translation draws on the splendid critical edition of Miguel Romero Navarro, based on the only extant copy of the first edition, Huesca, 1647. Romero Navarro sensed that his annotations would guide future translators, and that Providence is cause for deep gratitude. I am grateful also to Harriet Rubin of Doubleday, Currency, editor of Uncommon Taste, who believed that Gracian's delightful oracle belongs in the pockets and hearts of contemporary readers. Christopher Morer, Vanderbilt University, May of 1991. The Art of Worldly Wisdom. All has reached perfection. Becoming a true person is the greatest perfection of all. It takes more to make one sage today than it did to make the 7 of Greece. You need more resources to deal with a single person these days than with an entire nation in times past. Subnote: for Gracian, not everyone is a true person, persona. One becomes a person, and not merely a man or woman, by striving for moral perfection. Number 2, character and intelligence. The poles your talent spins on, displaying your gifts. One without the other brings only half of success. It isn't enough to be intelligent. You must also have the right character. The fool fails by behaving without regard to his condition, position, origin, or friendships. Keep matters in suspense. Successes that are novel win admiration. Being too obvious is neither useful nor tasteful. By not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the divinity. Knowledge and courage take turns of greatness because they are immortal. They can make you so. You are as much as you know. And if you are wise, you can do anything. The uninformed person is a dark world unto himself. Judgment and strength, eyes and hands. Without courage, wisdom bears no fruit. Make people depend on you. God is made not by adorning the statue, but by adoring it. He who is truly shrewd would rather have people need him than thank him. Vulgar gratitude is worth less than polite hope. For hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far, leading others astray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. Reach perfection. No one is born that way. Perfect yourself daily, both personally and professionally, until you become a consummate being, rounding off your gifts and reaching eminence. Signs of the perfect person: elevated taste, pure intelligence, a clear will, rightness of judgment. Some people are never complete and are always lacking something. Others take a long time to form themselves. The consummate person, wise in speech, prudent in deeds, is admitted to and even desired by the singular society of the discreet. Don't outshine your boss. Being defeated is hateful, and besting one's boss is either foolish or fatal. Superiority is always odious, especially to superiors and sovereigns. The common sort of advantages can be cautiously hidden, as beauty is hidden with a touch of artful neglect. Most people do not mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. For this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. Not to be swayed by passions, the highest spiritual quality of all. Let your superiority keep you from succumbing to vulgar, passing impressions. No mastery is greater than mastering yourself and your own passions. It is a triumph of the will. Even when passion affects your person, don't let it affect your position. Least of all when the position is an important one. This is a wise way to avoid trouble and a shortcut to the esteem of others. Avoid the defects of your country. Water shares the good and bad qualities of the beds through which it runs. People share those of the region where they are born. Some owe more than others to the mother country or city, for they were born under favorable skies. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least to simulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together in one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce an intolerable monster. Fame and fortune. One is inconstant, the other is firm. The latter helps us live, the former helps us latter. Fortune against envy, fame against oblivion. You can wish for fortune, sometimes nurture it with your efforts, but all fame requires constant work. A desire for renown is born from strength and vigor. Fame has always been the sister of giants. It always goes to extremes, monsters or prodigies, abomination or applause. Associate with those you can learn from. Let friendly relations be a school of erudition, and conversation refine teaching. Make your friends your teachers. Blend the usefulness of learning with the pleasure of conversation. Enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear with learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, not palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment. oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. The best disposition is unrefined without her. And perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Act on the intentions of others. Their ulterior and superior motives. Man's life on earth is a militia against malicia, or malice. Cunning arms itself with strategies of intention. It never does what it indicates. It takes aim deceptively, feints nonchalantly in the air and delivers its blow, acting upon unforeseen reality with attentive dissimulation. To win the attention and confidence of others, it hints at its intention. But immediately it turns against that intention and conquers through surprise. The penetrating intelligence heads off cunning with close observation, ambushes it with caution, understands the opposite of what cunning wanted it to understand, and immediately identifies false intentions. Intelligence allows the first intention to pass by and awaits the second one, and even the third. Simulation grows even greater, seeing that its guile has been penetrated, and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Subnote the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. Substance is not stance enough. You must also heed circumstance. The wrong manner turns everything sour, even justice and reason. The right one makes up for everything. It turns a no golden, sweetens truth, and makes even old age look pretty. The how of things is very important, and a pleasant manner captures the affection of others. A bel portarse is precious in life. Speak and act well, and you will get out of any difficult situation. Surround yourself with auxiliary wits. Things turn out well for the powerful when they are surrounded by people of great understanding who can get them out of the tight situations where their ignorance has placed them and take their place in battling difficulty. It is singular greatness to use wise people, better than the barbaric taste of Tigranes. Subnote King of Armenia, 1st century BC, who conquered Parthia and often appeared in public attended by the princes he had defeated, who wanted to enslave the kings he conquered. This is a new way of mastering others, in what matters most in life, skillfully make servants of those whom nature made superior. We have little to live and much to know, and you cannot live if you do not know. It takes uncommon skill to study and learn without effort, to study much through many and know more than all of them together. Do this, and you will go to a gathering and speak for many. You will speak for as many sages as counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve up quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. Knowledge and honorable intentions ensure that your success will bear fruit. And understanding many's bad intention, it isn't wedlock monstrous, right? Malevolence poisons perfection. When abetted by knowledge, it corrupts even more subtly. Superior talents given to baseness come to a bad end. Knowledge without judgment is double madness. Keep changing your style of doing things. Vary your methods. This will confuse people, especially your rivals, and awaken their curiosity and attention. If you always act on your first intention, others will foresee it and thwart it. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not one that changes its line of flight. Don't always act on your second intention either. Do something twice, and others will discover the ruse. Malice is ready to pounce on you. You need a good deal of subtlety to outwit it. The consummate player never moves the piece of his opponent expects him to, and less still the piece he wants him to move. Application and capacity. Eminence requires both. When both are present, eminence outdoes itself. The mediocre people who apply themselves go further than the superior people who don't. Work makes worth. You purchase reputation with it. Some people are unable to apply themselves to even the simplest tasks. Application depends almost always on temperament. It is all right to be mediocre at an unimportant job. You can excuse yourself by saying you were cut out for nobler things, but to be mediocre at the lowest of jobs, rather than excellent at the highest, has no excuse at all. Both art and nature are needed, and application makes them complete. When you start something, don't raise other people's expectations. What is highly praised seldom measures up to expectations. What is highly praised seldom measures up to expectations. Reality never catches up to imagination. It is easy to imagine something is perfect and difficult to achieve it. Imagination marries desire. It conceives much more than things really are. No matter how excellent something is, it never satisfies our preconceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her, so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. A person born in the right age, people of truly rare eminence, depend on the times. Not all of them had the times they deserved, and many who did were unable to take advantage of them. Some were worthy of better times, for not all goodness triumphs always. Things have their seasons, and even certain kinds of eminence go in and out of style, but wisdom has an advantage. She is eternal. If this is not her century, many others will be. The art of success. Good fortune has its rules, and to the wise, not everything depends upon chance. Fortune is helped along by effort. Some people confidently approach the door of fortune, and wait for her to go to work. Others are more sensible. They stride through that door with a prudent sort of boldness. On the wings of their courage and virtue, audacity spies luck and flatters it into effectiveness. But the real philosopher has only one plan of action: virtue and prudence. For the only good and bad fortune lie in prudence or rashness. Be well informed. The discreet arm themselves with a store of courtly, tasteful learning, not vulgar gossip, but a practical knowledge of current affairs. They salt their speech with witticisms and their actions with gallantry, and know how to do so at the right moment. Advice is sometimes transmitted more successfully through a joke than through grave teachings. The wisdom passed along in conversation has meant more to some than the 7 arts, no matter how liberal. Don't have a single imperfection. Few people live without some moral flaw or character defect, and they give in to it when it would be easy to cure. The prudence of others is grieved to see a universal, sublime talent threatened by a small defect. A single cloud eclipses the sun. Defects are moles on the face of reputation, and malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Subnote, he hid his baldness under a crown of laurels.
You speak in angles, sharp little questions, cut through the chaos like it's paper in your hands. You read my patterns, call out my shadows, hold up a mirror till I finally understand. Teach me where to stop, not to stand tight. Hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden light, you quiet, steady. You stay with you speak in angles, sharp little questions, cut through the chaos like it's paper in your hands. You read my patterns, call out my shadows, hold up a mirror till I finally understand. Teach me wisdom, not just answers. Hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden virtue, quiet, steady. Stay when I'm wrong, and you stay when I'm right. This is more than just falling. It's a fire deep in blood. You and me, one sickness, one story. Yeah. Intelligence and eternal love. You trace a circle on my wrist. Say, promise me you'll stay like this. I steady, never looking past. Slow words built to last. Wisdom, virtue, integrity, like the money inside of me. Every moment like a quiet star, eternal love in a fragile heart. Intelligence in the light of day, thinking through every final breath. This is better than I You don't rush to prove you're right. You Coffee ring halo, highlighters in a perfect roll. Tiny lips pinned up by the window, every thought lined up just so. I take colors you in my heart, measure in a distance. White page, coffee ring halo, highlighters in a perfect row. Tiny lips pinned above the window, every thought lined up just so. I chase the golden rush, she opens my heart, measuring the distance between falling and out of straight. You measure your thoughts like lines on a page. Straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished blinds tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion until your heart deruns. She's a last in the tree in silence. Every angle in your head. You want the beauty and the justice, the steady hand and the open eye. You're totally hands on your own reflection. Looking across to the humankind. Aesthetic catalog sins like stones in a jar. Forgiveness for others is easier by far. You lie in your conscience, flat on the floor. But all of your pieces say you're something more. She's a lost in the tree in silence, every angle in her headline. You want the beauty and the justice, the steady hand and the open eye. You're drawing hands on your own reflection, looking across to the humankind. Aesthetic soul. Perfection of mind. What if the grace is in every fracture, every scar, a secret desire? What if the truth is kinder than standards? You call me the lights across Measure your thoughts like lines on a page. Straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished replies tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion till your heartbeat runs. Chasing that symmetry inside. Every angle in your head. You want the beauty and the justice. The steady hand and the open mind. Catch my arrows on your reflection. Looking for flaws in the humankind. Aesthetic perfection of mind. Catalogs like stones in a jar. Forgiveness for others is easier by far. You iron your conscience flat on the floor, but all of your creases say you're something more. Chasing that symmetry inside. Every angle in your head. You want the beauty and the justice. The steady hand and the open mind. Your joy hangs on your reflection. Looking for flaws in the humankind. Aesthetic perfection of mind. What if the grace is in every fracture, every scar, a secret design? What if the truth is kinder than me with not just stand tight, hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden light, you quiet, steady, you stay on. You speak in English, sharp little questions, cut through the chaos like it's paper in your hands. You read my patterns, caught out my shadows, hold up the mirror till I finally understand. Teach me wisdom, not just answers, hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden
Danny!
quiet, steady, you stay when I'm wrong, you stay when I'm right. This is not just fun, it's a fire deep in blood. You and me, one secret, one story, intelligence and eternal love. You trace a circle on my wrist. Say, promise me you'll stay like this. I steady, never looking past. Slow words built to last.
Dr. Gruber! Okay, we're going to continue reading Balthasar Gracian. Temper your imagination. You must sometimes rein it in and sometimes encourage it. On imagination or happiness depends. It should be governed by good sense. Sometimes it behaves like a tyrant. It isn't content to speculate, but swings into action, takes over your life, making it pleasant or unpleasant, making us unhappy or too satisfied with ourselves. To some, it shows only grief. For imagination is a homespun henchman of fools. To others, it promises happiness and adventure, gaiety and giddiness. It can do all this as long as it remains unchecked by prudence and common sense. Know how to take a hint. Knowing how to reason was once the art of arts. It is no longer enough. One must also be a diviner, especially in matters where you can easily be deceived. You will never be intelligent unless you know how to take a hint. Some people are diviners of the heart and sharp, eyed lynxes of others' intentions. The truths that matter most to us are always have spoken, fully understood only by the prudent. In matters that seem favorable, reign in your credulity. In those that seem hateful, give it the spur. Find each person's handle, his weak point. The art of moving people's wills involves more skill than determination. You must know how to get inside the other person. Each will has its own special object of delight. They vary according to taste. Everyone idolizes something. Some want to be well thought of. Others idolize profit. And most people idolize pleasure. The trick is to identify the idols that can set people in motion. It is like having the key to someone else's desires. Go for the prime mover, which isn't always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low, for the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size up someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will. Better to be intensive than extensive. Perfection isn't quantity, but quality. Very good things have always been small and rare. Muchness brings discredit. Even among men, the giants are usually the dwarfs. Some praise books for their girth, as though they were written to exercise our arms, not our wits. Extension alone can never be more than mediocre, and the universal men who want to be in on everything are often in on nothing. Intensity leads to eminence, and even in matters of great importance, fame. Be vulgar in nothing, certainly not in your taste. What a wise person it was who did not want his things to please the many. The discreet never gorge themselves on vulgar applause. Some people are such puffed up chameleons of popularity. Subnote, a symbol of vanity, the chameleon was thought to live on air. That they enjoy the breath of the crowd more than the gentle breezes of Apollo. It's not an understanding. Take no pleasure in the miracles of the many. They are nothing but quackery. The crowd admires common foolishness and places no stock in excellent counsel. Be righteous and firm, side with reason, and do this so steadily that neither vulgar passion nor tyrannical violence will make you stray from it. But where will we find such a phoenix of equity? Few are devoted to righteousness. Many celebrate her, but few visit her. Some follow her until things get dangerous. In danger, the false disown her, and politicians cunningly disguise her. She is not afraid to set aside friendship, power, and even her own good, and this is when people disown her. Clever people spin subtle sophistries and speak of the laudable higher motives or reasons of security. But the truly faithful person considers deceit a sort of treason, is prouder to be steadfast than clever, and is always found on the side of truth. If he differs with others, it isn't because of any fickleness of his own, but because others have abandoned the truth. Don't occupy yourself with disreputable things, even less with chimerical ones that bring more scorn than renown. Caprice has founded many sects, and the same person should flee from all of them. There are people with extravagant tastes who embrace anything wise people repudiate. They take pleasure in any sort of eccentricity. And although this makes them well known, they are more often laughed at than renowned. Even when pursuing wisdom, the prudent ought to shun affectation and public notice, especially in things that can make them look ridiculous. There is no use pointing out these pursuits one by one. Common ridicule has already done so. Know the fortunate in order to choose them, and the unfortunate in order to flee from them. Bad luck is usually brought on by stupidity. And among outcasts, nothing is so contagious. Never open the door to the least of evils, for many other greater ones lurk outside. The trick is to know what cards to get rid of. The least card in the winning hand in front of you is more important than the best card in the losing hand you lay down. When in doubt, it is good to draw near the wise and the prudent. Sooner or later, they will be fortunate. Be known for pleasing others, especially if you govern them. It helps sovereigns to win the good graces of all. Ruling others has one advantage: you can do more good than anyone else. Friends are those who do friendly things. Some people are intent on not pleasing, not because it is burdensome, but simply out of nastiness. In everything they oppose the divine communicability. Know when to put something aside. One of life's greatest lessons lies in knowing how to refuse, and it is even more important to refuse yourself, both to business and to others. There are certain inessential activities, moths of precious time, and it is worse to busy yourself with the trivial than to do nothing. To be prudent, isn't enough not to meddle in other people's business. You must also keep them from meddling in yours. Don't belong so much to others that you stop belonging to yourself. You shouldn't abuse your friends or ask them for more than they give on their own initiative. All excess is a vice, especially in your dealings with others. With this judicious moderation, you will stay in the good graces of others and keep their esteem. Propriety, which is precious, will not be worn away. Retain your freedom to care passionately about the best. Never testify against your own good taste. Know your best quality, your outstanding gift. Cultivate it and nurture all the rest. All people could have achieved eminence in something if only they had known what they excelled at. Identify your king of attributes and apply it in double strength. Some excel at judgment and others at courage. Most people force their intelligence and achieve superiority in nothing. Their own passions blind and flatter them until too late. Time gives them the lie.
You measure your thoughts like lines on a page. Straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished replies tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion until your heart deruns. She's the last symmetry in silence. Every angle in your head. Just kiss the steady hand and the open eye. You're telling me the hands on your own reflection. Looking close to the human kind. Static reflection line. Catalog sins like stones in a jar. Forgiveness for Like stones in a jar, forgiveness for others is easier by far. You iron your conscience flat on the floor, but all of your creases say it's something more. Chasing that symmetry inside. Every angle in your head alive. You want the beauty and the justice, the steady hand and the open mind. Your joy halos on your own reflection, looking for flowers in the human kind. What if the grace is in every fraction, every scar, a secret design? What if the truth is kinder than standards you carved in glass across your sky?
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Art of Worldly Wisdom, hosted by candidate John Kitover, the 26th District. Hope you enjoy this reading of Balthasar Gracian's Eternal Wisdom. Weigh matters carefully and think hardest about those that matter most. Fools are lost by not thinking. They never conceive even half of things, and because they do not perceive either the advantages or the diligence, some ponder things backward, paying much attention to what matters little, and little to what matters much. Many people never lose their heads because they have none to lose. There are things we should consider very carefully and keep well rooted in our minds. The wise weigh everything. They delve into things that are especially deep or doubtful, and sometimes reflect that there is more than what occurs to them. They make reflection reach further than apprehension. Take the measure of your luck in order to act. and in order to commit yourself. This matters more than identifying your predominant humor and understanding your physical makeup. It is foolish for a 40-year-old to ask Hippocrates for health, and even more foolish to ask Seneca for wisdom. It is a great art to govern fortune, either awaiting her, for she sometimes takes her time, or taking advantage of her, for she sometimes turns good, although you will never completely understand her inconsistent behavior. If she has favored you, proceed with boldness, for she often loves the daring, and like a dazzling woman, the young. If you are unlucky, act not. Withdraw and save yourself from failing twice. If you master her, you have taken a great step forward. Know what insinuation is, how to use it. It is the subtlest point in your dealings with others. It can be used to test the wits and cunningly probe the heart. Some insinuation is malicious, careless, tinged with the herbs of envy, smeared with the poison of passion, an invisible lightning bolt that can knock you from grace and esteem. Some people owe their downfall to a single wounding, insinuating word. Those who expelled them from power showed not the slightest fear before an entire conspiracy of common murmuring and singular malevolence. Other insinuations, favorable ones, do the opposite, shoring up our reputation. But we should catch these darts as skillfully as they were hurled at us by evil intention. Catch them carefully, await them prudently. A good defense requires knowledge. When we expect a blow, we can ward it off. Quit while you're ahead. All the best gamblers do. Fine retreat matters as much as a stylish attack. As soon as they are enough, even when they are many, cash in your deeds. A long run of good fortune is always suspicious. You're safer when good luck alternates with bad, and besides, that makes for bittersweet enjoyment. When luck comes racing in on us, it is more likely to slip and smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us, trading intensity for duration. She grows tired when she has to carry someone on her back for a long time. Know when things are at their acme, when they are ripe, and know how to take advantage of them. All works of nature reach the point of full perfection before they were gaining from them on waning. As for works of art, only rarely can they not be improved. People with good taste know how to enjoy each thing when it reaches perfection. Not everyone can. And not everyone who can knows how. Even the fruits of the understanding attain this ripeness, but you must know it in order to value and use it. Grace in dealing with others. Oh, yeah. It is a great thing to win universal admiration, but even greater to win benevolence. Part of it is having a lucky star, but diligence is more important. One begins with the former and carries through with the latter. It isn't enough to be eminently gifted, though people often suppose it is easy to win affection when one has a reputation. Benevolence depends on beneficence. Do all sorts of good, good words and better deeds. Love if you would be loved. Courtesy is the way great people bewitch others. Reach for deeds and then for the pen. from the sword to the pen, for there is also grace among writers, and it is eternal. Never exaggerate. It isn't wise to use superlatives. They offend the truth and cast doubt on your judgment. By exaggerating, you squander your praise and reveal a lack of knowledge and taste. Praise awakens curiosity, which begets desire, and latter, when the goods seem overpriced, as often happens, expectations feels cheated and avenges itself by running down the praised and the praiser. The prudent show restraint and would rather fall short than long. True eminences are rare, so temper your esteem. To overvalue something is a form of lying. It can ruin your reputation for good taste, and even worse, for wisdom. Born to rule, it is a secret, superior force. It doesn't spring from bothersome artifice, but from a nature born to rule. Everyone succumbs to such a person without knowing why. Recognizing the secret strength and vigor of innate authority. People like this have a lordly character. Kings by merit, lions by natural right. They seize the respect, the heart, and even the minds of others. When blessed with other gifts, they are born to be political prime movers. They can accomplish more with a single fainting gesture than others can with a long harangue. Feel with the few, speak with the many. Rowing against the current makes it impossible to discover the truth and is extremely dangerous. Only Socrates could attempt it. Dissent is taken as insult, for it condemns the judgment of others. Many take offense, whether on account of the person criticized or the one who applauded him. The truth belongs to the few. Deceit is as common as it is vulgar. You can never tell the wise by what they say in public. They speak not in their own voices, but in that of common stupidity, though deep inside they are cursing it. The sensible person avoids both being contradicted and contradicting others. He may be quick to censure, but he is slow to do so in public. Feelings are free, they cannot and should not be violated. They live in silent retirement and show themselves only to a few sensible people. Sympathy with the great. One of the gifts of the hero is the ability to dwell with heroes. This ability, called sympathy, is a wonder of nature. Both because it is so mysterious and because it is so beneficial. There are similar hearts and temperaments, and the effects of sympathy resemble those which vulgar ignorance attributes to magic potions. Not only can this sympathy help us win renown, it inclines others towards us and quickly wins their goodwill. It persuades without words, achieves without merit. There is active and passive sympathy, and both kinds work wonders among people in high positions. It takes great skill to know them, distinguish between them, take advantage of them. No amount of effort can take the place of this mysterious favor. Use but don't abuse hidden intentions, and above all, don't reveal them. All art must be concealed, for it rouses suspicion, especially hidden intentions which are hateful. Deceit is common, so be on your guard. But hide your caution from others so as not to lose their confidence. When it becomes known, caution offends others and provokes vengeance, awakening unimagined evils. A reflective way of doing things will give you a great advantage. Nothing provides more food for thought. The greatest perfection of an action depends upon the mastery with which it is carried out. Temper your antipathy. We hate some people instinctively, but even before we are aware of the good qualities. And sometimes this vulgar natural aversion is directed towards the eminent. Let prudence keep it in check. There is nothing more demeaning than to abhor the best people. It is as excellent to get along with heroes as it is disgraceful to treat them with antipathy. Avoid committing yourself to risky enterprises. This is one of the chief goals of prudence. People of great talent keep well away from extremities. It is a long way to walk from one extreme to another. The prudent stick to the middle ground. Only after long deliberation do they decide to act, for it is easier to hide oneself from danger than to overcome it. Dangerous situations place our judgment in jeopardy, and it is safer to flee from them entirely. One danger leads to another, greater one, brings us to the edge of disaster. Some people are rash because of their temperament and their national origin, and they are quick to commit themselves and place others in danger. But the person who walks in the light of reason sizes up the situation and sees that there is more courage in avoiding danger than in conquering it. He sees that there is already one rash fool and avoids letting another. You are as much a real person as you are deep. As with the depths of a diamond, the interior is twice as important as the surface. There are people who are all facade, like a house left unfinished when the funds run out. They have the entrance of a palace, but the inner rooms of a cottage. These people have no place you can rest, though they are always at rest. But once they get through the first salutations, the conversation is over. They prance through the initial courtesies like Sicilian stallions, but immediately lapse into monkish silence. Words dry up when not refreshed by perennial springs of wit. Such people easily fool those who see things superficially, but not the sharp sighted, who look inside them and find only emptiness. A person of sharp observation and sound judgment rules over objects and keeps objects from ruling him. He plumbs the greatest depths and studies the anatomies of other people's talent. No sooner does he see someone than he has understood him and judged his essence. With rare powers of observation, he deciphers even what is most hidden. He observes sternly, conceives subtly, reasons judiciously. There is nothing he cannot discover, notice, grasp, understand. Never lose your self respect or grow too familiar with yourself. Let your own integrity keep you righteous. You should owe more to the severity of your own judgment than to all external precepts. Avoid what is indecorous, not because others will judge you harshly, but because you fear your own prudence. Grow to fear yourself, and you will have no need of Seneca's imaginary witness. Subnote, your own conscience. Gracian is alluding to one of Seneca's moral epistles. Know how to choose. Most things in life depend on it. You need good taste and an upright judgment. Intelligence and application are not enough. There is no perfection without discernment and selection. Two talents are involved, choosing and choosing the best. There are many people with a fertile, subtle intelligence, rigorous judgment, both diligent and well-informed, who are lost when they have to choose. They always choose the worst, as though they wanted to show the skill at doing so. Knowing how to choose is one of heaven's greatest gifts. Never lose your composure. Prudence tries never to lose control. This shows a real person with a true heart. For magnanimity is slow to give into emotion. The passions are the humors of the mind, and the least excess sickens our judgment. If the disease spreads to your mouth, your reputation will be in danger. Master yourself thoroughly, and no one will criticize you for being perturbed. Either when things are at the best or at the worst, all will admire your superiority. Be diligent and intelligent. Diligence is quick to carry out what intelligence has lingered over. Fools are fond of hurry. They take no heed of obstacles and act incautiously. The wise usually fail through hesitation. Fools stop at nothing. The wise at everything. Sometimes things are judged correctly but go wrong out of inefficiency and neglect. Readiness is the mother of luck. It is a great deed to leave nothing for the morrow. A lofty motto, make haste slowly. Act boldly but prudently. Even hares tweak the beard of a dead lion. Like love, courage is no joking matter. If it yields once, it will have to yield again and again. The same difficulty will have to be conquered later on, and it would have been better to get it over with. The mind is bolder than the body. So with the sword, let it be sheathed in prudence, ready for the occasion. It is your defense. A weak spirit does more harm than a weak body. Many people with eminent qualities lacked this brio, appeared to be dead, and were buried in their lassitude. Provident nature resourcefully joined the sweetness of honey with the sting of the bee. You have both nerves and bones in your body. Don't let your spirit be all softness. Know how to wait. It shows a great heart with deep reserves of patience. Never hurry and never give way to your emotions. Master yourself, and you will master others. Stroll through the open spaces of time to the center of opportunity. Wise hesitation ripens success and brings secrets to maturity. The crutch of time can do more than the steely club of Hercules. God himself punishes not with iron hands, but with leaden feet. A wonderful saying. Time and I can take on any tool. Fortune gives larger rewards to those who wait. Think on your feet. Good impulses spring from a happy readiness of spirit. For such a spirit, there are no tight spots, no troubling chance occurrences, only vivacity and brio. Some think much and then do everything wrong, and others get everything right without any forethought at all. Some people have reserves of antiperistasis, subnote, antiperistasis, opposition, by which the quality opposed acquires strength. Difficulties bring out the best in them. They are monsters who succeed spontaneously and whenever they have thought about something. What doesn't occur to them immediately will never occur to them, and there is no use thinking about latter. Quickness wins applause, for it reveals prodigious talent, subtlety in thought, prudence in deeds. Okay, those are 56 oracles from Balthasar Gracian, The Art of Worldly Wisdom. I'm going to put some music on now. I hope you enjoy it. This music was inspired from the reading. Let me play a different one. Here we go. This is called Breath of Better Days.
Inhale, slow and steady, counting colors, heart so ready. One breath in, all my anger leaving. One breath out, I forgive my grieving. Tiny truths flicker in my chest. I'm not my worst mistake. I am every honest step. Feel the rib cage rise. Let the old hurt slide. Every exhale writes a softer story inside. I'm breathing the person I'm becoming. I'm breathing the weight of yesterday. Perfection's just a rumor I've been running. I traded for a kinder eyes closed, but the future's clearer. Quiet voice speaking in the mirror. I'm enough, learning how that feels. Every flaw missing piece in a heart that heals. Feel the rib cage rise, let the harsh words slide. Every exhale writes a deadly truth on my mind. I'm breathing the person I'm becoming. keep the kindness at the core. Hold once more, I'm not counting sins, I'm counting love. I'm breathing the person of the calling. I'm breathing the weight of yesterday. Perfections just thrown around and running. I'm brighter in my honest so shadows a breath of better days. Slow breath in, count it, feel it rise. Little storm in my chest, soft rain in my eyes. Let it out like you're laying down stones. Every fear fall, leaving your bones. In 4-4, hold the sky out for 6, let it fly. Every time you breathe, you come back to life. Perfect on the exhale, perfect when you shake. Every tiny fraction, part of what you make. Slow breathing, counting, feel it rise. Little storm in my chest, soft rain in my eyes. Let it out, like you're laying down stones. Every fear, every fall, leaving your bones. In 4-4, hold the sky out for 6, let it fly. Every time you come back to life. Perfect on the exhale, perfect when you shake. Every tiny fracture, part of what you make. Perfect in the trembling. Slow breath in, old wounds fade. Hands on heart, hear what stays. You are the question, you are the guide. All of the ages look through your eyes. Eternal wisdom, burning calm inside my chest. Eternal wisdom holds my fear, forgives the rest. Love in every atom, intelligence in every sign. Eternal wisdom, I remember. Storms keep talking, let them speak. Under the thunder, something serene. I touch the silence, it knows my name. Nothing is missing, nothing to change. Floor is cold under my knee. Breath comes slow, like turning pages. All the noise falls off the edge, and I can hear you in the spaces. In the quiet, you're the answer. In the stillness, you're the song. Every question grows much smaller when I remember you were here all along. In the quiet room, under open sky inside, I sit and listen. Flow is cold under my knees. Breath comes slow, like turning pages. All the noise falls off the edge, and I can hear you in the spaces. In the quiet, you're the answer. In the stillness, coffee steam, quiet room, clock still moving, heart still too soon. Breath gets tangled into days to build. So I close my eyes, make some room for you. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound. Every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. In a still mind, I find you.
this chair into holy ground. No burning bush, no parted sea. Oh, just a worn out man on aching knees. But in this quiet, you lean in close. I lose my worries. I hear your hope. In the still mind, I find you. In a slow breath in, speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Holy ground. Coffee steam, quiet room, clock still moving, heart still too soon. Breath gets tangled in the days to do, so I close my eyes, make some room for you. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down. Your love turns this chair into holy ground. Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound, every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. No burning bush, no parted sea, just a worn out man on aching knees. But in this quiet, you lean in close. I lose my worry. I hear your home. In a still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Holy ground.
Tiny lips pinned above the window, every thought lined up just so. I face the chorus you and in my heart, measure in the distance. White page, coffee ring halo, highlighters in a perfect row. Tiny lips pinned above the windows, every thought lined up just so. I chase the gold and I see up in my heart, measuring the distance between falling and ours. Straight. You measure your thoughts. Here and now.
By not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness. And don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate. For hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far, leading others astray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. Mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. For this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. Yes. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least to simulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together, and one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce this. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. Enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say would be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning, good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form the courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature enjoy the company of people of understanding. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. The best disposition is unrefined without her. Imperfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Imperfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Imperfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition that its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies. It beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Subnote the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. That its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies. It beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest
friend.
Observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. Welcome, my friend, to the Art of World Wisdom.
Wait, are you reading from the Art of Worldly Wisdom?
By Balthasar Gracian.
I have the Art of Worldly Wisdom. Wisdom by Balthasar Gracian.
Well,
I could read from The Art of Worldly Wisdom.
please read from the book. What's that accent? The Castilian, how did the Castilian? Anyways, go ahead and read a little bit because I'm about to jump back into this book. I'm listening to my replays. Feel free to read, for 5 to 10 minutes or 3 to 10 minutes, whatever you choose.
Balthasar Gracian. Do not live in a hurry. To know how to separate things is to know how to enjoy them. Many people finish their fortune sooner than their life. They run through pleasures without enjoying them and would like to go back when they find they have overrun the mark. Postilions, they increase the ordinary pace of life by the hurry of their own calling. They devour more in one day than they can digest in a whole lifetime. They live in advance of pleasures, eat up the years beforehand, and by their hurry, get through everything too soon. Even in the search for knowledge, there should be moderation, lest we learn things better left unknown. We have more days to live through than pleasures. Be slow in your enjoyment. Be quick at your work. For people see work ended with pleasure, and pleasure ended with regret.
All right. Welcome to the Art of World Wisdom. We are reading a pocket oracle. And I just want to point out that when I do rooms like this, I thank God that I can, basically disconnect from Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is really just fools passing by, and they can pull you into their force vector of retardation. And it's hard to get back out of that tractor beam sometimes. It's like a powerful Star Trek episode where they have you in that, you know how they capture the other spaceships in their tractor beams?
Vector of retardation. You are entering the vector of retardation.
There's only one way to prove to me you're not retarded, and that's to read an intelligent book to me. And, everything that everybody says on here is just so stupid. It's like they're making observations like, I think that's really interesting, actually. It's kind of really interesting if you think about it. It's very strange and unique, and, what is it behind that that's, responsible for that? It's a very interesting observation. Oh, I smell something.
You think existence came from nothing? What do you mean existence had to come from something? You think existence doesn't exist and existence came from something?
Excuse me, my friend, did you...
Something.
Can you check your shoes? I think you may have stepped in something. I smell feces. Can you make sure you didn't step in any dog shit? Excuse me, I'm sorry. That's resistance. That's that New York piece of shit. My bad, my friend. I thought I smelled something. Well, it's a delight to be here with you. I know you're a fast-moving man nowadays, driving Somalis around, how to drive cars, teaching people how to do this and that. But let's not forget about the art of worldly wisdom. It won't matter how many, let me ask you this, my friend. Let's say you have no morals, virtue, character, personality. and you're a human piece of shit, like let's say you're a real scummy guy, or scummy slutty whore, piece of trash. What happens when a piece of trash reads a book out loud and learns something? Like, does that actually improve someone's character when there was none to begin with? That's my opinion, that like reading a book is the work. That is like what people are actually missing if they haven't achieved much, or if their character is in the garbage dump. The only way to actually resurrect your character or to polish your I am is obviously to read, and read it out loud with comprehension and integration, etc. Like there's no other really way that you could do it in the real. See, even if you went into the real world and you were to perform acts of virtue, you would still need the book in a way, or books, because anyways, this Balthazar Gracian, that's what I'm looking for, the Gracian. He says that uh, wisdom without courage is useless. Like you could read books all day long, but applying the wisdom with courageous acts, that's the secret. That's where real transformation happens. And anyways, I'm just saying, like, I was thinking, like, does reading a book, like, it's for a person, it's for self-development. Anyways. Oh, Jesse Jackson Jr. See, I was thinking today, like, what's more worthwhile of my time, to read a book or to listen to Schwartz? Basically, I don't want to call it N-wordism, but with African Americans on this app, you definitely detect that there's like a church of N-word. And they are all basically like in this N-word performance. And it's unique to American N-word. There's nothing like it in the world. It's very...
You're right. You're onto something here.
It's privileged N-wordism. Or it's like it's the cult of N-word. And it's like a show that they do. It's like a vaudeville N-word show here. And it's just like funny to like think of it that way, to frame it that way, because it's not holy, it's completely stupid and folly, and like, but it exhibits a culture which is really Black American culture, and it is privileged in the sense that it has like this protective status. It's a protected status, and it's.
Have you heard of? Are you familiar with the "start digging in your butt" twin meme?
No.
Okay, well, something that Black children especially are saying to each other these days is "start digging in your butt" twin. And they're using the word twin affectionately, like a term of endearment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're my twin. Now let's both together start digging in our butts. And I can't tell you what it means. I don't think it's about literally digging in your butt, although it might be. But I think that it's along the line, like, one of my favorite pieces of art that you've ever created is this long list of inane sayings. And that's what you hear a lot when you go to the Church of the N-word rooms, is you hear these things that are like, my aunt told me 250 got a 4-5. Or, oh, baby, bring the macaroni, or something like that. And I don't know. Anyway, those aren't good examples, but you know what I'm saying. Who is Balthazar Gracian? Do you know who he is?
Yeah, he was a Jesuit priest in the 1600s. But he was very unique and special, and the Vatican and the Church kept him under lock and key because he was so disruptive, and his information was, so intelligent that he was considered a problem, and but he was happy because he outlived all his critics. His wisdom is still being read today, right now, but his critics have been lost to the history books of nothingness. So, truly, the publisher, the creator of intelligence, organization of intelligence. Oh, we got Shadi here. We got my hot Kurdish girlfriend. Hey, Shadi. She's from Kurdistan. She's fine. She's a beauty.
Who is it?
My girl, Shadi. She's one of those warrior Kurdistani chicks in uniform, like marching around saying, "We will kill the Hamas. We will kill the ISIS. We will fight the ISIS. We will destroy the ISIS. Because we are warrior women of beauty and power." What up, Shadi? This is my friend. My friend, this is Shadi. We've been dating for like 6 hours.
Shadi looks like an attractive girl.
Shadi is a hottie.
Hi guys, how are you?
Shadi, do you know Nora Bandora?
No, who is it?
She's a discount girl.
Nora? Nora Bandora? No.
Nuda.
Nora? Who is it?
Never mind. She's just a lady, but you kind of look like her, I think. But that's a compliment. She's pretty.
Okay.
Was pretty.
I wanna see. Nora Pandora? What are you doing, French? Are you okay?
Yeah, we're good. We're reading a book.
What book?
The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a Pocket Oracle by Balthasar Gracia. We are on number 57. This is a meditation on wisdom. I've also been creating AI music based on the readings, the words, and the understanding. This is number 57. So take the deepest breath of the day. Thoughtful people are safer. Do something well, and that is quick enough. What is done immediately is undone just as fast. But what must last an eternity takes that long to do. Only perfection is noticed, and only success endures. Deep understanding achieves eternities. Great worth requires great work. So with metals, the most precious of them takes longest to be refined and weighs most.
What is that sound, French?
Adapt to those around you. Don't show the same intelligence with everyone. And don't put more effort into things than they require. Don't waste your knowledge or merit. The good falconer uses only the birds he needs.
Why do you sound like this? It's so weird.
Don't show off every day, or you'll stop surprising people.
I can't. I have to show off.
There must always be some novelty left over. The person who displays a little more of it each day keeps up expectations, and no one ever discovers the limits of his talent. And well, if you enter a clubhouse room of fortune through the door of pleasure, you will leave through the door of sorrow, and vice versa. So be careful of the way you end things here on Clown House, and devote more attention to a successful exit than to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense that is a natural part of wisdom. And they have already walked half the road to success. With age and experience, the reason reaches complete maturity.
That's something new.
And the judgment is turned to its surroundings. These people hate any sort of whim that can tempt prudence, especially in matters of state where total security is important. Such people as these deserve to steer the ship of fate, the ship of state, either as helmsmen or as counselors.
Take a rest.
Eminence in what is best. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something at very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional at superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others.
Occupation, indeed, the promise of Allah.
Use the best instruments. Some people want to be thought subtle because they use poor instruments.
Do not lose hope. Do not be
This is a dangerous sort of satisfaction, and it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. The excellence of being first. It is doubled when you are truly eminent. Other things being equal, the person who makes the first move has the advantage. Some people would have been as unique as the phoenix in their occupations if others had not preceded them. Those who are first are the firstborns of fame, and the children who follow are left to file lawsuits for their daily bread. No matter how hard they try, they cannot elude the vulgar accusation that they are imitators. Prodigious, subtle people have always invented new ways to achieve eminence, provided that prudence makes their adventures safe. Using novelty, wise people have found room in the roster of heroes. Some people would rather be first and second class than second and first. Avoid grief. It is both beneficial and wise to steer clear of troubles. Prudence will save you from many. It is the Lucina of good fortune and content. Don't give others hateful news unless there is a remedy. And be even more careful not to receive it. Some people's hearing is spoiled by the sweetness of flattery, others by hearing bitter gossip. And there are people who cannot live without a daily dose of unpleasantness. Like Mithridates with his poison, king of Pontus, who fearing his enemies would poison him, accustomed himself by taking daily doses of it. Nor can you keep well by inflicting lifelong grief on yourself in order to please someone else, even if he is close to you. Never sin against your own happiness in order to please the person who counsels you and has nothing at stake in the matter. When giving pleasure to another involves giving grief to yourself, remember this lesson. Better for the other person to feel grief now than for you to feel it later and with no hope. Elevated taste. You can cultivate it as you can the intellect. Full understanding whets the appetite and desire, and later sharpens the enjoyment of possession. You can judge the height of someone's talent by what he aspires to. Only a great thing can satisfy a great talent. Large bites are for large palates. Lofty matters for lofty characters. Even the greatest excellences tremble before the person of refined taste, and the most perfect lose their confidence. Few things have perfection of the first magnitude. Let your appreciation be sparing. Taste is acquired through contact with others. You make it your own through continual exercise. You are lucky if you can associate with someone with perfectly developed taste, but don't profess to be satisfied with nothing. It is a foolish extreme, more odious if from affectation than if from character. Some wish God had created another world and other perfections just to satisfy their own extravagant imagination. Okay, I want to thank everybody for being here, including those that we might consider to be somewhat the R word. That's right. We don't say the R word, the N word, the Z word, the J word, the K word. We don't even say the P word. But I want to give you all the latest hit song based on some of these readings. Here we go. I drew maps on the backs of receipts, tiny plans in the dark of a cheap backseat. Taught myself how to fail with my teeth clenched tight, how to stare down every locked door like it owed me a life. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. I'm looking next for a secret test. You know, although it's wrong, I feel like it's out of pressure. Turn all the friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. So what do you think, my friend? This really is just like an ESL platform for non-native English speakers that want to come here and improve their English. And I think I'm like really trying to help them. But as you can see, my friend, even if somebody wants to learn English, their ADHD kicks in and they can only last for like 30 seconds before they're, they want attention and want to start practicing English. Danny, welcome to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. My friend and I have been reading what's called a book. You should try it sometime instead of just,
I got kicked out of the PSYOP.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to the new PSYOP.
Well, they kicked me out of Prince's room because they're all mad about Emrose. Emrose is like the newest hate person on this app. No, everyone can't stop talking about that Emrose.
Yeah, I know. You're
so,
talking
like,
about it.
Yeah, you're talking about her.
Okay, so they kicked me out because they're like the Palestinian and the Jews and they're hooking up, and I'm like, maybe they should all have sex with each other. There's nothing better than a Palestinian and a Jew fucking. I'm sorry, guys.
No, we're not. Listen, I consider this a big tent and everybody's a clown. Did you put your makeup on?
No, I didn't put my makeup on. That picture you have of me doing the clown contour is pretty old. But I should have put makeup on because I just got this Palestinian food, and the guy that was working there is like the sexiest man I've ever seen in my life. And to be honest, I think I've always had a little bit of a fantasy there.
Well, beautiful people are beautiful, but clowns that waste all their time, talking to F words, T words. Like I was listening to Yael in Vancouver, talk to a couple T's this morning and like screaming at them all kinds of stuff. And they're screaming.
T-word?
Yeah, they're screaming at Yael all kinds of stuff. And they're saying that she's got all these nudies. And I'm like, why haven't I seen these nudies?
I know. I would like to see that.
You guys never seen those? She would probably show you if you ask her nice.
She's not going to show me. She hates me.
Does she hate you?
She hates me.
Yeah, she hates me too.
I never heard her say she hates you, John.
Well, Danny, can you just be like, our cool clown and like share? I know. And then she blocked me. Can you like share some of these photos?
I'll take them.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that.
You have them though.
How do you know that I have them?
I heard you in a room talking about it.
I have them because she might have sent them to me at one point, and it might still be in the phone wherever she sent it to me. But I don't like reference it, and I haven't seen it since she sent it to me. So. But there's literally people who make it their picture all the time. Yeah, and I think they made a Telegram group where they're sharing it, the trannies. Not that I don't want to be a part of that. Craziness.
Well, I want to thank you for coming to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We try to stay on topic, and for the sake of at least the recordings that I make. We've already put out, many, 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 many videos today of me reading a book. It's all under my name, John Kitover. And what I'm going to do shortly, now that I bought some additional computers, new computers, uh, I will be able to quickly turn these videos public, retitle them, and start actually maybe trying to monetize my YouTubes based off of intelligence. Because nobody Googles, oh my God, all hail Megatron. Nobody Googles John Kitover, but they will Google some of these best books that I'm reading. Hi, Danny. Hi, Megatron.
So what are you doing? Like okay, you wanna focus on the SEO,
Yeah.
right? Is well, I don't know what they call it. Yo.
It's keywords, yeah. Megatron, welcome to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We've been reading books.
So I sell like clothes and stuff, so you're gonna want the words.
Yeah,
You
it's
just have to
keywords.
put the words that are trending and get the perfect keywords, and they could just be completely random.
No, that's true. I could title it with, latest keywords. But Megatron, welcome to the thing is I want it to be like actually relevant to the video because it is quality. It's not just quantity. That's part of the reading that I did today.
Why won't you just do the transcript and put the transcript in
the transcript's in the video. The transcript's generated. Anyways, don't worry about it, Danny. I got more experiments to do. Do you have a YouTube account, Danny? I don't think you do.
Yes, I do. I follow you.
You do?
Okay, so why don't you put the transcript in the bio?
Yeah, that would be smart.
Use those as the keywords.
Good idea. I will do that.
It was just an idea. Why did everyone else leave?
I don't know, because they weren't getting the dopamine that they came for. That's why people are here. You were getting the dopamine. That's why you stayed. Okay, this is the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We have put out many videos today. And I've avoided listening to Clubhouse, which is like an amazing feeling because I'm like, because I've spent many days listening to Clubhouse. But today I was just like, you know what? I'm so glad. And you know how I did it, Danny? There's a little trick that I did yesterday. See my PTR?
Yeah, is that a Bible?
Nope. Guess what it is?
Oh, it's the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
My son found the Quran on YouTube and was watching it.
So what I did is I listened to an audiobook version of it last night in English for many hours. And then I was like, how did I do this? So I pulled this book, The Art of Worldly Wisdom, because the Quran is like a lot of mystical type of stuff. And also I did a query on what is the Kabbalistic, like, is there a Quran Kabbalah or a Kabbalah Quran? And Grok gave me 10 references on how the Quran can be analogous or vice versa with Kabbalah. And there's terms in there. So the point is, I don't want to like sit there and read the Quran. I listened to half of it and like that was plenty. But then I took this book off my shelf and I switched it out with the Quran. So it's like me taking a video game off the shelf and replacing it with a much more intelligent video game. Far more intelligent. Like the Quran doesn't even come close in terms of intelligence to the book that I'm reading right now. And I have my right hand on it. This book is so transformational and it's very deep and hard to even understand. Very difficult to even understand what he's saying. But the whole thing is you break it up. And it even says in the beginning in the instructions to just read like 1 or 2 a day and meditate on it. because it's just too much. But the cool thing about what I'm doing is you can watch the live stream version or you can watch my clips, which are 50 seconds each. And when you break it up, you can listen to it in a segment over and over and over again to really try to understand the depth of it because it's so rather complicated. And it's using words in a way that we don't really use words today. So it takes a lot of extra effort to try to get the juice out of the orange. Are you interested in squeezing any oranges?
I don't know.
You never made fresh squeezed orange juice?
I made fresh squeezed lemon tech.
Well, the whole thing here is wisdom. This book is indisputable. Like it's a masterpiece, and even in the beginning, it claims that it is one of the most important books ever written, and it ranks it in the top 10. And I would challenge you to listen along as I read it to try to gain something from it, and then maybe give me like a little summary as if you were like a compression agent and you were an AI chatbot sent here by Hashem to give me summaries. What do you think, Danny?
Okay.
So you'll be my sorcerer's apprentice. Okay, take the deepest breath of the day.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing now.
To care to make things turn out well. Take care to make things turn out well. Some people scruple more over pointing things in the right direction than over successfully reaching their goals. The disgrace of failure outweighs the diligence they showed. A winner is never asked for explanations. Most people pay more attention to success or failure than to circumstances. And your reputation will never suffer if you achieve what you wanted to. A good ending turns everything golden. However unsatisfactory the means, it is an art to set aside art when you must do so to bring things to a happy conclusion. Choose an occupation in which you can win praise. Most things depend upon the satisfaction of others. Esteem is to perfection what the zephyr is to flowers, breath and life. There are occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed, as magnanimous conquerors and warriors. The great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Common suffrage will make him immortal. Make others understand. It is more excellent than making them remember. For intelligence is much greater than memory. Sometimes you should remind other people, and other times counsel them about the future. Some people failed to do things that were ripe for doing simply because it never occurred to them. Let friendly advice point out the advantages. One of the greatest of gifts is to size up quickly what matters. When this is lacking, many successes go undone. Let the person who has light give it to others, and let those who lack it ask for it, the former with prudence, and the latter with discretion, merely dropping a hint. This delicacy is especially necessary when the person giving advice has something at stake. It is best to show good taste and to be more explicit only when insinuation is not enough. A no has already been given, and you can now search skillfully for a yes. Most of the time, things are not obtained because they were not attempted. Don't give in to every common impulse. The great do not yield to every sort of passing thought. Part of prudence lies in reflecting about yourself, knowing or foreseeing your disposition, and moving towards the other extreme in order to balance art and nature. Self correction begins with self knowledge. There are monsters of impertinence who are always ruled by a certain humor, and their emotions vary accordingly. Tossed about by this vile imbalance, they go about their business in a self contradictory way. Not only does this excess ruin their will, it also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. 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 You can't grant everything to everybody. Saying no is as important as granting things, especially among those in command. What matters is the way you do it. Some people's no is prized more highly than the yes of others. A gilded no pleases more than a curt yes. Many people always have no on their lips, and they sour everything. No is what occurs to them first. They may give in latter that they aren't well thought of because they started out by being so unpleasant. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Don't be inconsistent, either because of temperament or out of affectation. The prudent man is consistent in all things pertaining to perfection, and this speaks well for his intelligence. Only the causes and relative merits of things can change his behavior. When it comes to prudence, variety is ugly. There are some people who are different each day. Their luck changes daily, and so do their will and their powers of understanding. Yesterday they conceded, today they receded. They believe their own reputation, confusing others. Be resolute. Faulty execution does less harm than a lack of resolution. Materials turn bad more often in repose than in motion. There are people who can't make up their minds and need a push from others. At times this is caused not by perplexity, for they see clearly enough, but by inactivity. It may be ingenious to identify difficulties, but it is more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said, and there is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. Know when to be evasive. It is the way the prudent get out of difficulty. With an elegant joke, they are able to escape from the most intricate labyrinths. One smile and they have eluded difficulty. On this, the greatest of captains founded his courage. A friendly way of saying no is to change the subject, and no ploy is more clever than to pretend it wasn't you, but someone else who is being alluded to. Don't be unfriendly. The wildest animals inhabit cities. Being unapproachable is the vice of those who lack self-knowledge and who change humors with honors. To begin by annoying others is no way to win renown. Imagine one of these Shirley monsters, always about to turn savage and impertinent. His unlucky servants approach him as though he were a tiger, arming themselves cautiously with a whip. In order to reach their high position, they pleased everyone. And now that they are there, they want to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in the war against the Moors and in southern Italy. Choose a heroic model and emulate rather than imitate. There are examples of greatness, living texts of renown. Let each person choose the first in his field, not so much to follow him as to surpass them. Alexander cried at the tomb of Achilles, not for Achilles before himself, for unlike Achilles, he had not yet been born to fame. Nothing makes the spirit so ambitious as the trumpet of someone else's fame. It frightens away envy and encourages noble deeds. Subnote, according to Plutarch, Alexander the Great cried enviously before the tomb of Achilles because the latter had been lucky enough to be immortalized by Homer. Don't always be joking. Prudence is known for its seriousness, which wins more respect than wit. The person who is always joking falls laughably short of perfection. We treat him like a liar, never believing him. From one we fear deceit, from the other jest. One never knows when jokers are exercising their judgment, which is the same as not having any. No humor is worse than continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness.
Like lines on a page, straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished street lights, tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion until your heart erupt. She's lost in the tree and silence. Every angle of your head. You want the beauty and justice. The steady hand of the open mind. You're driving the hills on your own volition. Looking for calmness in the human kind. Standing catalog sins like stones in a jar. Forgiveness for others is easier by far. You lie in your conscience, flat on the floor. But all of your creases say you're something more. She's a lost in the tree of silence. Every angle of your head. You want the beauty and the justice. Steady hand of the open mind. You're drawing hands on your own reflection. Looking for flaws in the human kind. Steady Like lines on a page, straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished replies tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion till your heartbeat runs. Chasing the symmetry inside. Every echo in your head. You want the beauty and the justice. The steady hand and the open mind. Your joy halos on your own reflection. Looking for flaws in the human kind. Perfection of mind. Like stones in a jar. Forgiveness for others is easier by far. You iron your conscience flat on the floor, but all of your creases say something more. Chasing that symmetry inside. Every angle in your head. You want the beauty and the justice. The steady hand and the open mind. Your joy halos on your own reflection. Looking for flaws in the human kind. Perfection of mind. What if the grace is in every fraction, every scar, a secret design? What if the truth is kinder than standards you carved in glass across your sky? Chasing the symmetry inside. Sharp little questions cut through the chaos like it's paper in your hands. You read my patterns, call out my shadows, hold up the mirror till I finally understand. Teach me wisdom, not just insights. Hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden virtue, quiet, steady. You still. That's all I'm doing like this. What do you want to do? You're speaking English, sharp little questions, cut through the chaos like it's paper in your hands. You read my past, call out my shadows, hold up the mirror till I finally understand. Teach me wisdom, not just answers. Hold my shaking heart like it's made of light. Golden virtue, quiet, steady. Stay when I'm wrong and you stay when I'm right.
Hello? Hello?
Did you experience it? Say, promise me you'll stay like this. I steady, never looking past. Say
To a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Into a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Into a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted.
Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. To a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Coming as she is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense that is a natural part of wisdom. And they have already walked half the road to success. With age and experience, the reason reaches complete maturity.
That's all in you.
And the judgment is turned to its coming as she is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense that is a natural part of wisdom. And they have already walked half the road to success. With age and experience, amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something and very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional and superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something and very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional and superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something at very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional at superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exception. And it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. The excellence of being first, and it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. The excellence of being first. The firstborns of fame and the children who follow are left to file lawsuits for the daily bread. No matter how hard they try, they cannot elude the vulgar accusation that they are imitators. Prodigious, subtle people have always invented new ways to achieve eminence, provided that prudence makes their adventures safe. Using novelty, wise people have found room in the roster of heroes. Some people would rather be first in second class than second in first. Avoid grief. It is both beneficial and wise to steer clear of troubles. Prudence will save you from many. It is the Lucina, but good fortune and content. Don't give others hateful news unless there is a remedy. And be even more careful not to receive it. Some people's hearing is spoiled by the sweetness of flattery. Others by hearing bitter gossip. And there are people who cannot live without a daily dose of unpleasantness. They accustom himself by taking daily doses of it. Nor can you keep well by inflicting lifelong grief on yourself in order to please someone else, even if he is close to you. Never sin against your own happiness in order to please the person who counsels you and has nothing at stake in the matter. When giving pleasure to another involves giving grief to yourself, remember this lesson. Better for the other person to feel grief now than for you to feel it later and with no hope. Elevated taste. And yourself by taking the elevated taste. You can cultivate it as you can the intellect. Full understanding whets the appetite and desire, and later sharpens the enjoyment of possession. You can judge the height of someone's talent by what he aspires to. Only the great thing can satisfy great talent. Large bites are for large palates. Lofty matters for lofty characters. Even the greatest excellences tremble before the person of refined taste. Are occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed. As magnanimous conquerors and warriors, the great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed. As magnanimous conquerors and warriors, the great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Occupations that enjoy its successes go undone. Let the person who has light give it to others, and let those who lack it ask for it. The former with prudence, and the latter with discretion, merely dropping a hint. This delicacy is especially necessary when the person giving advice is something at stake. It is best to show good taste and to be more explicit only when insinuation is not enough. A no has already been given, and you can now search skillfully for a yes. Most of the time, things are not obtained because they were not attempted. Successes go undone, and their emotions vary accordingly. Tossed about by this vile imbalance, they go about their business in a self-contradictory way. Not only does the success ruin their will, it also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. Know how to say no. Know how to say their emotions ruin their will. It also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. Know how to say no. Know how to say no. Know how to to say no. Know how to say no. Ruin the will. It also attacks the judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. 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 Ruin the will. It also attacks the judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. A man walk away from their own children as if turning around could erase love and wrong. I can't understand that. My boy is more than my son. He's me. Know how to say no. Know how to say no. People say know how to say no. Know how to say no. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Requiring long thought. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you.
There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble and compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Don't be inconsistent, either because of temperament or out of affectation. The prudent man is consistent in all things pertaining to perfection. Materials turn bad more often in repose than in motion. There are people who can't make up their minds and need a push from others. At times this is caused not by perplexity, for they see clearly enough, but by inactivity. It may be ingenious to identify difficulties, but it is more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said. There is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. It is more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said. There is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. They are there, they want to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in war against the Moors and in southern Italy. They are there, they want to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in war against the Moors and in southern Italy. Entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in the war against the Moors and in southern Italy.
entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Señor Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain, was laughably short of perfection. We treat him like a liar, never believing him. From one we fear deceit, from the other jest. One never knows when jokers are exercising the judgment, which is the same as not having any. No humor is worse than continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness. Continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness. Know how to say. Know how to say no. 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 You can't grant everything to everybody. Saying no is as important as granting things, especially among those in command. What matters is the way you do it. Some people's know how to say.
This life is here and now. The adepts, the servants of BBBBB have attained the room turn. It is impossible to tell you of the splendors of that.
By not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate not declaring yourself immediately. You will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate not declaring yourself immediately. You will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate not declaring yourself immediately. You will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate not declaring yourself immediately. You will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate not declaring yourself, for hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far, leading others astray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. a mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. For this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least to simulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together in one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce yes. Enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear with learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature, enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear with learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. The best disposition is unrefined without her. Imperfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish, that its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Subvert the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. We have little to live and much to know, and you cannot live if you do not know. It takes uncommon skill to study and learn without effort. To study much through many, and no more than all of them together. Do this, and you will go to a gathering and speak for many. You will speak for as many sages as counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve up quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. Sages as counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve out quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. This will confuse people, especially your rivals, and awaken their curiosity and attention. If you always act on your first intention, others will foresee it and thwart it. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not one that changes its line of flight. Don't always act on your second intention either. Do something twice, and others will discover the ruse. Malice is ready to pounce on you. You need a good deal of subtlety to outwit it. The consummate player never moves the piece of his opponent expects him to, and lies still the piece he wants him to move. Application and capacity. Eminence requires eminence outdoes itself. The mediocre people who apply themselves go further than the superior people who don't. Work makes worth. You purchase reputation with it. Some people are unable to apply themselves to even the simplest tasks. Application depends almost always on temperament. It is alright to be mediocre. At an unimportant job, you can excuse yourself by saying you were cut out for no other things but to be mediocre at the lowest of jobs. Rather than excellent at the highest, there's no excuse at all. Both art and need never satisfies our preconceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. Ever satisfies our preconceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. Curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. Few people live without some moral flaw or character defect, and they give in to it when it would be easy to cure. The prudence of others is grieved to see a universal, sublime talent threatened by a small defect. A single cloud eclipses the sun. Defects are moles on the face of reputation, and malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Some note he hid his baldness under a crown of laurels. On the face of reputation, and the malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Tricked up to lie. They vary according to taste. Everyone idolizes something. Some want to be well thought of. Others idolize profit. And most people idolize pleasure. The trick is to identify the idols that can set people in motion. It is like having the key to someone else's desires. Go for the prime mover, which isn't always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low, for the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size up someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will to lie. They vary according. To lie. They vary always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low, for the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size up someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will. Politicians cunningly disguise her. She is not afraid to set aside friendship, power, and even her own good. And this is when people disown her. Clever people spin subtle sophistries and speak of the laudable higher motives or reasons of security. But the truly faithful person considers deceit a sort of treason, is prouder to be steadfast than clever, and is always found on the side of truth. If he differs with others, it isn't because of any fickleness of his own, but because others have abandoned the truth. Politicians cunningly disguise her. Others have abandoned the truth. Don't occupy yourself with disreputable things, even less with chimerical ones that bring more scorn than renown. Caprice is found in many sects, And the same person should flee from all of them. There are people with extravagant tastes who embrace anything wise people repudiate. They take pleasure in any sort of eccentricity. And although this makes them well known, they are more often laughed at than renowned. The trick is to know what cards to get rid of. The least card in the winning hand in front of you is more important than the best card in the losing hand you lay down. When in doubt, it is good to draw near the wise and the prudent. Sooner or later, they will be fortunate. Be known for pleasing others, especially if you govern them. It helps sovereigns to win the good graces of all. Ruling others has one advantage. You can do more good than anyone else. Friends are those who do friendly things. Some people are intent on not pleasing, not because it is burdensome, but simply out of nastiness. In everything they oppose the divine communicability. Quit while you're ahead. All the best gamblers do. Fine retreat matters as much as stylish attack. As soon as they are enough, even when there are many cash in your deeds, a long run of good fortune is always suspicious. You're safer when good luck alternates with bad, and besides, that makes for bittersweet enjoyment. When luck comes racing in on us, it is more likely to slip and smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us, trading intensity for duration. She grows tired when she has to carry someone on her back for a long time. Quit. Smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us. As though they wanted to show a skip. Know how to say no. 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 No. No.
Did you experience inappropriate behavior from a
just surrendered. Oh boy.
Dylan, this place needs a little more hype.
You still raise your flag, still shaking in your hand. You crave the final word, but don't know where you stand. Your colleagues risk go on, your colleagues down to share. You win a little fight, lose your own true name. This is the prudence of a victory, knowing which battles you can leave undone. Come back your anger from the edge of your throne. That's the wisdom of a victory. Quiet when it's done, you can shout the land when the family's still watching. That's the wisdom of a every bruise is proof that you were right. But pride's a heavy sheet, it feels the softer light. What if the brave move is letting someone in to see your trembling hand still call that a win? This is the prudence of a victory, knowing which battles you can leave undone. Come back your anger from the edge of your throne.
raise your flag. Still shaking in your hands. You crave the final word. Don't know where you stand. You call me to rescue. Calling down the stairs. You will find and lose your own true name. This is the prudence of a victory. Knowing which battles you can lead under. Call back your anger from the edge of your time. That's the wisdom of a victory. Quiet when you're sudden you could shout. You lay your weapons down and still walk out. Yeah, that's the wisdom of a victory. There in every bruise, as proof that you were right. Cries a heavy shield. It steals a soft light. What is ready to move? It's letting someone in. See your trembling hands. Still call that win. This is the promise of a victory. Knowing which battles you can lead on. Call back your anger from the edge of your time. That's the wisdom of a victory. Quiet when you're saying you could shout. You lay your weapons down and still walk out. Yeah, that's the wisdom of a victory. Not every hand deserves your blood. Not every storm deserves a flood. You find your strength in standing free from every small enemy. This is the prudence of a victory. Knowing what's battles you can lean on them. Call back your anger from the edge of your wall. That's the wisdom of a victory. Quiet when you're saying you could. You lay your weapons down and still walk out. Quiet room, candle I gather all my scattered thoughts and let them go. Ancient pause in my chest. I follow every gentle wave and let it rest. In her light, exhale time, breath
speaks, not in sound, in the space between one breath and the next one found. Inhale light, exhale time, breath of inner sky opening wide. I meet my mind like an old friend, perfect in this moment. As I rise, as I bend, perfect in this moment. What is flawless? What is true? The stillness watching me and you. One long breathing endless time. I bow my head and free my perfect in this silence. As I rise, as I bend, perfect in this quiet candle low. I gather all my scattered thoughts and let them go. Ancient poems in my chest, I follow every gentle wave and let it rest.
Things that you did when you were on the Illinois General Assembly was you helped pass that ban on conversion therapy. temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh pulls me closer to his heart. You close your eyes, I close mine too. I talk to him while holding you. Every breath a quiet little prayer. Your head on me, my hands in yours. I never knew love like this before. He answers me by keeping you right there. There's a secret wisdom of God hidden in your heart. I hear it when you're quiet. I feel it in the dark. When we lie here in silence, you're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh. Pulls me closer to his heart. Teach me how to love you like he always planned. Let this soft devotion be our sacred land. When the world grows louder, we'll just stay right here, listening for heaven. Beating your tears right here, secret wisdom of God. Hidden in your heart. I hear it when you're quiet. I feel it in the dark. When we're lying here in silence, you're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh pulls me closer to his heart. Every kiss, every sigh leads us deeper to his heart.
Okay, we're going to go back to Balthasar Gracian. Adapt yourself to everyone else. A Proteus of discretion. Learned with the learned, saintly with saints. This is a great way to capture the goodwill of others, for similarity generates benevolence. Observe people's temperaments and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial one, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect and varied tastes. Skill at trying things out. Folly always rushes into action, for all fools are bold. The very simplicity which prevents them from foreseeing danger keeps them from worrying about their reputation. But prudence enters with great care. Caution and penetration precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fail the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along. Be careful when you inform yourself about things. Much of our lives is spent gathering information. We see very few things for ourselves and live trusting others. The ears are the back door of truth and the front door of deceit. Truth is more often seen than heard. Seldom does it reach us unalloyed, even less so when it comes from afar. It is always blended with the emotions it has passed through. Emotion taints everything it touches, making it odious or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Discover what axe he is grinding, on what side he is limping, where he is heading. Beware of the false and the faulty. Renew your brilliance. Renew your brilliance. Renew your brilliance. It is the privilege of the phoenix. Excellence grows old, and so does fame. Custom wears down our admiration, and a mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance, dawning many times like the sun, only changing your surroundings. Withhold it and make people miss it, renew it and make them applaud. Neither all bad nor all good. A certain sage reduced the whole of wisdom to the golden mean. Carry right too far and it becomes wrong. The orange squeezed completely dry gives only bitterness. Even in enjoyment, you shouldn't go to extremes. The intellect itself will go dry if pressed too hard. And if you milk a cow like a tyrant, you will draw only blood. Allow yourself some venial thought. An act of carelessness can sometimes be the best way to help others see your talents. Envy often ostracizes people. The more civil it is, the more criminal. It accuses what is very perfect of sinning by not sinning, and it condemns complete perfection. It makes itself into an Argos, looking for the faults in excellent things, if only to console itself. Like lightning, censure strikes the highest places. So let Homer nod at times, pretend that your intelligence or courage, though not your prudence, has committed some act of carelessness. That way malevolence will calm down and not burst its bubble of poison. This is like waving a red cape in front of the bowl of envy in order to escape with immortality. Know how to use your enemies. Grasp things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Don't be the wild card. The wild card or joker, the one that can be anything its holder pleases. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Head of rumor. The crowd is a many headed monster, many eyes for malice, many tongues for slander. Sometimes a rumor arises and blights the best reputation, and if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. They're our mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easily believed and hard to erase. Let the prudent person avoid all this and keep an eye on vulgar insolence, for an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Culture and refinement. Man is born a barbarian. Culture raises him above the beast. Culture turns us into true persons. The more culture, the greater the person. In that belief, Greece called the rest of the universe barbarian. Ignorance is rough and rude. There is nothing more cultivating than knowledge. But wisdom herself is coarse when polish is lacking. Not only must understanding be refined, but also our desires and especially our conversation. Some people show a natural refinement both in their inner and outer gifts, the concepts and words in the bodily adornment, which is like the bark, and the spiritual gifts, the fruit. Others are so gross that they tarnish everything, even their fine qualities, with an unbearable barbaric sloppiness.
You breathe in slow as my fingers trace every question on your face. You ask me what I'm searching for. Your eyes go deep like midnight skies. I lose my words and find His light shining where your shadows were before. There's a secret wisdom of God hidden in your heart. I hear it when quiet. I feel it in the dark. When will I hear in silence? You're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh pulls me close how to say no. Like he always planned. Let this soft devotion be our secret land. When the world goes louder, we'll just stay right here, listening, beating in your tears. Right here. There's a secret wisdom of love hidden in your heart. I hear it when you cry. I feel it in the dark. When I hear inside, you're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh, closer to his heart. Every kiss, every sigh leads us deeper to his heart. You're the stillness in my breathing. Every pause between my prayers. I was chasing every answer. You were waiting in the air. There's a secret wisdom of God hiding right here in your eyes. Every heartbeat feels like scripture. Every kiss, another sign. If I lose all words and doctrines, let me lose them in your arms. 'Cause the secret wisdom of God. Adapt yourself to everyone else. A Proteus of discretion. Learned with the learned, saintly with saints. This is a great way to capture the goodwill of others, for similarity generates benevolence. Observe people's temperaments and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial one, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect, and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial one, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect and varied tastes. Skill at trying things out. Folly always rushes into action, for all fools are bold. The very simplicity which prevents them from foreseeing danger keeps them from worrying about their reputation. But prudence enters with great care. Caution and penetration precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fail the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along. And precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fail the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along.
front door of deceit. Truth is more often seen than heard. Seldom does it reach us unalloyed, even less so when it comes from afar. It is always blended with the emotions it has passed through. Emotion taints everything it touches, making it odious or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Discover what axe he is grinding, on what side he is limping, where he is heading. Beware of the false and the faulty, yes, or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Renew your brilliance. It is the privilege of the phoenix. Excellence grows old and so does fame. Custom wears down our admiration, and a mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance, dawning many times like the sun, only changing your surroundings. Withhold it and make people miss it. Renew it and make them applaud. Mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance. Wisdom to the golden mean. Carry right too far and it becomes a wrong. The orange squeezed completely dry gives only bitterness. Even in envy often ostracizes people. Envy is an excellent thing, if only to console itself like lightning. Censure strikes the highest places. So let Homer nod at times, pretend that your intelligence or courage, though not your prudence, has committed some act of carelessness. That way malevolence will calm down and not burst its bubble of poison. This is like waving a red cape in front of the bull of envy in order to escape with immortality. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. The same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection. Fiercer than hatred. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised or desired. And if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. There are a mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easily believed and hard to erase. Let the prudent person avoid all this and keep an eye on vulgar incidents, for an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. There are a mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easy. Deal with others in a grand way. Aspire to elevation. The great should never be petty. You needn't go into all the details when conversing with others, especially when the subject is distasteful. Notice things, but do so casually. It isn't good to turn conversation into detailed interrogation. Act with a courteous, noble generality, which is a sort of gallantry. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling round something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. Know yourself, your character, intellect, judgment, and emotions. You cannot master yourself if you do not understand yourself. There are mirrors for the face, but the only mirror for the spirit is wise self-reflection. And when you stop caring about your outer image, try to amend and improve the inner one. In order to undertake matters wisely, gauge your prudence and perspicacity. Judge how well you measure up to a challenge. Plumb your depths. Weigh your resources. The art of living long. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. The art of living well. Live well. Never act unless you think it prudent to do so. If the person doing something suspects he will fail, it will be evident to the person watching, even more so when he is a rival. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. It always walks under the midday sun of reason. How can something turn out well when caution started to condemn it the moment it was conceived? Even resolutions that pass the inner examination, nemine discrepante, often turn out badly. So, what can we expect from those that reason doubted over and judgment considered rash? Transcendent wisdom, transcendent wisdom, transcendent wisdom, transcendent wisdom, transcendent wisdom, transcendent wisdom. In every situation, this is the first and highest rule in acting and speaking. The more necessary, the greater and higher your occupation. An ounce of prudence is worth a pound of cleverness. It's more a matter of walking surely than of courting vulgar applause. A reputation for prudence is the ultimate triumph of fame. It is enough if you satisfy the prudent, whose approval is the touchstone of success. A universal man, a universal man, a universal man, a universal man. Possessing every perfection, he is equal to many men. He makes life ever so pleasant, communicating that enjoyment to his friends. Variety and perfection are what makes life delightful. It is a great art to know how to enjoy all good things. And since nature made man a compendium of the whole natural world, let art make him a universe by training his taste and intellect. Unfathomable gifts. The prudent person, if he wants to be revered by others, should never allow them to judge the extent of his knowledge and courage. Allow yourself to be known, but not comprehended. No one will discern the limits of your talent, and thus no one will be disappointed. You can win more admiration by keeping other people guessing the extent of your talent or even doubting it than you can by displaying it, however great. Keep expectations alive. Keep nourishing them. Let much promise more. And let great deeds make people expect still greater ones. Don't show everything you have on the first roll of the dice. The trick is to moderate your strength in knowledge and advance little by little toward success. Good common sense, it is the throne of reason, foundation of prudence, and by its light it is easy to succeed. It is a gift from heaven, highly prized, because it is first and best. Good sense in our armor, so necessary that the lack of the single piece will make people call us lacking. When least present, most missed. All actions in life depend on its influence, and all solicit its approval. For all depends on intelligence. It consists of a natural inclination to all that conforms most to reason, and to all that is most fit. Make your reputation and keep it. We enjoy it on loan from fame. It is expensive, for it is born from eminence, which is as rare as mediocrity is common. Once attained, it is easily kept. It confers many an obligation, performs many a deed. It is a sort of majesty when it turns into veneration through the sublimity of its origin and sphere of action. Reputations based on substance are the ones that have always endured. Write your intentions in a cipher. Passions are the gates of the spirit. The most practical sort of knowledge lies in dissimulation. The person who shows his cards risks losing. That caution and reserve combat the attentiveness of others. When your opponent sees into your reasoning like a lynx, conceal your thoughts like an inky cuttlefish. Let no one discover your inclinations, no one foresee them, either to contradict or to flatter them. Reality and appearance. Things pass for what they seem, not for what they are. Only rarely do people look into them, and many are satisfied with appearances. It isn't enough to be right if your face looks malicious and wrong. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence and one of the delights of righteousness. Half the world is laughing at the other half, and folly rules over all. Either everything is good or everything is bad, depending on how you look at it. Either everything is good or everything is bad, depending on how you look at it. What one person pursues, another shuns. It is an insufferable fool who measures all things by his own opinion. Perfection does not mean pleasing one person alone. Tastes are as abundant as faces and just as varied. There is no defect that someone does not value, and you need not lower your opinion because a thing doesn't please some people. There will be others to appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of true satisfaction is the approval of renowned people who know how to judge each class of things. One does not live by following one opinion, one custom, or one century.
You trace the lines on a page that's worn and bent, marginalia from another time, little notes of what they missed, coffee stains on chapter 10. You say someone cried right here. All these quiet, folded corners, holding. Teach me the wisdom of books, but the intelligence of love reads between the lines where the ink gives up. You say the brightest lights still have so much to learn, so turn that fragile page and let my stubborn heart torn with you. Oh, with you. You quote a line about patience, about grace. Then you stop and start to smile with that softness in your face. You can memorize the theories, still not know a wounded soul. Then you press your thumb to mine, and it feels like coming home. Teach me the wisdom of books, but the intelligence of love. So appreciate it. Apology is gentle, and forgiveness is enough. You say the bravest hearts are the first ones to return. So turn that fragile page and let my restless heart learn from you.
if well, virtue loses only the war. If your judgment grievously, why can something turn out well? A companion like healing other people, calm, peacefully people, of action, over anxiousness by his own will.
With a story being We trace the lines on a page that's worn and bent, marginalia from another time, little notes of what they meant. Coffee stains on chapter 10, you say someone cried right here. All these quiet, folded corners hold the years. Teach me the wisdom of books, the intelligence of love. Reads between the lines, where the ink gives up. You say the brightest minds still have so much to learn. So turn that fragile page and let my stubborn heart turn with you. Oh, with you. You quote a line about patience, about grace. Then you stop and start to smile with that softness in your face. You can memorize the theory, still not know its soul. Then you press your thumb to mine, and it feels like coming home. Teach me the wisdom of books, the intelligence of love, where apology is gentle and forgiveness is enough. You say the bravest hearts are the first ones to return. So turn that fragile page and let my restless heart learn from you. You close the cover, hold it to the chest. Say all of this is paper till we put it to the test. So I stumble through my sentences. You just take my hand instead. Understanding isn't spoken, it's how you're hearing what's unsaid. Teach me the wisdom of books and the intelligence of love. All the underlying mistakes we can rise above. How
Finally, she gave me the first call.
Where's the story being wrote? Oh, the story being wrote.
The art of living well. Live. The art. I drew maps on the backs of receipts, tiny plans in the dark of a cheap backseat. Told myself how to fail with my teeth clenched tight, how to stare down every locked door like it owed me life. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. Not loving every small secret test. Every low, I know it's wrong. I'm the one brings out the pressure. Turn all that friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. I learned fast from the cracks in my own design. Sharp turns where I almost crossed the line. Wrote truth on the walls of an empty room. If they won't open up a space for you, you carve your own through the stone and fumes. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. I'm loving every scar, secret test. Every note, a loaded drug. You build a language out of pressure. Turn all my friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. Genius. Just 1,000 tiny edits. Midnight questions. Wrestling with habits. I keep my doubts like tools on a metal rack. They cut deep, but they keep me sharp. Keep me coming back. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. I'm learning every scar, secret test. Every note, a loaded drug. You build a language out of pressure. Turn all that friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. sharp turns, where I almost crossed the line. Road truths on the walls of an empty room. If they won't open up a space for you, you carve your own stone and fume. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. Not luck. Every scar a secret test. Every no alone struggle. I built a language out of pressure. Turn all the beats and hang the phone. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. Years, just 1,000 tiny edits. Midnight questions, wrestling with habits. I keep my doubts like tools on a metal rack. They cut deep, but they keep me sharp, keep me coming back. Oh. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. Not luck. Every scar a secret test. Every new and lonely struggle. I built a language out of pressure. Turn all the friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. You said wisdom is an old man's hand. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother, humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the ink and the strain. Knowledge is the question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take the step. Morals are the lines that you draw in the shadow. Virtue's what you guard when you got nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in heart of God in a human hand. Every scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Teach me the heart of God in a human hand. You said wisdom is an old man's hand. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is a question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take the step. Morals are the lines that you draw in the shadow. Virtue is what you got when you got nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Character's a promise you make at midnight. Perfection is a crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us. Turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get
So I haven't passed the bar. This is a running for Congress. I'm a candidate, aka potential lawmaker, though I haven't passed the bar.
every scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know
Moment as
looks looks a lot like mercy here. I see the end of the golden end in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky. Just a quiet grace in your tired
Is it? It should be interesting.
If I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Teach me the heart of God in a human hand.
Open some hot.
I was chasing flawless, straight lines, clean hands. Tried to polish every moment into something it could never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step,
Very well.
held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beating, breaking heart, a mirror of your love. I was chasing flawless, straight line, clean hand. Try to polish every moment into something that can never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step, every breath held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beating, breaking heart. Little cracks in my halo, coffee stain on my white shirt. Still I'm tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were. I keep tripping on my questions, set my heart on every doubt. Yeah, you're writing in the margins, lines I still can't figure out. You're the wisdom in my wonder, joy inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in my shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect love, perfect reflection, drawing heaven through my life. List of virtues, all the ways I had to shine. But you're patient with my missteps, turning rules to living life. Every scar becomes a teacher, every failure a fertile ground. Slowly shaping softer edges, till your kindness shows in mine.
future. Still I'm tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were. I keep tripping on my questions, still my heart on every doubt. Yeah, you're writing in the margins, lines I still can't figure out. You're the wisdom in my words, you're inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my will moves kind. Perfect love, perfect reflection. Drawing heaven through my life. I was taught to live the virtues, all the ways I had to shine. Be patient with my missteps, learning rules to living life. Every scar becomes a teacher, every failure fertile ground. Slowly shaping softer edges, till your kindness shows in mine. You're the wisdom in the wonder, so inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my will comes kind. Perfect love, perfect reflection. Running through my life. Flawless as you, but a heart that learns to stay when it's hard to offer mercy. You still meet me in the grave. In the in-between, where my strength and fear collide, making something bright and holy from this ordinary life. You're the wisdom in my wonder, from inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect God in perfect order. Walking daily by your side. Perfect love, perfect reflection. Your glory fills my life. You trace a circle on the window, breath on the glass turns to light. Ask me what are we made for? I say more than just getting by. Little flashes in the mirror, patience, laughter, quiet grace. Every scar you try to cover, there's a halo on your face. Heaven in the hand, pride, every step used to like, asking, what are we made for? I say more than just getting by. Little flashes in the mirror, patience, laughter, quiet grace. Every scar you tried to cover, bright halo on your face. Heaven in our hands, right here, right now. Every step we stand is a safe. Doorstep sunshine, name on the flyer, coffee in hand, talking truth to power. From our schools to the small town stores, Sean's been listening at our doors. Kitover can win, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice alive. Ballot cast every hope we bring. John Kitover, let the people sing. Kitover can win, yeah. We choose the middle for a future. Change begin. Families, folks on the night shift too. Tired promises that never come through. He's got plans, not just a polished line. Fair work, safe streets, and a vote that's mine. Can win, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice alive. Ballot cast every hope we bring. Talk it over, let the people sing. Can win, yeah. We choose to live for a future. We can win this time. March 17, let your voice align. Every ballot cast, every hope we bring. John Kitover, let the people sing. Kitover can win. Watch the tide roll in for a future. Change doorstep sunshine, name on the flyer, coffee in hand, talking truth to power. From our schools to the small town stores, John's been listening at our doors. Yo, can we can win this time? March 17, let your voice alive. Podcast, every hope we bring. John, get it over. People sing. Can win, yeah. We choose him for our future. Let the change begin. Working families, folks on the night shift too. Tired of promises that never come through. He's We choose him for our future. Let the change This is our moment. This is our say. We move the needle when we show up that day. Hand in hand, neighbor and friend. John's gonna fight for us to the end. We win this time. March the team. Let your voice alive. Every power cast. Every hope we bring. John Kitover. We will sing out Watch us hide for our future. Let the change begin. Marching forward side by side. 22, 1 this is our time. I've seen our town get brushed aside. Heard the tide, maybe next time. We've been patient, we've been kind. Now we're drawing a brand new line. You want schools that really shine. Small biz dreams that actually thrive. Clean streets, safe days, calm nights. We need someone on our side. So when they say it's just the same old game, we answer back, we call his name. With John Kitover, let's make our future clearer. Every voice a little stronger. We pull that lever together on March 17th. Stand up, let your hope show up for us. Marching forward, side by side. 2026, this is our time. I've seen our town get brushed aside. Heard the time, maybe next time. We've been patient, we've been kind. Now we're drawing a brand new line. You want schools that really shine. Small biz dreams that actually thrive. Clean streets, safe days, calm nights. We need someone on our side. So when they say it's just the same old game, we answer back, we call his name. With John Kitover, let's make our future clearer. Every voice a little stronger when we pull that lever together on March 17th. Stand up, let your hope show up for honest change in our corner. Shabos prayers, all asking for help, wealth, love, peace and strength. You Shabos shovels pray, song asking for their love, peace and strength. Your shovels pray, song asking for their love, peace and strength. Shovels spread, some asking for love. You shovels prayer song, asking for health, wealth, love, peace, and strength. You shovels prayer song, asking for health, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Shabbat's prayer song, asking for health, wealth, peace, and strength. You, Shabbat's prayer song, asking for health, wealth, peace, and strength. Shabos, prayer song, asking for help. Jewish prayer song, asking for health, wealth, love, peace, and strength. nearest unto our ancient order. That equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature?
Superior talents due to baseness come to a bad end. Knowledge without judgment is godliness.
The art of living well. Live well. Never act unless you think it prudent to do so. If the person doing something suspects he will fail, it will be evident to the person watching, even more so when he is a rival. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over-scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over-scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. You will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. Virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. It always walks under the midday sun of reason. How can something turn out well when caution started to condemn it the moment it was conceived? Even resolutions that pass the inner examination, nemine discrepante, often turn out badly. So what can we expect from those that reason, doubted, over, in judgment, How can something turn out well? Caution started to condemn in the moment it was conceived. Even resolutions that pass the inner examined wisdom. It's more a compendium of the whole natural world. Let art make him a universe by training his taste and intellect. Unfathomable gifts. Prudent person, if he wants to be revered by others, should never allow them to judge the extent of his knowledge and courage. Allow yourself to be known, but not comprehended. No one will discern the limits of your talent, and thus no one will be disappointed. You can win more admiration by keeping other people guessing the extent of your talent or even doubting it. Then you can by displaying it, by keeping other people guessing the good common sense. It is the throne of reason, foundation of prudence, by its light. It is easy to succeed. It is a gift from heaven, highly prized, because it is first and best. Good sense in our armor, so necessary that the lack of the single piece will make people call us lacking. When least present, most missed. All actions in life depend on its influence, and all solicit its approval. For all depends on intelligence. It consists of a natural inclination to all that conforms most to reason, and to all the peace will make people call us lacking. When least it is expansive, for it is born from eminence, which is as rare as mediocrity is common. Once attained, it is easily kept. It confers many an obligation, performs many a deed. It is a sort of majesty when it turns into veneration through the sublimity of its origin and sphere of action. Reputations based on substance are the ones that have always endured. Of action. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance, or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence, and one of the delights of righteousness. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance, or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence, and one of the delights of righteousness. By his own opinion. Perfection does not mean pleasing one person alone. Tastes are as abundant as faces, and just as varied. There is no defect that someone does not value, and you need not lower your opinion because a thing doesn't please some people. There will be others to appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of true satisfaction is the approval of renowned people who know how to judge each class of things. One does not live by following one opinion, one custom, or one century. Smiles will appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of truth.
Nick, what up, dude? No, I'm not gonna do any Cindy Stumpo impersonations, Nick. This is a serious room, and you know you always want to joke around about Cindy Stumpo and Grant Cardone and the genius known as Chatter's CEO Nelson, Lord Admiral Nelson. What's going on, Nick? How are you doing?
You bet. How are you? How are you? You know, what do you think the IQ level is of people in chillism combined?
I really don't know. I really don't know. It's just when you read a book, you realize, or you listen to a book, you just realize how all the stupid shit you hear is stupid, and it's not even worth listening to it. So I'm trying to like control my mind by controlling what I listen to and what I say.
You know, I just finished reading a book called Bully Market.
Mhm.
Have you ever read it?
Mm-mm.
It talked about this lady working at Goldman Sachs for like 19 years, right?
Mhm.
Because when I was in college, like I wanted to go work, like I wanted to go work in accounting first, and then eventually go work on like Wall Street or something. Because like my finance professor was like, oh, you know, these are good firms that you can get in with like Goldman Sachs or Smith Barney or whatever, doing investment banking. I'm like, this is gonna be like awesome. And then I heard like how horrible it is to work there. And then I was like, I didn't believe it. And then I read a book. It was called like Why I Left Goldman Sachs by like Greg Smith.
Mhm.
And that validated everything I heard about working there. And then I just read this book. And I'm like, that further validated like how awful of a company that is.
Mhm.
Look, you're paid insane amounts of money, but
Yeah.
like you work insane out. Well, you live in Chicago, you know the banking industry.
Yeah, but it's not like I don't know. I mean, they say in the news that they're doing, you know, return from home, you know, and got to be back in the office, and but I just don't buy it. Like real intelligence isn't, you know, manic. Like if your team is manic, like anyways, I'm just saying it's all like bullshit, you know, unless you actually work at Goldman, like imagine getting out of college and starting at, you know, 500,000 or 800,000, like that's actually more of like a culture, like status caste type welcome. You know, like if you have a JD MBA from Harvard or Yale and you get a job at Goldman, like it's a little bit like that movie American Psycho, you know, with M&As and you know, I mean, I know somebody who's really high up in banking, and you know they had 300 million. Now they only have, you know, 50 million, but uh, it doesn't mean he was smart. You know, it just means that it was the right place, right time. You know, he's not. He's a book reader, but like how did you? He lost 250 million. Like he didn't diversify. He kept it all in Citigroup, and Citigroup went to $2 a share, and he panicked and he sold all. But now it's all back. That's the craziest thing in the world. That all the equity was wiped out of every major bank, and it's back, and it's bigger than ever before.
Yeah, that's just it.
If you would have held, you would have been fine unless you were all in on Bear Stearns or Lehman. But you know, it's interesting. Bear Stearns went under, right? And that's actually Epstein's firm. So like that kind of shows you that that wasn't like a legitimate firm to begin with. It's like a dummy corp that they let go bankrupt, you know, because they're like, fuck it, Bear Stearns is done. Dude, everything is tied to Epstein. Like because it's such a mind virus, you know, it's an impressive mind virus. It's very powerful. And there's just these websites like jmail.world and etc. And there's YouTube channels now that are like expressly dedicated to posting all the Epstein videos. Like it's out there at scale. Like Do you know how all these people that didn't want their names named, they were just like, now they're just like, oh my God. Like the fucking Pritzker of Hyatt Hotels was raping boys in Afghanistan with toys. It's like you can't make this shit up. And like, how the fuck do you stay on as the CEO of one of the world's largest hotel groups if you're in an email exchange with Epstein saying he, that he's raping boys in Afghanistan? You're like, what? Arrest this fucking guy! Arrest this motherfucker! Arrest Pritzker! He's raping boys with Epstein. What? It's not fake, right? Hello? It's not fake. This is like on the DOJ website. You can download it yourself if you have the ability,
Dude, your videos are hilarious on Instagram. Like, I gotta say, they're pretty creative with that app that you use.
Yeah. It's not me, dude. It's like, it is me, but it's not me. Like,
It's AI. Yeah,
it's, yeah. I mean, no, I mean in like, in terms of like how they're funny, because like the prompt, but the thing is, the app is just so stupid and crazy. Like, it makes it funny by being like kind of artistic, like the format of a sitcom is like kind of special because like that's how people relax. They watch All in the Family or like, Brady Bunch or whatever. Like those shows are very calming, and it's just so funny how Sora like is able to like basically make it a sitcom, meaning like you're on a couch. Like that's the focus of the cameras on the show. It's impressive. It's very funny. I mean, I sit there and I fucking die laughing sometimes.
so it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never really gonna get distribution. The whole thing, like, if you want to try to succeed in web publishing, it's all keywords. You have to be able to, get placement for keywords. Otherwise, you have no audience.
Right.
But I'm going to the gym shortly. I've been reading a book all day by Balthasar Gracian called The Art of Wisdom. It's very smart, and I'm trying to control what I listen to on this app because this app is like a tractor beam, like Star Trek. It can capture you.
It's like I said, just being a finance nerd. I like reading books about like finance and economics. And when I read the one like Bully Market with this lady's like 19-year experience at like Goldman Sachs, it was really, really enlightening. Another really good book. You ever read The End of Loyalty: The Rise and Fall of Good Jobs in America?
Mm-mm.
That's a really good one too. What's another one that's pretty good? Well, you've read End the Fed by Ron Paul and Ron Paul Revolution, I'm sure. The Revolution Manifesto.
I don't think I ever read them. Maybe parts of it online. I think I read like some of his publishings that he put out, but I haven't read a Ron Paul book in long, since I gave him a bunch of money and I got a photo with him.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. That he went to my college one night, and then he showed up at like some restaurant to say hi. I was gonna go, but I had to work late that night, so I didn't get a chance to go see him. But that was in 2012 when I thought at one point I didn't think he was gonna win, but I thought he was at one point gonna go against Mitt Romney, but that never ended up happening. I mean, he was in the top 4 at one point. But I don't know about his son. I think Rand Paul and Massey are done. Too many rhinos out there.
Pritzker just said that he erased $1 billion in a medical debt. I'm like, you mean you just reassigned it to the taxpayers? Nice job on borrowing and spending that to pay off, creditors. Wonderful.
Right. I mean, I just wonder how long it takes them to before they just say, fuck it, we're defaulting on this debt. But they won't do that because just inflating away is the easier way to do it.
Did you see the video of Mamdani responding to how high will the property taxes go?
No, what did that dumbass say?
He's like, they'll go as high as they need to go based on how high the homeowner can pay it.
Well, the funniest thing, John, was when Gavin Newsom, um, he put a wealth tax in California. Now, like, how many trillions of dollars of tax dollars left? Now Zuckerberg and all these people, and Sergey Ben and Larry Page are buying shit in Florida. Because like these dipshits don't understand. Rich people have mobility options.
Yeah.
Just go somewhere else. Like,
and I came to that conclusion when I was like, I'd like to move, but then I'm thinking to myself, it's like, I can't, because like I can't clone what I have somewhere else. I just can't.
Right, those guys can.
Yeah, many times over.
Like Google's thinking about moving their headquarters out of California to Florida. They were talking potentially.
Well, when I worked at Google, when they fired me, and like I could see like he was going through like his laptop on all the notes and everything. Like he had, because I actually looked up to see where Larry Page sits in the Menlo Park office, and I was looking at like the org chart and going through it extensively. And like even you could, I mean, the org chart thing at Google was like the coolest thing in the world. It was so fucking big. I wish I would have screenshotted all of it.
Like when they fired you at Google, did they give you a severance package?
Nothing, bro. Nothing. They
Really?
took my laptop and walked me out the fucking front door. That was the end of it. If I was smart, I wouldn't have come into work that day, and I would have just kept the laptop and sued. Like,
but how good were like the benefits? Because I've heard like the benefits are insane there.
Yeah, dude. And the severance packages that they give to people that they lay off is incredible. I mean, and like incredible. And people made their livelihood there. I was working with people that had been there for so many years. I was just shocked. I was like, I can't believe you've been here like 20 years already at this point. Welcome, man. Oh, quick in and out. Fucking Lebanese whore.
The thing is with Google and all those tech companies, they pay everyone in like stock options, like after 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah.
You get company stock or something.
Yeah.
Because that's what one guy was telling me when I was out in the Bay Area. He's like, yeah, I work for Google, and he's like, the thing is that I know like after like next year I fully invest, and then I'm cashing in my options to buy a house.
Nice.
Because he's like, that's the only way you can buy a house in that area. It's so fucking expensive. It's ridiculous.
I know.
I stay in San Mateo.
It's really nice. I don't know, like, I don't really think that geography is all that important. Like, people, because I'm like big into meditation. Like, if I already have my basics covered, I don't need to go anywhere else. And people are just like ridiculously greedy. They can't find any happiness in the now, and they're just constantly like comparing, contrasting, trying to upgrade, or like it's like just relax. It's like try to enjoy it, because life is short, and I don't know, I'd focus on other things than the lifestyle of the rich and famous or something. Like, if you're a fat ass, like shouldn't that always be your number one priority? I just can't understand obese people, how they can't make it their priority to find the time to like work out 2 hours a day. You're obese. Like, that should be your top priority number, right? So it's just always amazing seeing the morbidly obese. I get it. Maybe it's, so many factors, but the whole thing comes down to the fact that they can't control themselves. And, but there's some wealthy fat asses, which is amazing. Because that shows you, like, making money is not all about intelligence. A lot of it is about, like, sociopathic, psychopathic behavior, manipulation, and lying, and cheating, or stealing, or anyways, like look at Reid Hoffman and basically see this whole Epstein thing is it is basically uh, like a 9/11 volcano exploding nonstop because it confirms the suspicious story of a higher level pedophile network secretly running ops and manipulating and controlling world affairs. And it's like, how the fuck did Pam Bondi, Trump, everybody at the DOJ, FBI, everybody just say we're not releasing it? It's national security. Like what? Just do that. Like why did they release all this? Because now it's like it has created a serious mind virus. And like even Thomas Massey, he's like, I'm not suicidal. And he's pushing, and everybody's pushing. And it's like, and now because of all these internet sleuths, like without the internet sleuths and people using AI to construct and create all these new platforms based around the Epstein files, they have created like a global focus. Like it's not just it's like, do you know in France they've raided like multiple businesses and nonprofits based off of this sex trafficking? Like the police in France are not just like standing by. Like they're taking action.
A little different.
It's everywhere though. It's UK, it's Germany, it's Italy. Like Epstein was a goddamn fucking octopus, and his network is the network that is engaged in real pederasty. So I mean, all these photos of him with children, he never had. Well, I guess he had like children, I suppose. You know, designer babies that he was working on or something.
That's the thing is, the people who are part of this are very rich and powerful. They're not going to release names for that reason.
Dude, it's all out there. There's like not like they have pieced together. It's so hard to follow. It's a little bit like COVID-19 because there's so much information that it's like
No. COVID-19 was really easy to follow. If you had half a brain or any common sense, you could realize the whole thing was bullshit.
it doesn't matter. It is the medium is the message, and I mean, I guess in that sense, maybe the Epstein files aren't going as far as they think they are, but
They'll never release it all. They never will. They'll just redact everything.
the thing is, they fucked up. The redactions didn't work. They on their website, on their server, you could change like the handle of the redacted file and get the unredacted, and the videos unredacted. Like they didn't know what they're doing. Like they didn't know how to really redact, and that, you know why? Because like it's difficult, and like they should never have released any of it to begin with. Do you know what's interesting about the FBI? Is like I saw a picture of the FBI in the 50s, and it was a giant, huge, massive like filing system where every piece of evidence, gets like a number in a file, and it's just a huge warehouse of like files. And like that's basically how they treated all the Epstein stuff. Every single piece of evidence that's been photographed, scanned, etc., has like a file number, which is an extension on the website. So, anyways, I'm just saying, I don't know how much time you've spent on this, but I've spent quite a few hours like going through the DOJ website and filming it all and posting it on YouTube and Instagram, etc. But then also all the stuff on X, because I have so many cell phones, I get so much, data running through my head and so much information.
Right.
But I'm just telling you, this Epstein thing, not the Epstein thing, like the Epstein, network. It's a social network, and it's amazing as well because the photography of the luxury that Epstein was living in is like bar none remarkable. And so like the real inside, I know, but that's nothing compared to the wealth of Bill Gates, Elon, like their wealth dwarfs Epstein, because Epstein, his value of estate was 800 million. And when you think about like the wealth of like Bill and Elon and the stuff we've never seen, I mean, dude, Zuckerberg's boat is 300 million, and he's got a follow-on craft that's worth 30 million. That's Dr. Evil power, bro. These people are their own nation states. Like they're beyond nation state status. Like they are their own world government.
Larry Ellison, that guy bought the island of Lanai, of it just because he could.
Yeah.
They wouldn't sell 100% of it. So he bought an island in Hawaii and just put a bunch of like hotels on it and hospitals and schools because he could. I mean, that guy has so much fuck you money. Bezos,
Yeah. Well,
Buffett.
Oracle is big time. I mean, it's amazing. All government platforms run on Oracle and on Windows around the world.
Yeah, my company uses like for accounting software, like Oracle's like a popular one too. So like, and the thing is, John, they can charge you whatever the fuck they want because if Oracle invoices my company, we have to pay it, or else they're gonna shut off our service. So like, we can't say no. So it's like such a good. It's an amazing business that he created. I mean, Larry Ellison is a smart dude. I gotta give it to him. But yeah, to your point, that guy has so much fuck you money. It's not even talked about.
Oh.
Did you see where Tucker Carlson called out Mark Cuban?
No.
You should go watch that. It's pretty good. Because he was talking about like, oh, Mark Cuban saying the U.S. should give money to Ukraine. He said, well, then why don't you give money to? He's like, I'm trying to fix healthcare in the U.S. And he's like, well, why don't you be the person that changes Ukraine? And he was like calling him out on it. It's pretty good. Did you see the Peter Schiff Tucker Carlson interview?
Mm-mm.
That one's pretty good too.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Yeah, I listen to Peter Schiff's show for God since 08. Yeah, Peter Schiff's really good. I like the best when he called out Art Laughter. He's like, there's no sense of a recession. There's no housing crash. I'll bet you a penny to say if you're wrong. That was the best. And he's like, no, the statute of limitation is 1 year. But
do you know anybody that works in wealth management? Financial advisors? Series 7? Series 63?
Just come on Clubhouse. There's plenty of them, John.
Yeah, they're like real estate agents or same thing. Real estate agents and financial advisors, they're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
I know a guy that he does like wealth management, but again, I used to think I wanted to go into that, but what you have to do to be really good at that and make a lot of money is like you basically have to be an ambulance chaser.
I have a mirror in my other recording studio name dropping me. I can hear him.
Oh, that's funny.
I've been live streaming him under a new burner. You know, I have another burner and I accidentally didn't have it in anonymous mode and his room was the first in the lineup, so it showed me in the room and then he blocked it, like a brand new burner. So I had to get another burner and now I got the new burner going. And it really is true. If you do play copyrighted music, like you can fucking cause me serious problems. And so it's challenging because like I want to just like leave, you know, go to the gym. But at the same time, I'm worried like if they catch it, like they could cause me like it's very annoying to get a copyright strike on YouTube. Like it shuts me down, you know. So it's like I just come in, I record, and I used to record like all night, but I feel it's like give it a rest, dude. You know, it's like really because what I'm trying to do is create samples of people, you know, in rooms. But like I'm not trying to like run it forever. Like 1 to 3 hours of recording you talking endlessly about your hate speech is like enough, you know. We don't need more. We don't need more garbage.
I still think your best troll name was Tiffany Sotheby.
It is a good one.
I really want to hear what Tiffany has to say about dating. I was like eating or something. I almost spit out my food because I was crying of laughter. But I know what you're trolling. Anyone just trolling the fuck out of these people. And then that other one with like Jean-Jacques Ferrer or something. That was a hilarious troll name because you used to go and debate the news. troll Jonathan Big, and he's like, "Damn it, moderators!"
Don't bring that motherfucker back up. Don't bring that guy back up. Stop. Thank God. Daphne was there. Otherwise, I would have been arrested for fucking rape. Thank God Daphne was there to fucking provide a witness statement. Oh my God. Thank fucking God Daphne was there. And that was like the funniest shit I've ever heard. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Why is this like your content about how you abused somebody and then you had somebody on Clown House to back you up against their accusations? I'm like, is this how you clear the slander, I guess?
He used to get so pissed at you when you would have that Jean-Jacques name. I used to laugh my ass off when he used to run rooms and debate the news, and you just go up there and troll them, and he would say, "Moderators, throw down to the audience. Moderate."
People are crazy, dude.
Like every day for like 2 weeks straight, I would just laugh my ass off on it. But no, the one that I knew it was you with the Tiffany one, but I was like, I'm just gonna sit in the audience and laugh my ass off at this. And people thought like you were real, and you said you were where from Mississippi or Alabama, I can't remember. And you had the Southern accent. Kind of like a Monica mix, but it was like something else too.
Dude, Monica has been on Politically Correct, and people just fucking drag her. It's so funny how she gets attacked, and I assume it's like that in all rooms. But when people specifically like won't let up and they just keep dragging her, like that is very funny. And it's funny because like she's so weak and like she sounds like a fat ass who's like, immediately like she's like she gets choked up and like you can tell it's like impacting her and hurting her and like they just don't stop and oh man, it's just and it's sad because it's like she's choosing to be there and like her responses are so weak you can't even hear her and it's just like embarrassing, for her to like let herself be destroyed like that.
Politically correct, I'll go in there for 5 to 10 minutes and they always remove me. Because I always put in the chat with Goats mods. I'm like, Rutgers plays Duke today. I'm rooting for Rutgers. What about you, Douglas? And then he removes me. So, and then if Miki's there, I say, no, we don't want to buy fixed annuities for life insurance programs. She'll remove me. But yeah, those people are fucking dumb. You know that guy, Aaron Palmer,
Yeah.
whatever?
Yeah.
He's a little like you. He works for George Soros.
Well, I put that out there. I don't know if he really does.
I tell him that all the time.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like these people have been here for a long time and it's unbelievable like how boring they must be to like just continually repeat the same mantras for so many years. But what's amazing is I think it works for some of these guys because like if I were to like cast myself as a liberal Democrat, I probably would have gotten laid a lot more to tell you the truth because women are looking for that beta cuck orbiters to like, to basically worship them, to think that like, because anyways, I'm just saying like maybe it's more subversive than I think it is. And I'm not accurately like understanding the psychology of being a Democrat. And maybe there is like a sexual component. Maybe it's like a whole sexual, network that I'm not involved in because I don't present myself as being an N-word, F-word. I think that's probably what's up. Probably fucking myself by not having fake profiles of being like a liberal cuck Democrat.
Well, what do you think though is going to happen at this like midterm election? Do you think the Democrats are going to get a clean sweep?
It's pretty status quo, dude. Whatever the status quo is probably what the status quo will be. based on my interactions and knowing the Democrat candidate versus the Republican candidate, people talk about this +3, +4, +5. You're not gonna flip shit, and you know what? They're right. Like it's pretty fucking status quo, uh, because it's like fully automated. I mean, all these voter rolls and databases, and the fact that Trump won, that's the fucking miracle. Because how the fuck does our electoral college, you know, vote Trump when we know they're mostly all fucking woke Democrat leftists? Like, how the fuck did Trump become the president? I still can't understand that. So that to me is like a fucking miracle. That fucking Kamala couldn't get the electoral college to say you're our new Madam President when most of them are all left. It's got to be at least 51% leftists. Got to be. So how the fuck did Trump become president?
But I just wonder, like, you see people like Massey that are probably going to be gone, Rand Paul might be gone.
Dude, how can you say Massey's gonna be gone? The guy's been there for a long time, and he's got real, actual people like that worship him like a god. I know, and none of these Trump endorsements carry any weight. It's all just paper tiger shit because people vote for Massey because like they know what's up, dude. Like I'm telling you, he's not. Dude, he's highly organized. He's gonna win. If I could bet on it, I would bet on it. Like maybe he's on Polymarket. I would put money on him.
I hope so. But like Mitch McConnell's gone, Nancy Pelosi's gone. Isn't that bitch Maxine Waters gone?
No. No.
It's 87.
She just got in a fight with Secretary Besant, and Besant's like, have some dignity. She's like, shut him up! Shut him up! Shut up! Shut up! He's like, have some dignity.
She doesn't even live there. She represents Compton, Inglewood, and Watt. You think that she lives there? No, she lives in like Beverly Hills or something. But like,
did you see? Judge Judy?
Yeah.
I read how she negotiated her like $45 million a year salary. She would show up at like an annual dinner with CBS and like give him an envelope every year with like an upgrade to her salary and her contract. And one year they gave her an envelope and she threw it back at them. She said, I'm not accepting this. And she says, if I accept this is a negotiation. She says, there's no negotiating with Judge Judy. And they just acquiesced and said, yes, Judge. Because the show made a lot of money, If she's pulling in $45 million a year, that show's bringing in like $100 million, $200 million a year.
So, yeah, she can. They have to almost pay her what she's asking.
Yeah, they'd be stupid to walk away from $150 million net a year to say, fuck you. Like, no. But Seinfeld, they kind of pulled the same thing. And their royalties ended up being so huge that like how the fuck could Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld have ever guessed that they'd become a billionaire? Like no way. Like unless the thing called residuals, which is probably rapidly dying, but they were smart enough to get that, especially for Jerry and Larry, but nobody else got that sweetheart deal. But everybody's set, dude. More money than they can ever spend. Bro, when you get that kind of money, man, you just go to Topanga Canyon and you get yourself a house in the hills and you live in a bubble, bro. Beverly Hills is like the greatest bubble on the planet. It's the best weather. Unless, of course, you were caught in the fucking fire and you lost it all and now you can't even rebuild.
That's the Palisades, not Beverly Hills, dude. I'm telling you, when I was out in Los Angeles doing LA in a day, or like doing like a bike tour there, the tour guy goes, watch what happens when you cross this street. I go, what's so big about it? It's just 2 streets. He goes, no, you don't understand. He's like, when we cross this street, we're going into Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you can eat off the fucking streets there. It's so clean.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, when they had the LA riots in 1991, you need an ID to cross the street here. They don't fuck around.
Yeah,
They're gonna buy their own private.
they got their own military police called the Beverly Hills Police Department. I know it's still dangerous though. Like people in Beverly Hills, you know, because all these crazy people are attracted to it, and homeless are definitely attracted to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, no, I know, but that was funny because when I was doing that tour, it was in 2020 during the scamdemic, and when all this Black Lives Matter, Friday, George Floyd bullshit came up, you didn't see any of that shit in Beverly Hills.
It's
That is
everywhere.
not gonna happen.
Well, they have protests. That guy ran the box truck through the Iranian protest just a couple months ago. Like, it's dangerous everywhere, dude. In fact, the nicer it is, the more likelihood that there's going to be an attack at that location.
But that dipshit mayor there in Chicago, he's up for re-election, and they're gonna re-elect him, I'm sure.
No. There's a lot of people, including myself, that are throwing their hats in the ring. The election is in February of 27, and you know, I'm thinking about putting up a big billboard outside of my house, Kitover for mayor, because I can probably get the signatures needed to get on the ballot because of proximity and volume and quality. You know, we'll see. I mean, I'm gonna definitely run for mayor of Chicago because it's really easy to do. It's so easy to file, and it'll be one of the most watched nationally political events.
Brandon Johnson is his name.
Yeah, I know. He's a
And that's
total
what it-
moron, completely
That
low
guy is
IQ, brain
fucking-
dead.
That guy is fucking dumb. Some girl called a black lady called him a dumb N-word to his face.
He's really stupid.
That's how you know you're bad, when your own people are calling you bad. And like they fucked up like 16, 17 years ago when they basically sold all their parking meters to what, the Saudis or Qatar or whoever.
Dude, it's like the Pentagon. They don't even know how much debt they have. Like, it's run.
Yeah, they don't know.
What's amazing though is, you know, Bank of BOA is the number one debt holder. So like, dude, the accountants, the CPAs, the actual, everybody really knows how much debt there is, etc. And like, they can't even make the payments to meet the bare minimum for the funding of all of these pensions, and like the city of Chicago is refusing. But listen, there is this woman here in Chicago named Stacey Gates, who's like the most hardcore communist, psychopath, liberal retard you've ever seen. And for President's Day, she gave a speech about herself because she's the president of the Chicago Teachers Union. So like, instead of honoring US presidents, this dumb bitch honors herself. And like, everybody just trashed her on her, like, dude, the comments are so crazy. Like, it's like there's like an open revolt. And like, but the thing is, like, it's the images that they put out, the videos they put out are so cringe and so crazy that it's like obvious that these people are parasites and like not really interested in educating our children because they have never even educated themselves. It's fucking crazy. It's like a different planet. It's like a Martian planet of like, you're like, this isn't what like teachers and unions were like when I was a kid. Like, it was totally professional, totally dedicated to education, no politics at all. So like, how the fuck can teachers become hyper political when we're paying them with our property taxes? Shut the fuck up and read the books. It's crazy.
Right. Why did Karl Marx say workers of the world unite?
But see, these aren't workers. These are socialist. See, you can't call education work. It's a duty and responsibility of everybody because everybody should want to be educated. But when you all your communication deals with, basically it's the same complaint against the Zionists: occupation, genocide, and reparations, and white structural racism. And it's so crazy because, like, in Evanston, they have given like 300 African Americans $40,000 from cannabis taxation. And it's just like, well, let's see the profiles on all these people that they've given all this money to. Plus, have they paid income tax on it? There's like this whole, basically that's what they're really interested in, is like social equity redistribution based on race. And the whole concept of race is just so tentative and stupid at this point. Man, I don't know. Maybe if there is some kind of like awesome AI breakthrough, because like we are so smart as like a collective globally, that like maybe there will be like some kind of like AI messiah or AI antichrist, whatever you want to call it. But maybe there will be like some type of breakthrough innovation, because like based on like how TikTok and the micro like electronics, like it would be pretty cool to have an AI dog, or like what that was like amazing,
Come out. Don't worry. All that shit's gonna come out.
But will it live up to like our imaginations? And sadly, philosophy says no.
I think it will over time. It will.
Really though, because like pretty complicated to create. Because you would imagine it would have to be very expensive to have a very amazing robot. It would cost like a Bugatti, no? Like it would be millions of dollars to have one of the latest robots from Tesla.
I'm sure, but
Because it's basically a slave. Like you now have a slave. Like you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean. Like that's what it's. People would first go for the housekeeper. No, like that's the premium model. Like that movie I Robot, with Will Smith, and I hate Will Smith,
right.
but like that would be the dream where like we actually have, a robot smarter than a human serving a human. Like that would be the imagination. But I just don't think it's possible. Because most of
Yeah.
this stuff is like linguistic spam. It's not like literal. And these robots are like, it's all kind of the same shit. I mean, most of these videos are all AI videos. So it's possible though, but fuck, they'll probably use them for war before they'll use them for housekeeping. Let's be practical here. Let's not send our soldiers to go die in the trenches. Let's go send 1 million robots.
Right.
It's a little bit like Star Wars, the clone army. But I'm optimistic, because it's like the world, like I'm glad that I live in America versus, I'm glad we have the leadership that we have in America. Like I would be very demoralized if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were our president right now. I would be
God.
very upset regularly.
I think Tim Walz was probably one of the dumbest fucking vice presidents I've seen in our lifetime. Although, I mean, we thought Dan Quayle was bad. I don't know, man. Walz was dumber.
Dude, Waltz is leading and in charge and responsible for like one of the, not the biggest, but a massive fraud and drain on our California. Like, have you seen, so Doge, HHS, have you seen the Health and Human Services, which is tracking all the spending for Medicare, Medicaid? And they're outing
No.
all of these massive fraud rings in Boston, in California, everywhere. Like now they have the actual data and the expenditures. And I even had a post on Grok because Thomas Massey was like posting about this HHS fraud. And then I just posted a reply like, hey, Grok, identify the top 10 most suspicious fraud line. And then it got 20,000 views on X because right time, right place, right question. And then all these other accounts, like big accounts with huge research capabilities, are really doing deep diving into the expenditures. And they're like, how the fuck can an office with one person bill $74 million out of Brooklyn? Like they're saying the fraud in Brooklyn is like insane levels of purport, like per capita and all this shit. So like they're able to do a lot of this on per capita. So all this analysis is coming out, but will there be action? I mean, will there be clawback? Because most of these IRS criminal investigators, they're going after these fraud rings, and but it's everybody. Everybody should be going after these fraud rings now that like the government data is public and internet sleuths are doing the work that people in the government can't even do because they're too stupid and like can't do it at scale. So there's, dude, it's gonna be a banger of a year. It's just getting started, and the weather's pretty good. They keep spraying aluminum into the sky though, but I gotta tell you, the weather's pretty good for February.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
There should be a lot of arrests, and there's so many arrests on pederasty and other sexual abuse crimes, which is like crazy because it's like, why are they publishing all this stuff now and doing all these arrests now? It's like it's got to be timed to like the Epstein release, where it looks like the government is taking action on a lot of these child sex trafficking rings, which are criminal, global criminal conspiracies, etc., and tied to narco terrorists, tied to just criminals. Like, have you been to the DHS website and seen the booking photos of all these ICE arrests?
So I've seen some.
Well, I looked at like over 300 booking photos in the state of Illinois, and I didn't even go to other states. But if you were to just like sit there and watch a video of 5,000 mugshots, you'd be like, bro, holy shit. Like, wow, talk about like a job well done, and talk about like trying to save America and getting like real criminal narcotic terrorists arrested. I mean, it's these booking photos and the associated description on their rap sheet is terrifying, dude. You're like, what? Yeah, you gotta realize that like this whole country, like in every major city, really does have a serious criminal illegal alien presence that is living here illegally and will not leave unless forcibly arrested. And they've got big rap sheets, and you're talking about like probably hundreds of thousands of more people that need to be arrested, who are like the most dangerous, and they're living in major US cities, but they're protected. And we don't have enough people to do these arrests. But a lot of this is also a scam. Like they're buying these huge like warehouses to like create these new like prison max facilities, etc. Dude, there's just no debt crisis, man. There's like never a debt crisis. It doesn't seem there's just like spending opportunities.
They sweep it under the rug and they put something else up there.
Here's another 50 billion to build prisons. It's like, wow, 50 billion.
Yeah.
Where did you come from, 50 billion? Oh, you mean Congress just said, here's 50 billion and the Federal Reserve put it into their systems, into their models. Here's your 50 billion. Thank you, Federal Reserve. No problem. Glad to help. So, dude, this Epstein thing has fucking caused lots of problems, even for replacing Chairman Powell. Because the guy that they wanted to put in is in the Epstein emails.
Well, you know what's interesting about this guy replacing Powell? I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a little different. He's not going to be what Trump expects. I don't think he's going to cut rates.
Dude, never say never. Like, Trump is the miracle man. And a lot of this deals with his legacy and his appraisal of his ministers and his, cabinet. So, also the thing is, when people get outed, he's got to take action. And if somebody's dishonor requires that they be terminated, like, they're going to lose their job, And, like, this ain't no Watergate, I saw a picture of the police officer who arrested the operatives that were doing Watergate. And, like, Watergate, became, like, a huge, massive machine, that brought down the presidency. He didn't have to, retire, but he's like, I didn't want to damage the presidency anymore. Dude, the guy didn't have to step down. Like, what the fuck? You know, Nixon probably regretted that over time. He's like, fuck it, I never should have stepped. Fuck it, I was the president. What the fuck?
Did you ever read his book, Watergate?
No.
It's very good, very, very interesting. But you know, to your point, I don't think he had to step down either.
Dude, that's the mandate, man. The fucking guy is Caesar. You know, like maybe he stepped down because he got a deal. That's probably what happened. He probably got a deal. And they're like, we won't arrest you, we won't kill you. And you can have all this shit. Just step down.
Yeah, that was his plea bargain, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Because he lived a great life, man. That guy had a fucking baller ass ranch in California.
I went to his library in California. It's very nice.
Yeah, the guy had an incredible. You know, the guy was, you know, he didn't flaunt his wealth, and I liked how he's like, I work. I don't go to Newport Beach on the weekend and hang out on my boat with a bunch of faggots. Like the guy was pretty based, you know. I mean, he didn't seem like he, you know, I mean, when you just compare like him to Obama and everything that Obama has done since leaving the presidency, it's like, dude, this guy is such a fucking F word, N word. And his Tower of Mordor in Chicago that he wants people to create misinformation out of, it's like the Tower of Babel. You know, it's just like never ending American hate. And how are we going to fix this? How are we going to come back after Trump is gone? It's like he has created his own industry, and it's totally traitorial and, you know, anti-American. It's like there's so many brainwashed people look at him as the GOAT, and they look at Brandon Johnson as the GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT. It's like, bitch, you know, why don't you try to become a GOAT? It's just, I mean, we have a problem in this country where the most unqualified, most woke, most deranged, biggest liars and misinformationists do become our leaders. And it's all based off of like this lie of racism and, you know, brown, black reparations by electing people who are unqualified. Like, the guy is not a learned man. You know, we need to elect extremely wise and learned people with extreme experience of incredible, you know, brilliancy. Like, we can't let these insane Marxists, socialists, liberal, Democrat, communist liars and traitors. They have to keep the Constitution in their mind and their heart at all times with what they're thinking and saying, and they just don't. They're crazy. They're history revisionists that hate American culture and history. It's wild to watch. It's like, dude, this is like the extreme clown world. Like, extreme clown world. It's unbelievable. And it's at scale. It's like everywhere. Every major liberal left woke city is a sanctuary city of wokeism and resistance and trans too. Like, Clinton just put out a photo with that trans congressperson. And it's like, dude, even using the word trans, it's like, no, man, I'm not going to do these word games with people that want to create words. They're the most sinister amongst us that demand that we even use words like trans or gay. No, homosexual faggots. Like, don't be afraid to use the word faggot. Because, you know, faggots is a bundle of sticks. And we're not associating faggots with a protected class. Just because you want to have homosexual orgasm doesn't give you a special protection of speech. It doesn't, despite the fact that Google says you can't talk about certain groups of people because they have protected speech benefits. That violates our Constitution. Everyone and everyone is worthy of being roasted. Doesn't matter if you suck cock or pussy. Like, we will roast you if your ideas are impractical and stupid, because we have a major crisis, which is the debt crisis, and none of these people can talk about it. They can't talk about it because it's not a crisis to them. It's just an opportunity. And so we've been sold out. Like, our founders and our fathers saved for us for the future, and we spent it all and borrowed 1,000 times against it. What? Dude, Nick, I'm telling you, man, it is a crisis, and it's real. Like, it's not impacting me, but there's other people out there that shouldn't have it so rough because they got sold out, 1,000 times
Well,
over.
think about it. From what 1776 to 2010, what was our national debt? Like 10 trillion when Rand Paul was first running or first got into Senate. He was talking about like being 10 trillion, 10
Yeah,
or 12, something like that. Yeah, we've almost tripled that,
yeah,
or we have tripled that
yep,
in like 15 years.
quadrupled it,
Yeah, we quadrupled it pretty much.
or even more than that because the unfunded liabilities,
Yeah,
that's the
unfunded
real number.
liabilities. And we don't even know how much 150 to 200 trillion. I brought that up in a room in here, and this guy's like, "No, you're full of shit." And I showed him some things like, "No, that's just an arbitrary Google website." I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
I mean, it's see, the thing is, it's just not genuine. See, the thing is that $1 trillion we're paying in interest every single year, which is really like 100 billion a month. Bro, who are the recipients at 100 billion a month? It's probably BOA, Wells Fargo,
Chase.
JP Morgan Chase,
Chase.
State Street, Vanguard, etc. Those are the real recipients of that $100 billion interest VIG monthly. And that's what's bleeding us. And because that's pure profit, dude. These financial services company don't have to manufacture a car to net that. Wow, what a life. What a life. There's no labor that goes into netting that, dude. That's just fucking finance profit, which is beautiful. Like fucking margins out the wazoo. But if you look at the margin of BOA or JPM, it's like 25%. It's not like the craziest profit margin in the world. It's not like a 4-to-1, but still, we're talking about 100 billion a month. Dude, want to talk about I'm not in the mafia, but Nick, when you're talking about 100 billion a month, now we start to talk about the integration of the banking industrial complex and the military industrial complex. Because guess what bankers like? They like former special, forces soldiers. Like, you can go from the Rangers into banking. You can. I mean, they recognize, like, they want dangerous people or sociopaths, psychopaths working with them because they need the security. They want killers with them because it's that much money. Like, that's how dangerous it is, really. Because that's life. But anyways, in the Epstein files, one of the scariest things that I read was, do you know what the Winter Hill Gang is?
No, I don't.
It's like one of the most psychotic, brutal narcotics trafficking gangs in American history with Whitey Bulger. It's called the Winter Hill Gang, and it says that they infiltrated and took over the Boston FBI.
Wow.
Can you imagine? Like, the FBI is not the FBI. It's being run by a gang, a terrorist, narcotic, psychopathic, deranged gang led by a former MK Ultra, subject participant known as Whitey Bulger, who they captured in Santa Monica with $1 million stuffed in the wall. But he was like an MK Ultra participant who did like all this lysergic acid and reprogramming that the CIA was doing. So they created a monster. They basically created a Frankenstein through the MK Ultra program, and there's multiple people who basically are Frankensteins as a result of their experimentation. But it's all taxpayer funded. So, in conclusion, uh, if you run a cult about deprogramming people from cults, guess what? That's your cult. You run a deprogramming cult. So the question is, who's going to watch the prison guards? Who's going to president the president? Who's going to watch the teachers? I mean, like, I'm just saying that we live in a very such a robust, hyper dynamic society And I was reading this book today by Balthasar Grassi. I was talking about what is perfection, um, and then also variety, and what was the other term for perfection? But anyways, variety is the spice of life, in my opinion. And it was also saying don't live your life by just one century, and that's what a lot of people do, especially a lot of Muslims. They live their life by one century, as opposed to like consuming multiple centuries of information and then living their life without so much judgment, but more living a life based on wisdom accumulation and information accumulation. And we're accumulating a lot of information, but a lot of the information that people are accumulating, it's just garbage. So garbage in, garbage out. This app is actually like a recycling center and a garbage dump. And what you bring into it is what you take out of it. But no one here has ever brought anything out other than garbage from Clubhouse. Nobody's ever brought a polished diamond or a polished bar of gold or silver or platinum. They've only brought out emotion. And that's what is tied. That's what this whole app is about. It's about emotion. It's not about information gathering or information transfer. It's about emotional emotion plus political position, and propaganda. So that's really the power of this app. And humans are smart enough to know that that's really the real value in it, because they're not bringing in any good information. Like CM here, he doesn't bring in any good information into this app. And therefore, he leaves this app with the garbage that he brings into it, which is complaints and criticism. And he's a terrible critic. There are professional critics out there, people that get paid because their critique is valued, but not CM's. CM has very negative critique. And I would challenge him to say, okay, John, I'll bring some value. I'm going to open up a book and read something. If you listen to me for 60 seconds or 3 minutes, you're here all day. You probably would listen to me if I had something valuable to say, because you're here all day, dude. You're here on this app like all day, 7 days a week, bro. How are you here so much? Are you getting paid? Well, I guess I don't have anything important to say or anything intelligent to say that you'd want to listen to give me some of your time and recording, but that's okay because I actually don't have anything interesting or intelligent to say. So that's my show. And there's a Clubhouse speaker here who's a super F word, super N word. Oh, Nick, do you know what an NFFN is?
No.
It stands for nigga, fucking nigga. And you gotta say it real quick, otherwise it would be considered hate speech. So you gotta say it real quick so nobody can really know what an NFFN is. But that's my comedy, and I'm sticking to it. And it's freedom of speech to be funny. To get around the censors in creative ways. That's what people get paid for, to be creative against the censors. Because the censors are the enemy of we the people, enemy of intelligence. They want to, I was talking about 9/11, on YouTube, and they literally gave me a community guideline strike and said that it's hate speech. And it's like 100, everything and that's the craziest thing, Nick. It's like, when the censor says that you can't say this, then you're like, oh my God, then it's the truth. It's the truth. They don't want the truth to come out. It's so crazy. It's like, dude, they're telling me exactly. I'm hitting the nail on the head, dude. Like, it's true, and they can't let out these national secrets on YouTube. So they tell you can't talk about 9/11 truth. You can't talk about World Trade Center 7. You can't talk about, the videos of people saying there's explosives going off in the lobby of the building. I mean, it's just like, dude, it was a CIA operation. I mean, controlled, So
Right.
if you have a problem with your government lying to you and deceiving you still to this day and covering it all up when it was like such a huge catastrophe, and even to this day with all the fucking chemicals, the asbestos poisoning, etc. Like, there's just, and talking about Silverstein and all this shit, it's like, dude, like, how can you censor us if we want to talk about 9/11? It's like, It's unbelievable. I mean, I don't believe that. Anyways, if I talk about it, I'll get another community guideline strike, so I can't talk about it. But I was just going to mention the Pentagon in Shanksville, and the fact that those were not airplanes; those were rockets. It's obvious. Like, it's fucking obvious. It was. That's not. There's no evidence that there were planes ever until like years later when they released photos, and they showed like the tail of the plane. And you're like, why did they release it so many years later? And why does it look like this is photoshopped? So, you know. Anyways, it's reality, dude. You know, like I'm not in on it, but there are people whose whole careers, were dedicated to this operation and this project. And it's terrifying to think that like millions of people died based off of uh, communication, hypnosis, and narrative. Because as soon as like it all happened, Osama bin Laden, 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 Osama bin. Like what? Talk about key buzzword and keyword of the day every day was terrorism, terrorism, terrorist, terrorist, Osama bin Laden, Osama, terrorist, Islamic terrorist, Osama. Like, it's just obvious that, I mean, but this is business, dude. And the thing is, the whole thing really does deal with how intelligent are you. But also the whole thing is censorship too, because, like I specifically went on eBay and bought a bunch of 9/11 materials, like 9/11 newspapers, 9/11 books, stuff that was made like right after the attacks, to like try to keep a sample of what I would consider propaganda, because now that we know the truth, that 9/11 and COVID-19 were pre-programmed projects. Like they're not they're not organic, dude. I mean,
you can ask Ludwig on the app all about 9/11. He's an expert.
Yeah. See, many people are just repeating the memories that they've, seen on the internet.
Exactly.
So, I take everything with a grain of salt, because like if we were to find out anyways, I'm just saying, who are the family members of the people on the planes, and why haven't we ever seen any videos with them crying about their deceased, husband or uncle, and how that bastard Muhammad who was on that plane was the guy that did it? Like, there's just not enough. See, there's like fiction movies about this shit, but there's never any there's no like video of somebody like piecing it all together and showing the victim statements and showing their profiles and their LinkedIn accounts. And, it's like, dude, so much of life is just what you're told. And that's when you've really got to realize that all communication is hypnosis and propaganda and projection and politics. And it's a huge manipulation and propaganda, because, like, your 8th grade education, right after that, like, you might as well just, anyways, it's all just water under the bridge for young people, because all these people die. A lot of this is just generational, I think, where like the Bushes, from JFK to George Bush, like at George Bush's funeral, like that was the end of like our Emperor Palpatine, and George Bush Jr. Doesn't seem to me to be like the most evil guy in the world. He seems actually to be like kind of an aloof American, but maybe he's not. Like, if his dad was eating the entrails of baby feces, I mean, he's the product of that. So like the Bohemian Grove, Illuminati, illumination crowd of what you could call like CIA Satanists or something. Did you ever see the movie The Good Shepherd?
With Matt Damon.
I've only seen parts of it. I've never seen the full thing.
Well, Israel did really well, because all their enemies except for Iran have been knocked offline, dude. Everybody that really hated Israel, they're gone. Bashar Assad, gone. Muammar Gaddafi, gone. Saddam Hussein, gone. Like, dude, I mean, Israel is like, they had to do it. They had to do it. They had to do it. And it worked out well for them. They have, And oh my God, did you know that MBS is actually Jewish in Saudi Arabia? I heard a room out here talking about how his grandmother is Jewish, and I was like, that is so funny. Yeah, because like you got to think about like the House of Saud is a mirror and a creation, really, of Britain, not so much America. Like our like Aramco. God, you know, Aramco had the biggest IPO of all time at $1 trillion. You know, like that, and it's only grown. It's gotten bigger. So, you know, it's a big club, bro, and I'm
George
not.
Carlin said it best.
I'm not in
Big
it.
club.
You ain't in it. But you know, if you are aware of it, in a way, you're just like tangential because like many people will never apply to BlackRock and they'll never apply to the Federal Reserve because they don't even know anything about it. And they don't even think about it. But like if you think about it, you know, if you want to be a saint, you got to be saintly. And, you know, a lot of life is people never achieve anything because they never attempt it. They never even attempt it. That's what I was reading about today. Let's see what the market cap of Aramco is now. $6 trillion! Jesus Christ. It's got a 5% dividend yield. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's insane how much
6
money
trillion. Dude, Aramco, Saudi Arabian oil company, is worth $6 trillion. I can't believe it. Fuck, dude.
I think Nvidia's like 5 trillion, 4 trillion.
Apple's at 4 trillion.
Yeah.
It's amazing, like oil is used everywhere. Cell phones are used everywhere. So like they're pretty much on par. And what's amazing is when you're worth $6 trillion, you're not even so much an oil producer as you are a financial services company. Because like so much of your work is, oh my God, we're making all this fucking money. You know, like, oh God, and Aramco invests. You know, Aramco has a portfolio. It's an institution, so there's a lot of money. You're a CPA, bro. If you got your Series 7 or you know, because a lot of this is also marketing. Like, how are you going to get hired at Goldman Sachs? How are you going to get on, like, you know, a Saudi trading desk for Aramco? I mean, it's real. It's out there. You know, a lot of this also is your investigation into it. Who are the people? And what's their LinkedIn? What's their X account? What's their Facebook page? Like, you know, because a lot of this is just communication and sales. Like I was reading about like famous art brokers, and like if you want to make a lot of money as an art broker, like you got to basically get a patron, a billionaire who wants to spend, you know, $100 million a year on artwork, and you're his broker. You know, you got to get that position. So, but those people earn it by cultivating it, by researching it, and basically running a psyop on their victim, on their client. So the question is, you know, how much time and effort are you going to invest in trying to achieve whatever your desire is? You know, you might be satisfied with what you got, and you know, but a lot of this is really just awareness, knowledge, and doing a little work. Like if you have a stock and you get their, you know, annual shareholder statement and their perspective, their series, whatever, like their disclosure shit, like it tells you who all the vice presidents are, etc. And like, do you do LinkedIn?
No, I don't use it.
I don't use it either, and I love that I'm not on it because I fucking hate it. But it
I
is.
had one some years ago. I deleted my account. It's just got really annoying, and people want to sell you stuff.
Yeah, but people who work at publicly traded corporations are on there because they are actually like trying to like survive. Meaning, like if they get cut, like they're gonna get picked up because they have that network and they're on there. And like if you own a share in any of these companies, you know who their board and who their key executives are because they publish it. And it's like, where else are you gonna get that information? You're not gonna get it anywhere unless you own a share in that fucking company. And they mail you every year. They're like, here's our fucking brochure, and here's who we are. And then you're like, okay, now I know who you are. Maybe I can try to communicate with you. You know, and most people are open to communication. That's the amazing thing. And we're living in this communication technology revolution of of mind control. Like the cell phone is our fucking it is our beta orbiter, and people live their lives imprisoned in a cell phone now. Even the rich, like it's a drug, dude. It's a medical device technology delivery, and this app is like a thing of it. And Elon still does this, but he doesn't do it here. He does it on his own platform now under Adrian Dittman. So you can talk with Elon Musk, but you got to know how to talk to him. You can't talk to him as Elon Musk.
Isn't there are multiple like Adrian Dittman accounts on X?
No, there's one Adrian Dittman account. He's got all these other little feeder accounts that like all go back to the Adrian Dittman. And he even took over my profile handle, Adrian Dittman, or he suspended it. Because I spelled it with one T and one N. He goes with two T's and two N's, I believe. But it's a big profile. And he just plays video games now. He just live streams himself playing video games. And if you knew that the richest man on the planet wastes all his time picking his ass playing video games, I'm actually kind of like, amazed. But I'm not, because I understand how ridiculous life is at this point. Like Clown World runs it, but Elon Musk has the time and the desire to just give no fucks and play video games and sit there and make stupid memes. And, he calls it art. Yo! Am I a Muslim? What's a Muslim?
Muslim is the one who prays, the one who believes in God, and who believes the prophet is the messenger.
What was all that at the end there? I couldn't hear you. You like said a bunch of quick stuff in like a snake tongue. What was that?
I say like the prophet. We say like peace be on him in Arabic. Muhammad.
Oh, Muhammad. Does he go by any other names?
We say like Prophet Muhammad in Arabic is Muhammad. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam means peace be on him. Like my English is kind of bad.
Who's the God of who's Muhammad's God?
Muhammad's God is Allah.
And who is Allah?
Allah is the one all-knowing, the Almighty, the King, the Master, the Sustainer, the everything.
Allah is everything?
Allah is everything, subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is the King of the kings.
Allah is King of kings. And so what does that make Muhammad?
Muhammad is a prophet, he is a messenger.
Is he a servant of the king?
Yes, like us.
Interesting. Well, that sounds, like a great movie. Is there a movie about this?
Nah, bro. It's like...
Pretty sure there's a movie about this. Maybe it's called The Prophet.
Can I ask you one question, Mary?
You want to ask me a question? Go ahead.
Okay, what do you believe in religion?
Do I believe in religion?
Yeah.
What's religion?
Like, do you believe in God?
What's God?
God who created you.
God created me?
Yes, sir, man.
I thought my mom and my dad had sex, and then because my father inseminated my mother, her uterus bare fruits of me. I didn't know God did that.
That doesn't make sense. Something has to begin for the first time,
Oh, you mean like Adam and Eve?
Yes, that's everything has a beginning. You know that.
Oh, I see. Well, is Jesus a Muslim?
Yes.
I thought he was a Christian.
No, it was not.
Jesus is a Muslim?
Yeah, he prayed to God.
Oh my God!
Listen, let me clarify. The word Muslim is the one to submit himself to God. Jesus prayed to God. That means he's Muslim.
Oh my God. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Well,
yeah, I hear you, bro.
That's amazing. Well, what about the Pope? Who is the Pope?
Pope. What's the Pope mean?
Yeah, what does the Pope mean?
Well, the thing is, my English is not that good. I'm not from America,
Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
You live in Sweden and you don't speak English?
Yeah, we're not that good, bro.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
Well, what century? Well, what year is it?
Like in Sweden.
Yeah, what's the year
In Sweden,
right now? Yeah.
it's 2026, bro.
What century do you live in?
In Islamic or like the other way?
Islamic.
Islamic like 1400 something.
1400 something.
Mm.
But do you live in 1400 something, or do you live in 2026?
We follow like the calendar of Islamic. I live in 1400 something.
Oh my God, you're still living in the 1400s. Wild. Well, would you get married to a 13-year-old? As you know, if you could have a marriage, would you marry a 13-year-old?
No. Why?
What about a 15-year-old?
No.
What about a 17-year-old?
No.
18-year-old?
Nah.
20-year-old?
I'm like 21, so like in my age or like older.
Okay, got it.
Most 1 year younger than me.
Is that like a 2026 thing or like a 1400 thing?
The thing is, back in the days, let me clarify. The thing is, back in the days, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the prophet marrying a young girl, yeah, right?
Aisha.
Yes, I know it. The thing is, she was not 9, bro.
How
She
old?
was 8. She was 18.
18?
Yes.
Wow.
Let me clarify that. She was 18. But the time by then, they didn't know like how time moves. You know, nobody had like what did I say? Like, you know, focus or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She was
Concentration.
She was grown, bro. Let me tell you about something, bro. You're such a good guy, bro. Let me be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
You can teach me about your religion. I will listen respectively and like listen and you get me?
Yeah, you want to learn English.
English and you do you believe in Christianity?
What's that?
You don't believe in any religion?
What are the major religions?
It's like the 5 or it's more. I know there's more religion, but I know the 5.
What are the 5?
The 5 is like Christianity, Islam. Hello, Zaza.
So Christianity, Islam, what are the other 3?
Judaism and Buddhism and Judaism and something like that.
Those are 5 big religions. What's the biggest?
The biggest Islam. The biggest is Christianity, I think.
No, it's Islam.
By population is Christianity.
Wait, let me check.
It is. But the fastest growing religion is Islam right now. That's for sure.
Okay, I don't have to check that. It's Islam.
Huh?
It is Islam.
The fastest growing religion is Islam, not the biggest.
But it's growing, so.
But yeah, I hear you, Zaza.
There are more Muslims in the world than any other religion.
But listen. I'm Muslim too. But the thing is, Alhamdulillah.
Muslims?
No. This guy's not Muslim.
Who's talking? Mayor or Jay?
J.
Mayor, are you Christian?
It doesn't believe. I don't think that it doesn't believe nothing.
No, I'm about to go to the gym.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah, I'm about to go work out and sweat. Do you know what the religion of sweating at the gym is called on a treadmill, and then lifting weights and stretching?
Discipline.
The Supreme?
Discipline.
Oh, that's called discipline.
Yeah, man.
The religion of discipline.
What is it called?
The religion of discipline. It's the discipline religion. I'm a member of the biggest faith of all time. It's called the discipline religion. We have a prophet named Dr. Discipline. Have you heard of Dr. Discipline? His uncle is called Dr. Good, and he's got an auntie named Dr. Evil. Do you know Dr. Good?
Where are you from?
Libya.
Say Arabic.
Do you own an oil well?
No, I don't. But all the oil are like it's not for anyone. It's for the country.
Oh,
Government.
I see.
Yes,
Well, what's going on in Libya? How's the capital?
it's okay.
Is
Don't
there?
believe the media.
What about Muammar Gaddafi? His son just got killed a couple weeks ago.
It's doubtful. There's nobody.
Doubtful. The guy got killed.
But no, he didn't. I don't think he got killed. I think he disappeared.
Oh, it's fake news. I see. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't die in the jail, so they put him on another island.
Yes.
Got
think
it.
he just disappeared.
Got
Because
it.
there's nobody.
Got it. I
Like when
understand.
Muammar Gaddafi died, there were an autopsy
Uh-huh.
and there were a body and like everything was normal. But his son, there is no body. I don't buy it.
Interesting.
And I'm a forensic doctor, so
Uh-huh.
if there were a body, I would have known.
Zaza,
What?
how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, you got like a little baby voice.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, man. So you are married or like that? Is you married?
Oh no. Oh God, no.
Okay, why not?
I'm too young for that. It's too much responsibility.
You're 31.
Like,
It's not you old.
no, but I'm not. I spent all my life like studying, and I'm still learning about the real world. And maybe another year, maybe next year I'm gonna get married.
Inshallah. That sounds good.
Just I'm trying to figure things out now.
Do you live in Libya or you gonna move like to France?
No, I live in Libya.
You know, like
Why France?
because you said you studied in France.
No, forensic.
Forensic, okay. What does that mean? Like you're a special doctor?
Yes, I'm specialized in forensic histopathology. Like when someone dies, a forensic doctor must determine the cause of death. But when he can't tell how the person died, they send me like pieces of tissues. I examine it under the microscope and I tell them what's going on. So like it's a subspecialty.
So you're a smart woman.
Yes, I guess so.
That sounds good.
And I thought the mayor was holding a mushaf. What's that in your profile picture?
Zaza. But this guy married, he holding like Quran or something.
Yes, I thought it's a mushaf Quran.
Yeah, I use Sunni or Shia.
I'm sorry, there's no Shia in Libya. We're all like Sunni.
MashaAllah, oh man, it does sound good, MashaAllah. Hey, Mayor. He's not talking, man.
I'm here.
Brother, you sound like a good guy, man. Why are you not giving the Islam a chance and learn about Islam first?
I did. I read half of the Quran.
Okay, tell me what you know.
It's political because the Muslims say we sent the prophet to you, and so they're claiming more than they can claim. It's ridiculous, but it's what they claim. But it's just a claim. So it's really very specific geographically, and Muhammad and his history. So it's a book club called the Quran, and it's just a book club. But if you only want to be a part of that book club, that's the only book club you want to be a part of, that's your choice. But I like more than one book in my life. I like multiple books, just like multiple movies. And when I get pizza, I like pineapple and chicken on it, sometimes giardiniera, sometimes onion and garlic. I don't just eat one type of pizza. I like a pizza with a lot of toppings. And so, if you only like the Quran on your pizza, but you don't like the 1,000 other books in the book club, well, that's your choice to just eat one book. That's totally your choice. But there's a lot of books out there. So what are you going to do? Hello? Hello?
Quran, we Muslims believe in the Bible too.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you got 2 books, but that's still pretty poor. What are you only going to do? What are you going to do with 2 books? That's not much. And there's a lot of other books out there from people that thought about this very deeply for a long time, their whole lives. And they've written better books that can compete with your favorite book. What are you going to do? Oh my gosh, there's like 100 books, the top books. I could show you my library. You'd be like, that's a lot of books. That's a lot of books. And those are some of those books are really good books. Very smart books. Really smart books. Really smart books. What are you going to do? You're going to say this book is better than this. No, you just read the book. You don't say this book is better than that book. You just read the books. And then you see what happens in your life.
It's not just a book.
It's a book. When you say it is not just a book, it is a book.
It's not a book, but it's a miracle.
It's your opinion that it's not a book, and it's your opinion that it's a miracle. Because I could show you other books that are also, not just books and also miracle books. Because is it your opinion? Do you think the Bible is a miracle book? Oh, the Bible's corrupted, but the Quran is not corrupted, eh? All right.
Wait. Do you know, you're by innate, you're Muslim. Your innate nature.
Yeah, I know. I hear that, but that is you claiming that's your opinion, first of all, and second of all, you're making a final claim. You are superseding other people who claim the same thing.
It's not about claiming. No. The word Islam.
Yeah.
And Muslim is it's taken from peace.
Yeah.
The word peaceful and peace.
Yeah, I get it. I understand, but it's not special enough because it's redundant. It's the same thing. You gotta understand. It's a historical thing because of Muhammad. Without Muhammad, there could be no Quran and no Allah. It is specific and special to the life of Muhammad and all of the people associated to Muhammad.
You can say this about Jesus too.
Yeah, I get it, but Jesus is God, and he is the king of the universe and the king of the earth. But Muhammad is not. Muhammad is a murderer and a pedophile. Jesus was not a murderer or a pedophile, and he's the son of God. Muhammad was a pirate, and you got to understand that it's a cult, and the chief cult leader pirate's name is Muhammad Abdul. Do you know Abdul? You don't know Abdul. Abdul is Muhammad's Dr. Jekyll. It's the guy you never met in the Quran. It's the guy that killed a lot of people with a sword, and raped a lot of people. Hey, you don't like people that kill and rape, do you? No, of course not. But
Stop it! This is offensive. Can you being
offensive. I'm talking. This is history. It's not offensive. It is facts.
I'm not attacking your religion, so don't attack mine.
I didn't ask you whether or not you were. I don't think you're attacking. And plus, you don't even know my religion, do you?
But I'm not attacking any religion.
But my religion is not about attacking the Muslims of Islam or the
What's your
Quran.
religion? What's your religion?
Oh, I'm a philosopher.
That's not a religion.
It's the religion of philosophy and the philosophy of religion. You just never heard of it. What planet are you from? What planet are you from?
It's not a religion.
Well, can you at least answer me one question? What planet are you from?
You're being sarcastic.
I'm not. Okay, doctor. If you can't answer a question, then I guess we can't have this conversation. Sayed Rahim, welcome. Assalamu alaikum to the room.
Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How are you, brother?
I am good, brother. How are you? I'm talking to Zaza here. She's sitting here and won't stop talking. She doesn't know how to meditate in her religion for peace. She's got to come here and attack my religion. It's ridiculous. You are attacking my religion. My religion is special. And you are sitting here criticizing what I am doing in my religion.
I didn't criticize your religion. There is no religion called philosophy.
There is. I created it. I'm a prophet of philosophy. I started it. I'm the philosopher prophet. And I am the New Testament of the newest testament. I'm here to give you the final revelation. I'm the guy. I'm the philosopher king. The king of philosophy. It's my religion. I've been studying my religion for many years. I call it philosophy. You just don't like my opinion. And that's okay.
No. I don't care.
Oh, you don't even care about it. Okay, you don't even have an opinion. You just don't care. So, Sayed Rahim, I've tried to have a conversation with this one. She's very difficult. She is apparently a coroner. She works in, crime scene investigations or something like that. She's an oil well beneficiary in Libya. The oil is for the people, and she is a devout Muslim. And she thinks I'm making fun of her, and she has protected speech that I can't criticize her. But that's what protected speech is. It's class protection. But she's just a censor. Are you a censor, Zaza? Do you try to censor people from saying what they think and feel?
No, but I don't think it's okay for you to attack me.
I didn't attack you. You're on a social audio chat app on the internet in a public room having a conversation or trying to. Are you just here to practice your English? And about شوي عربي حبيبتي. عفوا حبيبتي.
Is that Arabic?
نعم أنا بعرف شوي عربي. Hello? Hello?
Arabic is a really hard language.
نعم. Do you want to speak in Arabic instead of English?
If you want to.
Okay حبيبتي.
Okay.
وين محطة الحجاز؟
ما عادش تتكلم بطريقة بتاعت استهزاء.
عفوا حبيبتي. إن السوري.
أنت سوري.
نعم إن السوري.
أنت مش تلفظك أصلك عربي. أمسكك بالعربي ده.
بتاخة.
Mayor, what's your definition about Islam or,
I slam. Mo. Muhammad. You know why Muhammad and Moses both have the Mo in front of their name?
why you hate Muhammad?
Why?
Mo, his name is Abdul. He goes by Abdul. Do you guys know Abdul?
Yes, your name is Abdul also.
Abdul. Abdul's his real name. It isn't Mo. Hamad. Do you guys eat ham?
You have already told that, Abdul killed a lot of people,
Afwan Habibi, what?
Brother, in Islam it has rules. When the before the fight, Islam has some rules that they inform the non-Muslims that if you come to our religion, it doesn't have any problem. If you don't want to come, you have to pay money.
Yeah,
That's the second
jizz. You guys want my jizz? The
Let me
jizz.
finish my word and I will hear you.
Okay, 30 seconds. Land your plane.
If they don't pay the money, the tax, then the Islam, will fight with them, will kill them. It doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. That's far out, man.
What's the rules, brother?
It's far out, bro. I'm pretty sure there's a movie about this. Have you seen the movie about it? It's called The Prophet. It's a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie called The Prophet. Have you seen it? I'll put it in the link. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it on the Jumbotron for you. It's called The Prophet. It's the only authorized version of Muhammad ever made. You guys should watch it. It's called The Prophet. Have you seen it?
Brother, even you're from America?
No, I was born inside Uranus next to Saturn and Neptune.
It doesn't matter where you're from. Brother, that books that you have, brother, that books that you have, read it.
Mhm.
That books are, mutilated, it's, something, written wrong from, the people, mutilated that. Even in the Injil and the, Torah and these, books, if you research, you'll, realize that how Muhammad, alayhi salam was a very good, a very,
All right, well, link is up top. Click that link above and watch the movie about Muhammad the Prophet. And then you come back and let's talk again after you watch the movie. Watch the movie and tell me what you think about it. It's a great movie. You're going to love it. It's a very, 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 very good movie. Many, many people love that movie. It's a great movie. And then come back and we'll talk about it. Hello?
No, I know. Do you know what's the movie? It's very sad.
I got to get going to the gym, guys. I got,
We all know this movie.
I gotta go worship my God, Dr. Disciple. Discipline, I mean. Mr. Discipline.
Let's wait so you can get rid of your anger.
just come, brother, speak.
Click the link above, guys. Watch the movie.
We know this movie.
Brother, ask me, if you watched it, Hazrat Omar movie, have you ever watched that movie?
Afwan Habibi, which movie?
Omar movie.
Omar?
Please, yes, please, if you have time once, you watch that movie, you will realize everything.
Oh.
No, wait. This
It's
movie
a serial. It's a serial. Yes.
It's not a movie, it's a serial. But this movie is talking about Risala.
Risala?
Film Risala. The Risala movie. Every Muslim knows it. No, you know what? Check the link. You're gonna know what movie is talking about.
Yes.
It's a famous movie. We've all seen it. It's a good movie, actually.
It's a very good movie. It's about Muhammad.
Yes. It's about Islam. It's authorized because it's not offensive. Because Muslims won't tolerate
Oh.
any.
Oh.
Just shut up. Why are you being so provocative?
Hello?
You're so mean.
Hello?
Grow up around animals.
I'm
Learn.
gonna get out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, and no, you're fine.
I'm sorry. Is this a conference call? Like a social audio chat app? Like, because the whole thing is, people come here with their emotions and they take it so personally and they get all emotional. And I'm just here for information gathering, not even for fun, like I'm not here to have fun,
You don't sound like you're gathering information.
No, I'm here to gather information. You just got here at the wrong time. You got here later in the information gathering where I stopped the information gathering a long time ago. No, you're the one getting angry, not me.
I'm not angry. I'm annoyed. It's different.
What did the
I can, share the link of that movie.
Mhm.
But if you research,
if you search, Omar radiallahu anhu or Omar movie, or see that. Once you watch that movie, I'm sure, that you will,
The series in Urdu?
understand everything about Islam. Even your mind, your vision will change. I'm sure.
Wow.
ولكني حين رجعت بالتمر والشعير ورجع هو إلى يثرب قلبت البضاعة فوجدت أنه قد غشني فجعل خيرها أعلى وما دون ذلك فاسد رديء لا يصلح لغير البهائم. Assalamualaikum. You don't need to work harder. You need a halal business model that works hard for you. The smart. ومن ازداد اجتهادا وجد عند الله مزيدا وإن الجهاد سنام العمل وإنما المجاهدون من يهجرون السيئات ومن يأتي بها.
Yeah, I hear you.
Brother, I beg on you to watch that movie because in Islam, when a person and you are watching the person, even he or she is a non-Muslim, if they are going in a wrong path, you have to show him the right path.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I beg on you to watch this movie, and it will help you to know everything about the real Islam. In this world, no one who can say no one show or no one say about the real Islam. Everything that you're watching, they are somehow or another to make bad the name of Islam, and they name in Afghanistan we are an Islamic country, and in our government. MashaAllah, brother. Brother. Yo, Mir.
And I forget what gospel this is in?
Mir. May God open your heart, man.
Mm-hmm.
To the right power. Every human gonna die one day.
Yeah, I know. It's coming.
So you choose your way wisely, man.
I know. Listen, you guys are just here at the end of the show,
The thing is, bro, every man to himself at the end of the day,
Yeah, that's what's up.
That's what's up. So if you choose the way you live, I respect it. That's your life.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hate on you, bro.
I hear you, bro.
But if God decides to lead you in a good way, I'm happy for you then.
Yeah. That's the way. That's the best way.
So I love you like a brother, bro. It doesn't matter.
You love me like a brother?
Yeah, man.
Wow. That's nice. That's not gay. That's nice. That's nice. Just randomly meeting somebody on a conference call app and calling them your brother. It's big up on you, brother. That means you a big brother.
Yeah, man.
Brother. Brother, I gotta get to the gym, brother. It's never too late to get to the gym, brother. Do your body right, brother.
See you another time, and I will make may God lead you to paradise, man.
I'm already in paradise, brother.
No. That's not paradise, bro. Paradise is not even close.
Hello? 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 Hello?
A solution to say, oh, we need this, to say we have a higher class and a lower class. But I do. Thank you.
It was added to keep the lower class low. It's just a logical fallacy off rip. So the fact that you guys keep rating within it is why you will forever lose. Good see you on. That was golly, Chris. That was good.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I know exactly a president that murders its own people in cold blood. When I've seen it time and time again in the Middle East, when it happened in Syria, when it happened in these other places, as righteous as it is, again, I'm not a fan of the IRGC whatsoever. I think the first scenario Ahmed put forward is the best scenario, where the mullahs are overthrown, where the leadership in Iran is gone, and former IRGC, former core members of the Israeli military side with the Israeli people, and there is an automatic election where it goes straight into a democracy. I think that's the best scenario. Again, unlikely, but that's the best scenario. But because you're both Azerbaijan, please tell me, considering Azerbaijan supplies Israel with 60% of its oil, and there's a strong separatist movement of Azerbaijani people in Iran, how can you truly say that you two Azerbaijani citizens of Iran that is currently unified with Persians and Arabs as Iranian citizens, how faithful are you to a future Iranian state? Or do you just want the mullahs to fall so you can break off and be a part of Azerbaijan?
Yeah, no. First of all, I'm an Iranian person. We are looking for our laws, basic laws inside the Iranian territory. Like, for example, I speak Turkish. I can write it down. I can study Turkish. Doing that, maybe 50, 60, 20 million people in Iran speak Turkish. We're fighting for our rights, principles. At the beginning, if they give us, stay with them, while I'm all part of Iran. Initially say, I'm from Kurdish side, my wife is Kurdish. We love Iran. But if they don't do that, we're going to still start and have lots of fight to our basic laws, basic, whatever you call it. So we that is separation. You are talking about Azerbaijan is not that much strong, even if it's not maybe 5-6%, maybe. But the people want to stay with Iran. It's much larger. And
Well, I'm sorry.
second real quick. Little Hamid. I'm just gonna make this statement, okay? How can you ask another country to come in with military force when you yourselves are not willing to stand
from other countries?
Are you getting okay? But you're getting the point.
Flag of another country as your PTR, the flag that randomly gets applied 60% of its oil by your blood lineage Azerbaijan. So I don't know. Maybe you're bullshit.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that is you guys to me are cowards, you know, because you're asking another nation to come in. You are a coward. You're not willing to see it side by side with
She's right. I'm not asking. I'm just justifying the request.
Yeah, you justify a request for military action to your country, while you have countrymen and women who are not cowards, who are doing what they believe is right, while you're sitting on a platform and debating this. Where, you know, I don't know about you, but if a country, I answered my nations, I fought 23 years for my country. Whether it's good in one person's eyes or bad in the other, I answered my country's call, I have good friends of mine that are around the world, and they have answered. I got Ukrainian buddies that left America. They left $200,000-$300,000 a year and went to their country and fought for their country, still fighting for their country, okay? But you're sitting here asking for other nations to step in on your behalf because you have no spine in the flesh you call your body to stand with your countrymen and women and fight for it. But you have the audacity to dialogue and debate why everybody else should die for your
I think really little, like, that is
Yeah, no,
very,
you asked me a question just about the Republic of Azerbaijan, yeah? They sell 60% of their oil to Israel, yeah? You asked about that?
Yes, they have a control.
Yes. What's the problem with this business? Yeah, no, what is the problem with this business?
No, here's the problem. Number one, I'm an American, right? I'm an American nationally. I absolutely hate Zionism from my core. Anyone in this room who knows me, especially Amir, can attest to that. I hate Zionism. My president is a Zionist. His followers, for the most part, are Zionists.
Okay,
but I would never, ever, in the history of ever, advocate for any foreign power to murder them in cold blood on my soil, in my homeland.
What about Azerbaijan? The Republic of Azerbaijan.
What about the Republic of Azerbaijan? Yes. Aren't you Iranian?
No, I'm asking you, what's the matter about they're selling 60% of their oil to the country you don't like? So,
what's the matter with doing commerce with genocidal, bloodthirsty state?
Okay, do you know why?
What's the matter with Middle Eastern countries in 1932 selling oil to the Nazi regime? They slaughtered residents of this state that you're for. What's the matter with Iran selling oil to China? What's the matter with, like, commerce is commerce? I get it. I can understand that. I'm not saying Azerbaijan is evil for selling oil to Israel. I'm saying you're ethnically Azerbaijani in Iran, in a region where there are people in that community, not all, but there are people in that community that want to break away and want to be a part. Yeah, 100 years ago.
They are saying people
The only thing currently holding that entire nation together is the IRGC. As evil as they are, that's the only thing holding Persia, Romania, and Persia together.
If you don't want to know about the Republic of Azerbaijan, why they doing business?
Why are you advocating for the Republic of
I will tell you
Azerbaijan?
a story of Azerbaijan to understand better about this situation.
Are you not talking about Iran? Why are you advocating for the Republic of Azerbaijan?
Because you are asking why they selling oil to.
No, I'm asking why you, who claim to be an Iranian citizen, are you an Iranian citizen?
No, I'm the United States citizen.
Oh, you're in the United States. But you have family in Iran.
Yes, my family.
And you got your family's in Iran, but you're advocating for Azerbaijan.
Actually, you asked a question and you're answering how to.
I did. Okay, so it's fair. So, no, my bad. I was talking to my brother. Anyway, listen.
Yeah, Hamid asked the question and he's answering. He's not waiting for you to answer yet.
Thank you, Faye. Okay, so as far as the economic dealings between Azerbaijan and Israel, I don't think there's anything wrong on Azerbaijan's part. I truly don't. I don't have anything against Azerbaijan other than their military campaign against Armenia 2 years ago. Other than that, I have no issue with Azerbaijan. There's many Muslims in Azerbaijan. There's many Christians and good people in it. It's a beautiful
And many Jewish people
country.
in Azerbaijan.
Yeah, of course there are. But beyond that, Azerbaijan to Iran is a foreign nation and it's adversarial. It's not an ally, a close ally of Iran. They have dealings as well, being close neighbors, they sharing a border and sharing ethnic lines. However, you have to admit, if the IRGC falls tomorrow, Azerbaijan, its government officials, and the certain segments of the Azerbaijani people who live in Iran will seek autonomy and reunification or unification with Iran. Right? So, what will that cause? A civil war. And that civil war will kill hundreds of thousands of Iranians. So let's be real with ourselves.
Yeah.
What are you advocating for, really?
Unfortunately, this fear of separation and the label is used by a lot of people to shut people's mouths. Like Islamic Republic say, like you say, IRG is the glue for Iran. They keep them together, all these provinces. Another side, Pahlavi, is using this term to say, oh, I'm the only person I can keep Iran territory without separation. Check the situation. Well, nothing happened. Even Yanga, what's wrong with separation? If the people want to separate,
But the people, what do you mean the people? Like the people of where? Who want to
Azerbaijan, people of Azerbaijan, for example.
The people in Iran want separation?
Azerbaijan from Iran. I'm in Canada. In Canada,
But then if you say like you are Iranian and Turk, how is it possible you want to be separate?
So wait a minute. You're saying which people in Iran want the entire province of Iran separate?
I'm saying what's wrong with separation. In Canada,
You ask the people that are in Tehran that are going to pick up their AK-74s and force and go to war with separation.
they have to be educated. I'm in Canada. I'm listening at in Canada, Alberta these days they want to separate. Quebec these days they want to separate. Nobody say no's.
No, guys, I feel like they want to turn Iran into Yugoslavia. You know what happened to Yugoslavia?
We don't.
We don't. What do we do?
You made a claim earlier. Hold on a second. You made a claim earlier if IRGC falls, they're going to start working together with Azerbaijan. Do you have any sources of that?
Oh no, I didn't make the claim that they, and quote unquote, they would start working with Azerbaijan. I say there is a prominent, although not notable, currently separatist movement within Iran amongst Azerbaijani ethnic groups in Iran that want to separate from Iran and become a part of Azerbaijan.
Do you have any sources on that?
Yeah,
Do you have any sources? I'm Azerbaijan. I'm from Tabriz. I think this is wrong. As I said, the rate of separation is very little.
I mean, that's the, I would say
Sorry, before going there, explain me. I have my question open for you.
Yeah,
You cared about the 1,200 people killed in Israel attack, but you didn't care about the people killed by brutal regime as yet. The problem with you guys is...
Well, do you ask the question and you go on and on?
The problem with this issue is one side is Israel, other side whatever is good. The problem is this.
So that's a rhetorical question. That's not a question. That was a question. So first things first. I mean, you made a lot of unsubstantiated claim. You claim that Iraq and Iraqis are actually better now than during the Saddam Hussein. That's what you just said. And obviously, like any other claim that you just made, you just keep like unsubstantiated claim.
And it comes to 1 second, sorry. So I actually looked that up. That actually most of the Azeris, they actually prefer the economy. Do not want full separation, by the way.
No, I never made the claim that most Azerbaijanis want to. I said a notable. Yeah,
They're not. We don't have any sources yet.
Even if it's really, let's be real with ourselves here. If 30% of that entire population wants separation and the mullahs fall, there will be a civil war in the northwest of Iran. Let's be real.
They do not. No, they don't, bro. It's you can make the argument. I know, but you don't have any sources.
Most. I'm not saying it's going to be all of them. I explicitly said not all, but a notable amount. Just to be
What is a notable amount? Can you tell us? 5%, 10%?
Over.
There's no sources. There's no evidence.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if you have any sources,
let me put this up. I'm putting this source in the chat. Okay, guys, it's from the Middle East Forum, and it agrees mostly with both you and me, where most Azerbaijanis in Iran prefer autonomy. However, autonomy and unification with Iran does not explicitly say a part of a future Iranian state without the IRGC. Let's be frank and real about that. So here's the source. I just posted it in the chat in the Middle East Forum. And if you guys like, I'm going to read the article really quickly. It says, outside of Africa, Iran is amongst the most ethnically diverse nations in the world. Persians might be a plurality, but Iran also is home to Azars, Kurds, Balochs, Arabs, Turkmens, Lurs, and other groups. It is mistaken, however, to interpret ethnicity in Iran is the same way as the United States or Europe. In Iran, ethnically is fluid, especially among larger ethnic groups like the Azars, who assimilate and intermarry more. So, that being the case, I'm going to go skip ahead to the part of unification. It says, there are 3 largely Azar provinces in northwestern Iran and western Azerbaijan. Their combined populations is about 8 million. About 5 million Azars live among Great Tehran.
Do you have any sources that says 15% of them they will actually want to separate, bro? Do you have any sources of that yet?
Sure. I'm just
because I don't want to go through this article. If you have sources, respectfully, you know.
Okay. No, you're right about that. It needs to be specific towards the argument. So
answer my question.
Well, look, speaking of what you just initially said about the people under the current political establishment in Iraq are much more better conditioned and better than during Saddam Hussein. I mean, I am one of the maybe very few people on this app that I hate Saddam Hussein as much as the way that detest and despise the Zionist policy. So I am the last person that can give any credit to Saddam Hussein. But if you ask any Iraqis today that been through the brutality of the Saddam Hussein regime in the 80s, if you ask them today, they said we were better off. Those people actually lived during that era. They said we were better off during Saddam Hussein than what we are today. And this is also
there. It's already there.
Yeah.
Let me check that message.
And I just put the link in the chat for you in case you were not aware of that. I mean, that's really sad, but that's a reality that the people, in terms of economy, in terms of social coherence, the situation was better during Saddam Hussein. Again, that does not mean that I give credit to this monster. I hated that guy, and I didn't like him for obvious reasons, probably you would know. But I can't just be biased. And I asked the question to a lot of Iraqis, and there was also some articles about it too. You can look at it. So to suggest that the situation now is better than during Saddam is simply false. Now, getting back to what you just said about why I'm not talking about the unrest that started in Iran in the beginning of January, actually we do. We keep talking about it on a daily basis. Maybe you're new on this domain. I do talk about it. And I don't know specifically what exactly you need me to tell you. Is there anything that you want me to elaborate? Or,
Thank you, sorry. First of all, I think you are an educated person. I can accept that Iraq is people saying that or saying this. Listen to this. GDP growth. Following the 2003 invasion, the economy expanded largely driven by surging oil production, which roughly tripled by 2021 compared to the 2003 low. Nominal GDP growth for around 25 billion, average in the pre-2003 era, over 160 billion in the post-2003 era. Standard of living, per capita GDP, you know that, is nearly 3 times higher than 2022. Life expectancy has increased from 65 years in 2003 to 70.4 years post 2003 challenges. So these are the statistics. You can talk about GDP, life expectancy. I know that Iraq, they have freedom. Listen, sometimes that fucking Saddam living in the fucking fat community, you have everything with you, beside you, you have your rice, you have your food. It's shame that you are living in a kind of a republic, Iraq. I know you, Islamic Republic, fucking Islamic Republic, interfering there, they have Al-Shabi, but Iraq these days do better than before. Guys, I would like to say that to everybody. I'm sorry, Amir. Fawad, I didn't hear Fawad. Faya, sorry. Shorty.
Little, we like to have this conversation because look, there's few things.
I know your concern. I understand your concern.
So little, there's few things that look, I'm coming from the perspective of I care about the Iranian people. I don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. Okay. Now, imagine this. Put yourself. I have 2 passports, American and Canadian passport. Okay. I have a problem. We have a pedophile in the U.S. government that was in Epstein files multiple times. There's a lot of stuff in the Congress. There's a bunch of pedophiles that are running the show in the American government. Okay. Imagine. Now, I have a problem. I approach the Canadian government. I go, can you topple this government, this American regime? I hate this. A lot of people at the protests are getting arrested, and they don't like this government, this and that. Do you know by default that would make me a traitor? Do you understand what a traitor is? So when I look at
the comparison is not fake. You cannot copy the American government with brutal Islamic government.
The American government is brutal. That's what I just told you. ICE just killed a whole bunch of people. You didn't see it on the video? They're arresting people, they're killing people.
They don't see what they don't want to see.
Why? I know. I was watching the videos today in Newfoundland or somewhere. The police want to arrest. But do you remember they attacked that cinema? What happened when Trump was? They said they cheated in the election. How many people? The people came to the parliament. Where was it? The Trump said they cheated.
On January 6th?
I think so. How many people killed? How many?
There weren't actually many people killed on January 6th, just FYI. And even the ones that were killed, they were literally attacking the cops. And here, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, if you saw, like, how Alex Petty was murdered, like, literally 6 cops were surrounded him and, like, shot him. And, like, I mean, you know, just, it's master, I don't know how to pronounce that word, style. Like, execution style. I mean, like, if you just, I guarantee, if this was done by anyone like a bearded person wearing a turban, all right, I swear this would have been like, I mean, you know, going crazy, and everybody would have been like, how, you know, Islam is bad, how Muslims are bad, and all that stuff and everything. Like, here's my question to you, Lil. You know, here, as like, defend the right of everybody, including the people of Iran, as their kind of government, one that's their that being said, listen. Let me complete my question. That being said, all right, once you oust this,
I saw the start over because I couldn't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
So,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, okay.
So yeah, we can hear you clearly. Perfect. So here's my question to you, Lily. Like, as I said, I do support like the people of Iran, right? Whatever they want, whatever kind of government that they want, they should have it, right? That being said, once you like, I mean, you know, take out the Mullah regime or the Islamic regime, right? Who do you want to place? Like, what's the plan? That like, I mean, hey, this is
That's a good question. Well, inside the country, in prison, there are a lot of activists. Some socialists, I don't know, they have economists. Like we have Nargis Mohammadi, she got the Nobel Prize for the Peace. We have a lot of people, even from the reformists already they are inside. I believe actually, inside the country, there are universities, professors that are talking about democracy, they are talking about, they have articles, they have books. I believe on them, and I think they can do that. I am on your side, on people's side. Even some people are chanting Pahlavi. I don't want to shut their mouths, they do. You can have election if they want kind of monarchy like England, I don't know, not like a previous one, like under the law should be under him. No, they have a law, they can have a freedom, they can have a party, they can have selection, we can have an election, choice or referendum. But inside country, I can trust a lot of people. I know Pahlavi is the followers of Pahlavi, they want only this regime to go. Otherwise, they can't go to the power. But for me, it's not the case. I don't want it to, if this government say, okay, I don't want to go, but I want it to settle up. I want to be democratic. I'm supporting it. If somebody go away, give power to others. Make diversity. I'm supporting. I don't want this regime to go with like a lot of plots. No, we can change it. That's my talk.
okay. I really appreciate
what you said, right? And that's really nice. So, and I do partially agree with you on all the things. But let's just go with that. And I agree. People of Iran are absolutely amazing people. I really respect them. They're amazing people. Okay, but here's my problem that comes with those who are, again, I'm not Iranian to comment, but a lot of the Pahlavi lovers are as less. They're ethnically probably Iranian, but that's about it. They haven't been to Iran in years. They don't really know much about it, right? A lot of them don't even know Farsi. So here's the problem with Pahlavi, right? Under Pahlavi, women education was as less as 25%. You can look that up, all right? And now women education is as high as 90%. All right, Iran produces one of the most university graduated women. All right, that I'm not giving credit to the Mullah regime for that. I'm actually not giving that. But what I'm trying to say is that when I see those pictures, all right, of women, they're half naked or whatever they are, it's so misogynistic to the point that they're we rather see a couple of naked women, all right, that's our comfort, than educated women, scientists, doctors, engineers, all right? This is where my problem comes with the Pahlavi, this idea of bringing Pahlavi again, right? That's the thing. And this is where my concern comes with is that, again, as I said, if people want freedom, if people don't want, Khamenei, that should be their right, right? But my concern comes is that once he is ousted, right, once he's thrown out, if there's a government that is pro-Palestine, if there's a government that's we're actually going to have negotiations with Russia, we're going to have negotiations with China, we're not really going to be someone who's just going to be another, American puppet, right? The moment that's going to happen, there's going to be another coup, just like what happened in Egypt. In Egypt, all right, Mubarak was thrown out, all right, and then then was the moment that hey, well, you can just a lot of people look just like that, but they were they weren't elected by the people. Even if they were 30% of the people, still they did end up becoming majority votes. Right? That's how democracy works. And guess what happened? All right, Sisi did a coup, and since then there has not been one election. All right, that's the problem. That's where the thing comes in. A lot of people who are saying that, hey, we're concerned about this. It's not they love Khamenei or they agree with Khamenei or they're it's all good. The people are concerned that there are outside agitators who are making this thing worse. Israel is literally openly saying that, hey, we can arm the protesters. We can arm them. You really think Israel is just helping them out of love? They're not gonna expect anything in return.
So no, you made the previous solution with this one. Even I'm someone he calls me home. But I'm someone I studied in university in Tehran. In this regime, when I'm 50 years old. The revolution happened, I was 2 years old. Well, this regime, you better. For example, they spent $2 trillion, not billion, not billion, $1 trillion for nuclear. In the Bush era, they give money to Russia. It ended up in the introducing power, or always when they assigned a contract with these 7 countries, 6 countries, GDP went up to $800 billion. After Trump went out, so he ripped off, it came back to 200 million. Then it come up to again 400. are. They are basing Iran's resources, everything. You cannot explain any Iranian today. This regime is good, but life expensive. When their job went, it was 60 something, maybe less than 60. Today is 78. We know that. But they wasted a lot of our resources, everything. We know we have education, we have everything. But now these kids, I have friends that are teaching in university. I ask them, what your students saying? What is their hope for future? They say nothing. They don't know what will happen with this regime. They will change. They will have an agreement with all over the world. They will join in a world economy. They just studied it to leave country. This is not fair. But when we're talking about the pandemic, don't go in the economy because you will get lost. But Mohammed is a show. His father, the dictator, we know that. You can read a lot of, he had interview, even he didn't have interview with his own journalists, internal news. He had always with the Italian, I don't know, from England, go with his interviews. We know there was only one or two party. He says, oh, if you don't accept this party, go out. Go out like now as you say. So that you have to respect 12 rules he had a revolution. I think they called white revolution. So he was not a democratic person. However, he did something. People love it. He was someone they call it, I don't like to call it nationalist. He cared about his own thing. He came, but these guys do not care. They spend our money with Hashim in Iraq. They spend our money with Hezbollah. I know you love Hezbollah. I don't care. They give money. This Soleimani, he explained it himself. The guy Mahmoud Abbas said, oh, we don't have money. Tomorrow he gave it 2 luggage of money, cash. We know this story. The budget is not transparent. You don't know what they are doing with our money. You don't know.
Which Soleimani are you talking about, Hellboy? Because the information you are going to say, like, I don't think all of them are right. You think, like, you have a lot of achievements. Can you show me one achievement? Do you remember the history of Turks? Well, it was Muhammad Reza Shah. No, you don't remember, don't you? How you would sell Turkish people?
I didn't say achievement. I said Arsalan, don't go in the economy. Talk about politics.
Why? What politics are you playing? What role are you playing on? Please tell me, because don't talk about killing people, don't talk about politics, don't talk about the economy. What should we talk about?
It's cherry picking. That's why it's you're cherry picking.
You don't make sense in my brain.
You took my point. I don't know what shot he's talking about.
Here's the thing. Shadi is saying, like, I agree. We can't be like, oh, don't talk about the economy, right? Because here's the thing. You're saying,
Why do you have Shadi up here?
This whole thing around.
I'm not saying do not talk, but you cannot compare with 50.
Here's the problem. Like, you don't want to compare, but here's the thing. If you don't compare or if you don't learn from your history, right, you're going to be back where you are, right? Let's just assume for a second that whatever Shaw did was absolutely amazing, all right? Your economy was great. I know it was for the sake of argument, let's just go with that route. How Shah even came into power, right? 1953, all right? Saudi wanted to nationalize oil. Alright, what does that, and here's the thing, oil nationalization is not something that just happened. Like, he wanted it. That also happened under Norway, and you can see how amazing like Iran is making a huge mistake by doing that. It's really isolating itself. And like unfortunately, I was right. I wish I was wrong, but that would happen. But here's my question to you. Let's say if today there's they're ousted, right? They're thrown out, right? And all your buddies, your amazing buddies, who are amazing, professors and all that, none of them get a seat, all right? And some not Pahlavi by himself or some other guy, all right? Like someone who's supported by Israel, all right? Someone who was armed by Israel. If he takes over and if he sells all your oil to other companies, right, to the world, maybe there's five or maybe 10% of people would make good money. But then what? What about the 90% of the people? Where are they gonna go then? My only problem is here is not whether you like Khamenei or not. I mean, you can dislike Khamenei all you like, no problem. But is there a plan? Is there? And I'm not really hearing a plan. I mean, you still, comparatively to other guys, you still talk a lot more sense. You're not really just dumping Pahlavi. Others are just straight want Pahlavi back. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you is that the revolution happened because his policies were horrible. He spent billions of dollars, all right, to make up every socialist because it was part or something. And really, while his people were dying out of hunger.
Was I supportive of Ghana? No. I told these guys for me freedom, diversity, democracy is more important than what me. There was no any other party. The election was cliche, was nonsense. We know this. But they think you are saying, first of all, not me, not you, that people are deciding to do whatever. And for society, 1%, 2% is nothing. Your explanation looks like for me like this. I'm going to give you an example. My sister is a. Go ahead.
Someone got a call or something got a call.
Yeah, good. My sister has a very bad husband. He's addicted to alcohol. He is fighting, he is hitting her. She's not supporting, not good of life. Buying nothing, eat grocery,
She
nothing.
believe in God. She believe in God.
I'm giving you an example. But you are saying my sister, hey, for example, artist is the husband. Because if you get divorced, you don't know what will happen to you. You can't tell I can't tell my sister. She will say, get the fuck out. I hate this guy. I want to kick him out of my life. And what will happen something you will be see. That's example like this.
Okay, one second. Only one.
But we are talking about country. We are not talking about family members.
I apologize.
We are not giving example without a plan. You are giving examples. You don't give any plan. What is your plan? That's what we are asking. And you are accusing us because we don't like Reza Pahlavi. No, it's not that. Do you have any plan? That's my question.
Your question is really good.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I gotta head out. That's what I'm asking. You gave an example of your sister, right? Okay, great. Okay, I just hope that's not a real story. I hope your sister's fine. But here, let's just say that's what this comparison is like, right? But in this scenario, what's happening is that the guy who's coming to so-called rescue
that because the United States take all of Iranian oil just for free, for little money. That's why. Why you're not accusing United States and Israel for just taking all of oils and benzines all they want just because of little tiny money? And then now you are just saying, okay, bomb the Iran, bomb the country, kill the people just because we want to go back. Agree.
If you want to say something against my point, you could say United States sanctions. We're not giving oil to United States. We are selling to China with a lower price. I'm saying you can say this, Arsalan, but you should ask government.
You can't say to me that what I can say or not, okay?
I'm correcting you.
That's not your position. That's not your position. Come on, man. You are not sitting in the chair now. You are just deciding how nice democracy.
Why were I listening? We're talking here.
Talking to you too. I'm just asking you for hours. What is your plan?
Shadi, you are
You
giving
don't have any plan.
wrong information. United States.
You just want people to be killed because you want to be in Iran. Then go back to your country and fight. Go get the freedom. You don't sit and take coffee and be like, I want the democracy, I want this. You have no rights, man.
Shadi, you told me, don't tell me to say whatever you want, and you're telling me to do what should I do?
Because you are talking about people's lives. That's why. You are talking about killing people so easily. You're making a beautiful thing. Come on, Israel, attack my country, please. That's what we want.
Little sister, we're talking about that. I said, Arsalan, what is the solution? The solution is today they had a negotiation in Geneva. They could give some stuff like, what the fuck we are doing with this nuclear? Turkey is a developed country. Do they have a nuclear enrichment? No. Stop it. Give me the
Well, hang on a second. Look, every single member of the United Nations, as long as they're part of NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, they've got the right to enrich uranium at a peaceful level. Iran, the member of NPT, has actually started during the Shah of Iran. So Iran has the right to enrich uranium, regardless of what kind of system it actually rules Iran. And let's not forget that Iran's nuclear program started in the 60s during the Shah of Iran. He was the actual founder of Iran's nuclear program. So just to suggest that just because you don't feel like Iran's having nuclear enrichment uranium, it's just even the co-founder of the Iran's nuclear program, which was actually appointed by Shah of Iran, even with his interview with BBC, he actually said it's incorrect. He said, I don't support the Iran's government. I am not a supporter of them. I actually belong to the era of Shah of Iran. But the whole notion of suggesting that Iran as a country, as you know, is not supposed to enrich uranium, and then you've got, let's say, the Zionist entity in the region, which is not a part of NPT. There's no IEA control over the Israelis' nuclear reactors and nuclear hideouts in Dimona. And we know that they have over 100 nuclear warheads, and it's not even peaceful. And just to suggest, and then the problem is that you give up Iran's nuclear program, which is inherent right in your invention. And the problem is that it's not just about Iran's nuclear program. They're also talking about Iran's defense deterrence. By defense deterrence, I mean the Iran's ballistic and cruise missile program. So they basically want you to basically take all the teeth out, no defense deterrence, no nuclear program, and then at the end they say you're not supposed to support your allies in the region. Meaning, they want to do exactly what they did 10 years ago in Libya. So I mean,
okay, 1 second. We are looking for a solution, right? Someone said to me. First of all, I say, if Iran give up his enrichment and give away that 400 kilos, I can throw an accent. He won't talk about the facilities and stuff. You have to sacrifice something to save your country. You have in Canada today. Many days ago, Mr. Carney went to China. They had an agreement with China. What did Trump say? He said, if you do an agreement with China, I will put a blah blah tariff on top of you. He did. Carney said, no, we don't do that. Because he doesn't want to sacrifice Canada. But he knows Trump is stupid. He knows that. Carney knows. That's why Mullah should have a solution. You say, okay, don't ask the United States to attack your country. Okay, so what? So what? You have to do something to Trump. Say, okay, try your navies off of my.
Let's assume there's a Shah of Iran in place now, which I obviously don't support. Again, I would have the same position. Iran as a country, be it under the Shah, be it under the Ayatollahs, be it under the communists, be it under you, regardless of who is ruling Iran, as a nation state, they have the right to enrich uranium. As a nation state, they have the right to have their own defense deterrents, be it missiles, be it cruise. So if you ask me this question in 1970s during Shah of Iran, I would have the same answer to you. Iran as a nation state has the right to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. They have the right to have their own nuclear technology for peaceful purposes. On top of that, to produce their own missiles for the deterrent purposes, not obviously for offense, for deterrent purposes. When you do not selling any fighters, any military weaponry to Iran as a country, so obviously they have to build their own. And they managed to do it, and that was because of Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. They took the lesson the hard way. And that's why the Iranian scientists and engineers, they managed to build their own deterrents, the defense deterrents through the missiles. So regardless of who is ruling Iran, I don't understand why do you want to give up your country's defense capability?
Well, I don't want Trump wants.
So basically, this is what Trump wants from you guys.
When you compare Shah with them, Shah was not played for his soil. He didn't have Ashur Shabi, he didn't have Fatimi Yul, he didn't have Hezbollah, he's supporting Hezbollah.
He was supporting Zafar in Oman, so let's not go there. Zafar.
I think they want you to be here.
Iran actually, during the Shah of Iran was engaged in the Vietnam War, which was not our fight at that time in 1970s, and Iran was also engaged in Oman. Like it was a Zafar. So it was not like Shah of Iran was not involved in any regional. He was, to some extent, in some part of his era, he's actually supported some Palestinian group too. So regardless of, again, that's the geopolitics. Regardless of the ideology of any governments in Iran, they have to have their own allies in the region. This is just normal. This is what any nation state would do. I mean, Shah of Iran was this.
You didn't explain what happened 40 days in Iran. Could you please explain it?
Sorry, what?
He was talking to me?
He's asking
Yeah,
me.
Sorry, no.
What was the question, sorry?
What happened 40 days ago in Iran?
Okay, so the context of what happened, the Treasury Secretary, the U.S. Treasury, the Secretary of Treasury of U.S. in December 2025, he had an interview followed in January. He started launching a financial campaign, the sanction campaign against Iran's economy, targeting Iran's currency. So he manufactured a currency fluctuation in Iran in December, and he took the credit for it on record. That he said it was me and my team managed to, crumble Iran's currency in December through, getting the countries around Iran not to trade with the US dollar. He manipulated that, and he took the credit for it. So Azari people in Iran, which obviously a lot of them are Azeris, so that's why I agree with what you just said. Azeris are not going for separate movement because they're actually inherent in the economy in Iran. So that's why they're not going to go for independence. I don't think so. But moving on about what happens, the Bazari went to streets rightfully because of the fluctuation of the currency. For 10 days, they were in the streets of Tehran protesting for the economic hardship, and I would support them at that time. I was the one actually supporting them. And
agriculture because of the fluctuation, and they expected Central Bank of Iran to do something about this fluctuation, the currency fluctuation. But what happened, preceding the 10 days, we had some strange movements from external players who came to the pictures. Number one was the Mark Pompeo, the former CIA and the former Secretary of State. He had that very famous tweet saying that we'll congratulate for the new year to all the Iranian protesters alongside the Mossad agents next to them. We had the Channel 14 of the Israelis claiming that the armed forces are on the streets of Tehran. And then we had the Mossad in Persia tweets coming out, we are with you guys, we are all in with you guys. And then we had this clown prince, the guy who claims to be Prince of Persia. All of a sudden he called for people to come out in the street at night. And who would call for people to come at night? And he asked people to come at night at like 7 o'clock when everything's dark. Send them to the slaughter. And then a lot of people during those 2 days, innocent people, lost their life. Well, you're asking me who killed them. I would assume that a lot of these innocent people have been lost their life in exchange of fight between the law enforcement and some of the people with arms. You got to understand that in any country, if you approach the police station, if you approach anywhere which has got the guns, the people who actually protecting that police station, they have the right to shoot. I'm not going to say what they did is right, but I'm just saying from the rational point of view. I'll give you an example of ICE officers in the United States. A lot of people criticize the ICE officers these days, rightfully criticize them, when 2 American citizens lost their life because of the actions of the ICE officers. But no one suggests, even those people who wholeheartedly disagree with the ICE officers, no one suggests that anyone's got the right to harm the ICE officers. But in Iran, it seems it's okay to harm the law enforcement officers. 350 law enforcement officers were killed during these 2 days of unrest. No one talks about those law enforcement officers. And if you just imagine the United States, 2 police officers were killed. The whole news we're talking about. But it seems in Iran it's okay not to cover that. I'm not going to say the other part of the story, that a lot of innocent civilians also lost their lives, because I know you know about that part. But maybe you don't know about this part of the story too, that 350 law enforcement were killed. And by the way, they were killed by guns. Who had the guns to kill them? So how did these 350 law enforcement officers lost their life? Did they die out of heart attack? Out of the cancer? No, they were shot. By who? By people? People don't have guns in Iran. But then the question asked, who had the guns to shoot the police officers in Iran? How did they have guns?
Iran, sorry.
Yes, but those
They have guns.
Yes, they have, but the people who shot those officers, they were indebted themselves. They were NEK.
They were normal people. They were defending.
Yes,
That's
they
what
were
we can say. They were just defending themselves.
Yeah, but they
And
were
I'm not sad about that. I don't care about it.
They were NEK. There were a lot of people. That's what I'm saying. Was very.
They deserve to be dead. They deserve to be killed. That's what they deserve.
Yeah, so basically, I don't
Sorry, one second. You are telling me the same story Iranian news said. First of all, sorry, why they came evening, because they took picture of them. People knew when they come out, because the night is bad. There are a lot of journalists from reformists. They said, we saw these people from the front line. They're killing them. We saw they come and I saw the kid saying, I'm sorry. And the guy saying, hit at his head. Right? So they're saying the same story TV is saying. And you shot him. You said, they deserve to be killed. Fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck you, fuck your belief. You are very stupid. I said 5 people, 5,000, 6,000.
Who did I say they deserve? Come on, I said to the regime's worker. Come on, what are you talking about? You
Look at you said fuck you too. Come on, little.
No, I said like fuck them because they deserve to be killed, not the people.
Okay,
Government workers, come on.
I'm sorry.
Get educated. Get educated.
No, you cannot say to people when people killed in the street. And the guy,
Of course I wouldn't say. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying not people being killed. That's what I don't like. That's what I'm against.
I saw a father with his cell phone. His son's name was Sepe. He says, Sepe, where are you? Oh, I saw a mother. She was little. I saw a 5-year-old girl getting killed by the raiders in Iran. I saw them torching a mosque. So many mosques were torched. You're gonna make the claim about besiege. Oh, there's besiege in the mosque, in the masjid, right? But over 200 mosques were besieged. All of them were besieged.
Yeah, but Amir, you don't know the Iranian government. They just fired them because they want the propaganda to be around the world that they fired because that's the regime. That's what the regime do. It's not the people power to just fire the mosque.
Hang on a second. So, would you say that a lot of IRGC members are religious? Are they religious, a lot of them?
Who? Besides,
Basijis and the IRGC members, are they religious?
I don't know. Are they?
Okay.
They say that they're Muslims.
Do you know how big of a crime it is from the Islamic perspective to torture?
Yeah, but how? It's also in Islamic religion. If you don't see this, if you didn't see the people that they are just firing, so you can accuse them. It's buhtan, honey.
No. Hold on a second.
Yeah, you can't say people just fired. You wasn't there. I wasn't there either.
Over 200 mosques. We can agree 10 mosques, 20 mosques, 30 mosques. They did what they did. Over 200 mosques? Come on, man. Logic. Come on, Shadi.
That's the Iranian regime, exactly. No logic in Iranian regime.
Shadi is right. We have these stories, paper, Quran. Previously, they said they thought people are religious. If they thought yes, they can have their feeling, I don't know, they motivated them against them. But it's a big crime to build 2 part on a mosque, man. I don't know what part of that you guys understand. According to Sharia, you can even get executed for torching a mosque. No. You are right. Over 250 mosques were burned. By themselves, some of them by people beat us. You know the story of the revolution in France, 1789. They call it de-Christianization. They attack the Christian churches. People in Iraq these days hate Islam. Maybe you say why? Because they say Haydar is the Ali, their Shia Imam, and the day Allah Akbar, Haydar, they kill people. You think the people say, how many people in Iran are religious? We are Muslim. This is Muslim country. No, I'm asking you, little, how many people in Iran are religious? 50%, 10%, 30%, 40%? The government doesn't let you to have a survey about that. Kavan said it's about 40%. You know, the Kavan survey that was done, 50 to 40%, it said 40% is religious. But it could be more than that. My mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, they pray. They are Christian, but they are not what you call it.
But even if we talk about religion, even if we say about Islam, in Islam we have in Quran it says that if a banda kills someone who is my banda, the universe will collapse because if you even break a heart, then how we are talking about Iranian regime who says that I'm Muslim and has nothing to do with Muslim. I'm against this regime, but I am not.
Johnny, I'm not defending IRGC. Look, we're trying to have this civilized conversation. It always turns into emotions. Okay. I'm trying to have this logic because that's what when I talk to Zionists, I actually provide sources.
You don't have logic. We don't have logic because this regime doesn't have any logic.
Hold on a second. So, Shadi, would you agree that if 200 mosques were torched, would you agree 40 or 50 mosques were, where with besieges were in there?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know about that. But I mean, I know about Iranian regime, Iranian plan, you know? I know they always, all these years, they had plan and they did that with my family, with every family in Iran. They just do something bad and they hide it with something that's the plan they are doing. That's why they are firing the mosques because they want the propaganda in order to see, okay, come Iranian people hate Muslims.
Shadi, logically speaking, let's say 50 mosques. What about the rest of the other mosques, 100 mosques, 150 mosques? Who's torching those mosques?
The people doesn't have this
They're
kind of power.
they're torching all the mosques. There's no logic here. It's all out of emotions.
I have a question for you. Sure. Shadi is trying to some extent. But people in Iran are changing. They call it Renaissance, I believe. But this is one of the reasons. Another one, they say from the top of mosques, from the roof, they were shouting people. That's why they get angry. Another thing is, you have a government, they say we are religious government. They say, we study, maybe sorry.
No, I agree. 50 mosques on 200 were done by besieged. They did it themselves. The rest of the other ones.
I am not saying besieged. I say people did that because
Which people? The protesters.
the protesters, yeah, because they put snappers on the top of the mosques. First of all, and you have a fucking government by the name of God fucking you for 50 years, and you still love Islam. You can understand.
But hang on a second. Do you think it's okay, regardless of what country you're living now? I don't know, you live in the US or Canada. You're not happy about the Trudeau in Canada because of its lockdown. I remember there was a lockdown. The news was talking about the lockdown during the COVID. And also, I think I remember there was something about the truck drivers in Canada. Do you think at any point civilians have the right to attack law enforcement officers, be it in the United States, be it in Lebanon, be it in Iran, be it in Japan, as a principle? Do you think it's okay to attack a police officer?
Yes.
Okay, you think it's okay?
No, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, you think it's okay. How about you?
As a principle, I'm saying no, because in Canada, if they go straight, can you like let's talk about the yellow movement in France. How many people killed? Million people came to the street. How many people killed? These guys killing,
hang on a second.
in Iran.
Okay, I understand.
The United States, they don't English, Canada, they don't care.
Let's put aside emotions. We're talking about 2 days.
With the
I understand, but that's US.
we're talking about the US, right?
No, we're not talking about US. I mean, you just come to look, there were 2 days in Iran, there was an unrest. But prior to those 2 days, no one talks about it. There was another 10 days of protesting in Iran. And there was no report of violence. There was no report of anything like crazy happen. But what happened during those 2 days that we had a lot of bloodshed was going on from both sides? I mean, that's a question you need to ask yourself. How come if they wanted to go ahead with is that a legitimate? I mean, obviously you're emotional, but you have to be emotional.
No. Sorry. Government 18 and 19. I don't know you know Tehran or not. I saw videos from people like 2,000 from anyone street. 18 and 19. Government saw if they don't kill, they should go. And different government in Iran. They decided to kill people to stay in power. Look at if you attack police, they will kill you. There was 7 million people in the street. Sorry, what you are looking for? Of course, if I go attack Masjid, they will kill me. They decided to kill people. They eat all this, they trash. In Russia, in Tabriz, in Tehran, fire, DC.
Do you think it's fair to make this point? I mean, you might have this argument that says, okay, because of the government, we need to pick up the gun and fight. But do you believe because you don't like the government, you have the right or you have a duty for some people to pick up the gun and kill police officers or law enforcement officers?
Yeah, sorry. I'll explain to you why.
They're not killing, they're in this.
Hold on. On the principle, sorry.
Because if they're not killing,
Yes,
they will
on the
kill them.
principle
That's-
for it, if the police is meant to protect the people, right? So if the police is being used as an institution to oppress the people, then yes, it is valid for the people to fight back. If the state is acting in an heinous and oppressive manner, right, to the extent that people are being killed, unjustly imprisoned, tortured, all a plethora of unwarranted crimes are being committed against the people, then yes, okay, absolutely, on principle, the people have a right to raise their arms and to protect themselves against a tyrannical government, and that's the principle of the Second Amendment.
Oh, fair enough. And let's say, do you think that applies to Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So that's what you just described is basically a war. Because when you pick up the gun and fight, that's a war. And my question is,
Well, it's a civil war specifically, but yeah.
it
was not a war, sorry. It was history changed government. People has this is a basic principle. We can change government, but they didn't want that to that. Do you know how many kids have been killed? Athletes, professional, international. They have a medal. You know how many? More than 150. I'm sorry. These guys, they are athletes. They are not fighters. Who killed the government? Why? Because they were in threat of to leave.
okay, but
Why is that making you complicated?
But I think Benny made a good point. He said that you have the right to pick up the gun. So my question is now, that clown prince of Persia, when he actually asked people to go in the street, why he didn't tell the people exactly what you just told me? That is a war.
I agree with the conference. Listen, man, I agree with the conference, right? So I'm not here to defend the Kitover in any sense. However,
That's
right?
war.
I mean, it says, hold on. However, you made the jump to say that this is a war, right? This can lead to war. That's often how civil wars start out of revolutions. But this goes to a revolution. If the government actually cared more about the people, and I'm saying the people in the government actually cared more about their population as opposed to their positions of power, they will willingly step down or implement massive reforms in order to please the populace, in order for it not to escalate. But if the government or the people in charge care more about their position of power than the prosperity of the people, then you're going to get Syria, where the government is unwilling to step down and is willing to kill a massive quantity of their own population or make their population become refugees internally and externally, erase 80%, 90% of cities, major cities, right, in order to maintain their position of power. That's when it becomes war. So actually, it's the government's decision. Are they going to listen to the people and actually change what the people want them to be changed, or are they going to continue down this path, right, and lead to a war? The decision is in the hand of the government.
So you think they're willing to, let's say the case of Syria, if you have the information today that, let's say you had it back in 2011, would you still go ahead to pick up the guns and lose almost 500,000 and displace the half of them, almost half?
To be honest, I'm not the right person to answer that question because I've been living outside of Syria ever since I was born. this price that we paid, we were always going to have to pay because Assad was never going to step down. They were already like preparing his son to be the next president.
I assume that you asked the live people, not those people who were dead.
Obviously, yes. But even those alive people, they lost a lot of their family and their cousins and their friends.
Well, that's a moral question. I mean, are you willing to sacrifice for the case?
I don't think it's a difficult question. I'm not saying it was an easy question to answer, right?
Well, I mean,
At the end of the day,
most people were against the government. I mean, it's not like that, bro. It's a very
I don't think so. Yeah, I like how they're saying, real. I like how they're saying this now because, 5 years ago, your fellow Shia Lebanese people were saying, no, most of the people love the government.
Well, I never said that. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not the case, bro. Right now, it's really amplified on X and mainstream media, and it's just way blown out of proportion. It's not most of the people.
I don't think that that's true. If that were really true,
let me just look at one sec. Like we saw, they had the protest, the pro-government protest, were 10 times bigger than the anti-government one.
yeah, it's very easy to pay people to come out.
Nobody was getting paid, bro. You know what I'm saying? You guys are telling us that they're broke, right? So how are they paying all these people to come out? These people want the government to stay in power. There's Muslims there
Because they're broke, it's very cheap to bring people out.
Okay, bro. All I'm saying
Bring people on the streets for
is they have 10 million people, sure.
Where is your proof? So Rio, where is your proof that more people came out? Where is your proof?
What?
Where is your proof that more people came out?
No. Let's work under the assumption that more people came out. You're comparing a protests in which people can lose their lives versus protests in which people are probably going to get paid in bread.
You don't think the most popular government protests?
Leo, my question is here.
How much money do you think the most was shelling out to the anti-government?
Leo, how many percent of people should come to the street to have a revolution?
Sorry?
The percentage is between 3% to 10%. They have enough people to have a revolution in Iran today. You don't think they're supportive of government 10 times.
But how do you draw a distinction between vandalism and protest? Because we see a lot of vandalism in the District of Joe. We see a lot of banks being burned down. We saw a lot of mosques being burned down. A lot of
In the United States, people raided the Congress and only 2 people died, and one of them was police officer.
There were only the police officers were
They were armed.
Only
They were armed.
Where's that? Is it in Iran?
I'm saying in the United States, the people, armed people, raided the Congress, and only 2 people died.
The 6th of January.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your point?
Well, the point is that was a horrid act. You're not supposed to kill police officers, regardless. That's my point. I'm for non-violence.
You're saying people coming for violence, people coming to loot or whatever. How come they killed 3,000 people for just protesting? Why being US they killed only 2 people for getting the Congress?
Protesting doesn't happen at night, and you're burning down mosques and you're destroying cities. That's not protesting. That's an insurrection. I believe that there should be a law.
Prove to me that the people burned the mosque and not the IRGC itself. Prove to me.
Why would IRGC burn their own mosques?
Exactly. So you don't have a proof that people burned it.
It doesn't make sense. You need to use your logic.
There have been multiple instances.
Have you ever heard of a false flag?
People are religious. They don't just go and have
The people are not religious in Iran. People are religious in Iran. Stop this bullshit. Only fucking people. Listen. Shut up. Listen. Only fucking people like Benny Adam and the rest of you people with your fucking Western news and how the white people told you all this bullshit. First it was like 1,000 dead, 10,000 dead, 50,000 dead. I think the last thing I heard was 100,000 dead. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, stupid. He's fucking.
Zero, not all of them are religious.
religious again. There was even a survey done. Hang on. It's about 40% or so that are religious. Bro, get the fuck up, read up. Hey, bro, can you read? Oh my god. Oh my god. According to the Western survey, just give me the review. Don't go to my real. Oh my god.
That girl was literally swearing at the prophet.
So shit. Okay, Shadi, if you were doing this, you should stop it. Okay, you should be doing that. That's I'm sure your grandmother is religious. She's Muslim, right? You should be doing that. That's disgusting. When it comes down to the religious thing, there's a lot of them. They left the religion. Okay, there's a lot of them. We don't have the stats, but the Western stats, like the Gaman stat that they have, that's very problematic. But it goes up to about 40%.
Listen, when I visited them 20 years ago, when I visited Iran 20 years ago.
Survey we have.
Sure. Yeah, but let me just mention what I saw as an outsider when I visited Iran back in 2004. Okay, when I visited Iran, yes, there was two sides. Okay, there's two sides. Okay, the poor people were like very religious, especially like I went to Isfahan. Isfahan, a very religious place. I mean, to me, that's like the most religious place. I love that place. But then when I was in Tehran, I mean, when I went to the north, like Gandhi Highway, where the people had money, the middle class, and I got invited, to somebody's house, and everybody wants to drink liquor. They want to walk around with their underwear like they do in America. They want to get fucking, they want to party. That's all they want to do. They want to be like the West. So yeah, you got those people. But at the same time, there were I met a lot of, when I went to the Tehran University for Juma prayer, there was like 500,000 people. They bring them in by busloads, for Juma prayer. So there's a lot of religious Muslims.
There is 90 million people that live with. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The Western survey that was done, it's a Western one. I can't depend on it, okay? The Western survey that was done by, I think, Gaman Institute or wherever, it's at 40%. 40% out of 90 million, you're looking at about 40 to 50 million religious. Okay?
Exactly.
I can agree with you.
Exactly.
The rest of them, they left Islam.
Yeah. Well, no, they didn't really necessarily leave Islam to that point, but a lot of them did. I'm telling you, these people were like fucking, they just wanted to be like in the West. Like I said, I was invited up there to the Gandhi Highway to a nice big house, and everybody was like drinking liquor and walking around in their fucking underwear they all had their curtains pulled, they all had their curtains closed. So people like that I don't care about. But there were a lot of Muslims, everybody was friggin'.
I just told you.
I believe you, Amir. I believe you.
Even in the Hamas.
I believe you, 100%. But I look at Iran just like I look at Thailand and some other countries. They're like 50-50 countries. And America too now. America is a 50-50 country. We have 50% is on one side and 50% is on the other.
Zero, we're going to continue the conversation. Yes, what's your point?
Zero, what Amir says, you cannot trust on the one person's observation. He's talking about the survey. Anyways, Amir, if you say, for example, this government or these messages are Muslim, when they have to burn their own mosques, okay, don't think of them like that. We have evidence in the previous protest. They put a bomb in Imam Reza's to tell people, see the little boy, Rio X, Y, Z, they want to get rid of your religion. They use this flag.
What is it? What happened?
What they do, and there is a protest, they do explode the religious, like I don't know, religious places to tell people these protests want to attack your religion, to get benefit of that, to make people to come and attack the protesters.
So basically, he's trying to say it's a false operation that's from the government. That's what he's trying to say.
Which is bullshit. That's bullshit.
The point is that how justified is this of 350 boys? Also, another fact. Obviously, we don't like the government. I'm not here to defend the government. I already know the government.
News.
Sorry,
Yeah, okay, but listen. News stations, news stations in Israel reported, okay, that Mossad was supplying these people with weapons. News like Channel 14 in Israel said that Mossad was providing these people with weapons. Now, why is the Israeli news reporting that shit? Put it up, Zero, put it up. Put it in Channel 14. Look up, I'm not doing your fucking homework for you. Look up Channel 14 in Israel. The report was on January 10. Listen, I'm telling you where to do your fucking research. No, I'm telling you where to do your research. Look up Channel 14 in Israel from the report from January 10. Look at it. Honestly, look at your fucking self. Listen, I believe you. Generally speaking, when someone makes a claim, they have to provide that. There's the evidence. I just told you. I told you what the evidence is. Go to January 10th. Listen, look up Channel 14. Channel 14 in Israel. Fucking look it up your fucking self, stupid. Zero's not lying. I'm not gonna go fucking find research for a bunch of stupid fucking idiots from Clubhouse. Do it your fucking self. Because you're a fucking idiot from Clubhouse. I'm telling you where it is. You know your shit. Do your own fucking homework. Learn to do your own homework. So is this the way you got through high school? You had the guy next to you do your own homework. Then do your own fucking homework. Then do your own homework. Yeah, so Sarah, the way in this room it works is we have to provide sources. You know I do it all the time. I'm just not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. This is fucking Ramadan. I'm not gonna play games with these stupid fucks. You know I do. You know I always bring the fucking facts. I have the facts. I'm sitting on the facts. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut up, Mr. Benny Adam. I put the source of the tragedy because I know Benny Adam. Put the source for you, Benny Adam. Yes, there you go. Soren is giving you facts. But shut the fuck up and read the facts. Zero. Shut up and read the facts. Sorry, you don't understand. I already know that the Mossad is supporting the protest. I'm just saying, if Zero is gonna make a claim and that claim is gonna become disputed, then he has to provide sources. That's all I'm trying to say. Soren gave you the facts. I'm just not in the fucking mood. No, I'm just not in the mood to give you shit. Soren gave it to you. Read what Soren gave you. Listen, read. Soren backed up what I said. He gave you the facts. Fucking read the facts. Leave me the fuck alone. If you are not that read what Soren backed up what I told you. He put it in there for you. Read it. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop asking me to do your homework. All I'm saying is that what sort of support do you think that the Mossad would do to protesters in Iran, since you accepted the fact that they do support, because they use the word armed? By the way, if you're asking me, I think it was the Mossad that was burning down a lot of these mosques. That's my personal opinion. I don't have sources for it, but that's just what I think. You said it was red. By the way, you said false flag. You said false flag. That's also a possibility. I also think that if you follow. What I'm trying to say is this. If I was God forbid, if I was like one of them, like one of these Mossad agents, I would not only attack Iran's political, what's it called, the law enforcement, I would also try to separatists, because I'm going to create a Islam. I'm trying to create sedition. That's what I was going to say. So if you look at what happened in Ukraine, right, during their
sanctions. Dude, you fail.
Dude, the sanctions on every.
Dude, you don't fail. Dude, you don't fail when you have 100% fucking sanctions. You can't do it. Dude, how are you gonna fail when you have sanctions? How are you gonna fail? How are you gonna? Listen, Benny, let me tell you something stupid. Listen, stupid.
Can you please allow Benny going to finish? Come on, sir.
Okay, then I'm next. Okay,
Let him finish. Go on. Let's go on for what I was saying.
Okay, well, he's busy drinking his liquor and he can't remember shit. Let me talk. Okay, look, here's the thing. Let's say you want to go into a bank. Let's say you got money in your bank and you want to go into the bank and get your money so you can pay your bills. I'm standing outside the bank with a fucking weapon telling you you can't get into your bank. How are you going to get the money from your bank to go pay your bills? You can't. That's what a fucking sanction is, stupid. I'm done.
So look, this is another problem I have with a lot of, especially the diaspora Iranians. I'm an outsider, right? I look at the problem. I would put the blame on sanctions, number one. Number two, the leadership. I can't do number one leadership and number two sanctions. Number one would be the sanctions because of sanctions, you guys are having all types of problems.
Yes.
Like 40.
And they say, yeah, exactly. And they sanctioned the Shah. The British were doing the sanctions, and the Americans did the sanctions. Everybody, they don't want Iran to become a strong country. The white people, the Westerners, the Western world, Europe, America, they do not want Iran to become a power. They do not want them. It's about the West. The West, who happen to be white people, okay? The West who have, I'll put it this way. The Western powers who happen to be white people. Okay?
Yeah, okay. So I don't remember what to say.
Can I say,
Sure. You want to speak?
I just remember.
Yeah, go ahead. Benny, go ahead, and then it's on you. If you get 90 seconds, and then Benny will finish.
Another reason why this is actually, you can put a lot of blame on the government is because it's the government that's preventing us from getting a lot of information on the ground. They're the ones who prevent freedom of press, right? Without freedom of press, we can't know what's going on.
Without Operation Benny, you can't really have something like that happen.
No, you can't have full freedom of press.
No, you can't have any press, but there's most
You
of
can't have any press. That's the staple of an authoritarian government. No press. Just believe what I say. You're actually proving my point. You understand that, right?
What?
You're actually proving my point.
Bro, how am I proving your point when there's a
Because when you don't have free press, then you don't know what's happening in the country. Government, therefore, propaganda will run rampant against you because there is no free press. We don't know who burned down the mosques. There's no independent journalists.
the government model.
Real, yeah.
Here, I have a question for you,
would
bro.
be fantastic if the government was toppled.
Yeah, we know that.
That would be, yeah, I'm just saying that it would be great if the government was toppled. We would get rid of the source of all the problems that they have in Iran. Why other countries have issues with other countries, neighbors. Iranian government made enemy out of anyone and everyone. They haven't left any friends. To me, as an Iranian, that is onto our useless dictators. That they're not fully just not presenting their people. They are suppressing them, and they are making wars and enemies all over the world. If they could suppress the whole world.
Like my friend made because they're standing up against Israel, so I love them more than ever before.
Can you tell us, Ella, what wars they're creating around the world?
Hang on a second, one person at a time. I do have this big question for Ella. Ella, are you Azeri Iranian? Like, are you Azeri?
shorten everything, like say Ari or Iranian. You cannot say Iraqi or Iri. You can't say that.
I got you. I'll call you just Iranian. My question to you is, why are the sanctions on Iran in the first place? Was it because of what happened at the embassy?
These sanctions, well, it started after the revolution. It started with the embassy, and then went on.
Yeah, but what was
Why should crazy people go and invade an embassy? Why should they do that? Why should they take hostage other diplomats? Why should they do that?
their demand?
There are some international rules. There are some international rules. There are some international rules. You cannot invade
What was their demand?
whatever was the demand. They cannot go and invade an embassy.
No, but what was the demand? Can you please tell us?
Whatever it was the demand, you cannot invade the embassy.
What's the answer, Ella? Can you just tell us the answer?
I do know, but whatever. There is no excuses in the world.
Tell the history.
Oh, okay. You know the history. Okay, you know the history with that mullah's assassin mullah's photo. Yeah, you know it. And your leader knows it.
I'm gonna help you. What to get the shot out? It was about the shot. I'll give you a hint. It was about the shot. Return of shot.
No, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter.
What also does matter is that you need to know your history.
If someone has taken refuge in a country, you cannot go and invade its embassy because you wanted whatever. That is why I'm saying you cannot chew the rules because you are somehow revolutionary and you are in the mood of being revolutionary and you ruin the whole future of the country of 90 million people.
Ella, just 1 second, sorry. So, Ella, do you know one of the other reasons was? Because they put sanctions.
That is exactly why.
Ella, please, I'm speaking. They froze $8 to $12 billion worth of Iranian, the money, billions of dollars. That was done by Jimmy Carter. Do you remember Jimmy Carter? So, that was one of the reasons. You had the Shah, and then there was other reasons as well. I mean, you had the U.S. Embassy where the 52 American hostage, right, for 444 days or whatever. But these were lifted in January 1881 while the Algiers Accords after hostage release, right? But then the sanctions resumed in 1984. You know what I'm saying? So if you look into the history, it's always America. It's their way or the highway. Right now, do you know what the demands are, Ella? The demands are put down your weaponry, put down your hypersonic missile program, get rid of your proxies, get rid of the uranium enrichment program, and pretty much open your doors to invasion, open your doors to attack by Israel or neighboring countries, open your doors to occupation by the U.S. because U.S. is definitely going to set up a military base by force, and just like what's happening in Iran, and get ready to get invaded. Okay, so if let's go with this hypothetical. Let's say you're the leader of Iran. Trump tells you you have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program, hypersonic missile program. You gotta remove the proxies, and you can't have any type of defense system on the ground. So what would you do? Would you give it up all the sanctions, Ella? And you have to sign Abraham Accords with Israel and America.
What I would do, I would go if I were Khamenei, I would go and kill myself and
you are the leader. Let's say you are given the powers. You're the leader of Iran. Okay, you become a leader of Iran, and the conditions on the table are you have to remove the hypersonic missile program. You have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program. You have to get rid of the proxies, and you have to pretty much bow down to America and Israel. And it's a normalization with America and Israel, and America is going to set up a military base inside Iran. Are you for it? What would you do for it? Would you bow down and get rid of all of this?
I would definitely resign and do a referendum because
But resign you do it, but that person has to do the same thing.
he is the one. No.
They come or not, they come.
Brother, come on, let's keep it civilized.
He is the person who's responsible and brought this upon the table. The threat of war, the threat of invasion, and everything.
Ella, you keep on beating around the bush. I'm putting you in charge. The requirements are, hold on a second, I'm not done. Requirements are you have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program, you have to get rid of the proxies, right? And you have to bow down to America, and you can't have hypersonic missile program, which means you'll open up the doors to fucking, anybody can invade your country, take over your land. Even the neighboring countries can fucking occupy, like we see Israel occupying fucking Golan Heights, strip-off farms on the border of Israel, and building more settlements in the West Bank, taking over fucking Gaza, doing a whole bunch of stupid shit. Even the buffer zone in Syria. My question to you are the leader now. Forget the other leader, forget that, how many, whatever, all of these people. You are the leader. You are told by Trump to, you have to get rid of all of this shit. Are you ready to give up all your defense system?
Okay, what I'm trying to say
It's just a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
No. I'm just saying that the options aren't limited to what you're saying. You're trying to limit me.
This is what it's limited to. In my hypothetical, this is what it's limited to. What would you, it's a yes or no question. Would you give up this?
Because that is a superficial question.
It's not a superficial. This is what the requirements are. We'll look it up. Go ask ChatGPT or whatever. These are the requirements by America to remove the sanctions.
What I'm saying is that leader is not qualified to make those decisions because he has
I'm not talking about, oh my God, it's this woman, man. I put you in power. Forget the fucking leader. Forget the current leader. I'm talking about making you a fucking leader. What kind of fucking referendum is you remove all of this shit?
You know what else I would do? I would invite UN peacekeepers instead of America, instead of Israel. I would invite the UN peacekeepers to oversee the referendum. That is what I would do.
All right. Let's go with the UN peacekeepers. On the border of Lebanon and Israel, there's about 10,000 peacekeepers, UN peacekeepers. During the Lebanon and the Hezbollah and Israel fight, they even attacked the UN peacekeepers. All right, it's about 10,000 of them. My question was clear cut. Anybody, it's just a yes or no question. Would you remove all of these shit? It's a big list of things that you have to fucking agree to be able to get the sanctions removed from Iran. It's a yes or no question. Would you do it? If you're, it's a hypothetical. If you're placed as the leader of Iran, would you do it? It's a yes or no. Little, Shadi, Ella, whoever's Iranian, Taco, anybody can jump in. I was short,
100% no. 100% no from my side. And that's a clear.
What about you, Lizzo? Would you say yes or no?
First of all, this is a philosophy. You say there is no option. No. What we are saying today,
There you go, sir.
you are not paying attention why this fucking government brought here today to Trump bring those ladies to ask us to do this. You said the hostage of the Mexico United States started 1970 something, and they added on.
1979.
Oh, yes. is okay. You don't have to get meatballs? The only have problems with the color.
Wait a second. It's freaking awful. No, sorry. If this candidate could behavior against Israel, they didn't.
I can see how they treated Zelensky. Come on.
They were not that concerned stuff. They were not excellent to Israel. Maybe they had a they could have a resource.
I gave you an example of Zelensky. Zelensky did exactly what the NATO countries wanted to do, and he humiliated him in public. What are you talking about? I mean, are you guys that naive?
That's
going on?
no, sorry. The problem with you is not Trump. They did it 5 years ago with Biden too. This action was not started at Trump.
Alright, so little, we're gonna pivot to this other brother. This is how do you say your name? Is it Naveed? Naveed, so the question is very simple. It's a very fucking simple question. Forget the current leadership, right? People have problems with the current leadership. The question is very simple. Are you Iranian, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
Please ask your question.
Okay, the question is very simple. It's for any Iranians in the room. They can write it in the chat. They can do if they don't want to come up, they don't, But I need a simple answer. It's a yes or no question. Say there's a chance, right? You become a leader of Iran. Trump's conditions on the fucking list is get rid of the uranium enrichment program. You can't have hypersonic missile program. You can't have you can't have the proxies. And you have to normalize with your enemies like Israel and America. And there's other requirements as well. You can't have some special kind of weaponry on that land. Now, would you put down all of this shit, say yes to everything that America tells you, or no?
I think I understood your question very well. But the thing is that America is on the west. Iran is in the continent in itself. And for itself to have that power to keep itself, of course it has to have its capability. Otherwise we have to be, or you will be controlled. If you look at Iraq, Syria, and all these other countries, they were demolished. They are literally like Afghanistan and all these other countries. Iran in itself is a very powerful country, and they don't like that because the Arabian continent of the Gulf, you call it, they also do not like Iran. So they have their own issues, and it's like continental issues and across the powers.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Put down the weapons.
Yes.
No, I know the history. Would you put down the weapons? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. It's a very simple question. It's a yes or no. Your place as a leader of Iran.
Can you ask me out, Amir? So they will
It's
know.
just let her go really quick, and then I can ask you something. Listen, Naveed.
Yes or no?
It's
Easy.
a yes or no, Naveed. Would you put down all the weaponry to help your people and remove the sanctions?
Can I ask if you have studied political science? I have.
I don't need to be honest with you. Look, Naveed, let me give you one example. Hold on a second. Hold on, Naveed. I don't have to be the fucking, let's talk about Holocaust, okay? I'll give you that example. I'm telling you from knowledge series. Hold on a second, Naveed. I've studied the history of the Middle East. My question is very simple. It's a yes or no question because I want to move over to I just want a simple answer. That was a hypothetical amount. You're a leader. You're asked to do certain things by Trump. Trump is telling you no more uranium, no more this, no more that. You have to abide by every little condition on the fucking list to remove the occupation. It's a yes or no. You say yes, all the sections are removed, and you have to normalize shit with Israel and America. America will definitely set up a military base in Iraq. It's a for sure deal because America likes to bully people, wants to set up, take over some land, and they will always do this. Like in Iraq, by force, they're setting up a military base in Iraq. My question was just a yes or no. Would you do it? It's a yes or no.
I will appreciate it if another person answers.
Okay, cool. Okay, Shafi, what's your take on this? We'll go.
If I were president, I I would say no.
Who would do that?
No, of course.
There we go. That's a simple answer. Yes or no? Simple answer. Look, it doesn't matter. IRGC is terrorist, criminal. It doesn't matter. I have a knife, and you know this guy is crazy beside you. You give in or not? Yes or no? You have a guy next to you. I would never give anybody a knife. If it's a crazy guy, I will never give him a knife. That's right. That's right. Yes. When you are sending drone missile to Houthis and they're attacking British. It's not relevant. It's not relevant, my friend. Of course it's relevant. What? They put your sending and they fuck you up. You are Amir, he said that you have to do this. Little boy said, listen to what you said, little boy. They're sending things to Yemen, right? Now, how about the United States sending things to Israel? They're sending things to Israel. That's craziness. But Iran's not allowed to send things to Yemen to defend themselves. That's what you're saying. America's allowed to send everything we can, billions and billions and billions of dollars of weaponry to Israel.
It's not about the crazy guy. It's about you. You're the leader. People chose you.
It's a simple yes or no question. You are not allowed to
You are the leader now. You are the Sorry, please. You cannot ask yes or no. This is the right level. Let's be civilized, stop acting like a bunch of monkeys, please, no disrespect, please, no animalistic behavior. Be respectful.
Say something, Amir.
Yes, Shadi, and then
I just want to add this.
Breaks over the shoreline, the baseline under my feet. Guitar skanking the palm trees, the drums are talking sweet. Breaks over the shoreline, the baseline under my feet.
Chihuahua tonight, archaeologists say they've uncovered it.
You're in my world now, Diego. You're in my world now, Diego.
Another stack. Look at that. Straight up, we're winning today. I've always been curious about the way the world paints itself into our eyes. A little glass sphere helps turn that into a photograph.
The stick gold pins on my chest, kind of. I know who I am.
On your mark, go! I'm Jack Kitover. Our lungs don't just keep us alive, they power everything we do. Big inhale through the nose. And a steady breath. Out here, the air is cold and heavy, like training weights for breathing. I'm Jack Kitover. Y'all quick check in. Folks keep sending me little pig emojis asking how the pigs are doing. So here it is. We got 7 of them now, all healthy, and they are getting big. A couple of them are pushing 150 pounds already. But it goes down afternoon. Wild dolphins straight off the bow. This is incredible. Look at the ladies like synchronized dancers. All right, gentlemen, we need to talk risk tolerance and bad publicity. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with your vaccination update. State health officials report more than 72,000 new immunizations this week, and demand is holding steady after the winter surge.
You doing all right back there, Charlie? Is someone...
I've got good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. They gave you life. What's the good news? You finally cracked 5 viewers on your YouTube channel. I've got good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. They gave you life. What's the good news? You finally cracked 5 viewers on your YouTube channel. That's what scares me. Oh boy, did your shirt just surrender? Button casualty, proceed. Interceptor 17, stand by. Mrs. Lincoln, thank you for speaking with us. At first, my condolences. A terrible tragedy. Of course. Now the art section. Folks, pure 80s electricity. Pure princess making her way to the ring. 30 days?
Always. Big gap.
We've got wings.
This is so sweet. Look at it. It's like bathing in candy.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece. Wigs on, nose is solid. John number 2 is good to go. Juggling warm-up complete. John 3 reporting for duty. 3 Johns, 1 crowd. We know these.
Community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up behind Congressman John Kitover. The cheerful endorsement highlights his work on jobs, roads, and family farms. Now you must be Charlie, right? Welcome to Eat My Pretties Eat.
Spokojna, I hear you. Thought I was finished. Not today, comrades. You safe now. Warm air coming. There.
We're kept right on the tide. Like my kings as the rain rolls by. Straight in the air.
Anybody want to fight me? I'm feeling spicy, real zesty. What's good? Anybody want to fight me? Too cute. Anybody want to fight me? What's up? Too cute. Anybody want to fight me?
Hold on, this speaks all the way back here. Look at this roll. You got coated like...
I am feeling fruity. Just look into my eyes and you will see that there is nothing there.
Stealth mode. Slide in the sun. Hit the switch. Tank gates. I'm gone. Only see the dust when we roll. Ghosts in the desert. No shadow. No tone. Cloak on. I'm untouchable. Flicker then vanish. Unstoppable. Hear the rumble. But stealth mode. Slide in the sun. Stealth mode. Slide in the sun.
What I'm trying to say is that if the leader of Iran is eliminated, the threat is going to be eliminated. And also, the Iranians would have a chance to be free. That is why I'm talking about him getting out of the politics. And you also want me to do the politics, the social science is not a yes or no answer. The explanation is the answer. You can't put it like in a multiple options questions or yes or no questions. It's qualitative, not quantitative. You can't say yes, no, black, white. Politics doesn't work like that. It's not like mathematics. Okay, hey. Thank you. Can I answer when you're done? I just wanted to tell you one thing. Yes, Naveed wants to go. Hang on a second, Naveed. It wasn't yes or no in the real
real situation. It was hypothetical. It was a yes or no. But you would not answer the question, just like Lito. Go on, Naveed, and then Mali, tell me about it.
I'm gonna with all due respect to everybody, I am pretty sure everybody have their own opinion. But as per Amir Khan, the question he had was like whether the
community leaders across
forward into the negotiations of having nuclear and the other hypersonic and all that stuff. It's not something to do with anyone else, to be honest. Understanding of geopolitics is that because there was a lot of issues around the Middle East and all that stuff, therefore Iran had to develop itself and it had developed, and therefore nobody had the opportunity.
I've got good news.
Find it easy for themselves, neither Israel. Israel is trying to put America into this context, but they know that they cannot put America into war with Iran. So all of that in itself is something to be considered. So it's nothing to do with other countries, but Iran can develop whatever it wants to protect itself.
So,
Okay, please let me speak.
well, yeah, I'm trying to step away.
You go and finish, Naveed. You got 30 more seconds, and then I think Mali wanted to jump in as well. Go on.
Yeah, quick check in. Folks keep sending me little pig emojis asking how the pigs are doing.
And it's been there for more than like thousands of years. Nobody have taken over it or colonized it.
Always been.
So it's something that they think about it, right? You know what I mean? So when you think about hypersonic or these little stuff such as
Excellent. Welcome back to King.
uranium development, these are all political excuses as such.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece. Big John knows the stuff.
Okay.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece.
Want to do it with Iran, but that's not going to happen.
And then Mali wants to jump in.
The U.S. can't build a base.
community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up.
Never heard anybody else say that. Why can they not build a base in Iran? Is my question.
They had 50,000 personnel in Iran before the revolution. So if there's another so-called regime change,
Community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up behind Congressman John Kitover. The cheerful endorsement highlights his work on jobs, roads, and family farms. At a rally,
You know, when you speak of geopolitical history, Iran is one of those countries that have never been colonized. So when you say colonized, that means you have the political control, whether it is economically or whatever else.
Well, that's not true.
It's not
All right, John. All right, John, time to paint the map.
The British and the French and the British and the Russians split Iran as well. And forget about the Islamic conquest. That was definitely, a conquest and colonization. Right. So I think, Naveed, we're going to pivot now. Thank you. Hopefully you got the answer. I mean, you're writing your name in Arabic letters, bro. Why do you think you're doing that? Yeah, that's cool. Thank you.
Hold on.
Brother Mayor, can I just make one quick comment? Ron?
Just one thing, real quick.
Go ahead.
My question was to Ella, and she left. So go ahead, Zero, and then go ahead.
Okay, very simple, okay? This is not their fucking first rodeo, okay? Iran has been attacked by the Roman Empire, fucking Alexander the Great, the British, Mongolians. All these people said the same goddamn thing America said.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece.
Blah, 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 blah. Who's the one that's
John, time to paint the map.
I'm Mike Tyson. I had 23 fights. I knocked out 21 people. Now you're telling me you're going to kick my ass in the next fight? It's like, okay, let's go. Let's try it. So, hey, Ron's been through this shit too many times, man.
Well, we'll see, right? Mike Tyson. Now, it's because it's China. So I think Little will jump in as well. So, yeah.
Le ponen la canción de una depresión profunda.
I'm really will have to tell you something. This,
Le ponen
first of all, I'm in the station. This question we never started.
That's what scares me.
My name is Alexandra Zarini. I am filing a lawsuit against my stepfather, mother, grandmother, and others because I was sexually abused by my stepfather, Joseph Ruffalo, from the age of 6 years old. My name is Alexandra Zarini.
Thank you, God, for Alex Jones. I want to be struck. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with your vaccination. That wild dolphin straight off the bow.
Maybe like another 15, 20. Then there's no point. Oh, you was gonna give me the green bean, weren't you? There's no point. I know you were co-bonding with Sayla. She was in the audience typing a whole bunch of shit about me. She was. Page man, you're this. We read the chat. You're page man, you're this. She's comparing me to page man. Because I was having a serious conversation with you. It was an easy yes or no question. Shadi, she answered the question really carefully.
That wild dolphin straight off the bow. This is incredible. I got good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. That wild dolphin straight off the bow.
Okay, do you let me ask you a question again, Benny? So I got a slot. I don't. So thing is about negotiations is that it's a give and a take, right? So you don't start a negotiation with all of your demands and you're unwilling to, modify any of them. That's just not a negotiation. But Ben gave you a hypothetical. The question he asked was a hypothetical. Under all of no, absolutely not. You happy? No, under all of those conditions. Yeah, under all of those conditions, absolutely not. But that's not how negotiations work. That's also true. And in addition to that, soul lifting sanctions business. I don't really think the Iranians care that much about getting their sanctions lifted. What the hell? Of course. Honestly, man. The thing is, they know my labor.
You want to have a little fun? All right. What is done?
We also have another major
major issue going on boards right now, and I just wanted to speak on it because I don't think a lot of people understand why they're striking.
Let's talk about it, please.
They joined BRICS in 2024. Brazil, China, and Iran have a
This is a buggy. What is a buggy? A buggy is a small cabin that anyone can build in a weekend. It's just a few friends. It builds just like Lincoln Logs, and you don't need to take out a second mortgage to buy them. People use buggies for all sorts of things, like the kids play it.
in the last 6 months.
Zero, you are correct in that Iran has been smart, but they're lucky that they have a support network that brings China especially are supporting them. They're helping create payment rails to get around sanctions. However, to go from that to argue that the sanctions, they don't care about sanctions, that's utter nonsense. And by the way, India has just commandeered 3 tankers of Iranian oil. So India's getting on the act to placate the fucking West so they can be their good fucking slaves and show how well good puppets they are to please their masters, to intervene and try and sabotage Iran's methods of getting around sanctions. So when you've got all these lackey countries, these vassal states, arrayed against Iran to fuck them over like that, then it's not an easy battle. Iran is surviving. That surviving is very different from just saying they don't care about sanctions. That's
There's honorable leadership benefit off the sanctions, right? The big thing is like with India. If India were to continue to do this, if India were to continue to do this, India's economy will begin to collapse. Because the one thing that India needs is the oil. They need the oil to run their country. The cheap oil. It's cheap.
Okay, let Hannah's finish, and then you can come in, Naveed. You can come in after Hannah's going. Hannah's finish, and then.
Zero is correct, but he is playing both sides.
If you push somebody so hard.
Yeah, just say, hang on a second, Naveed. Let him finish. Let Hannah's finish.
India is not silly enough to cut off their oil supply, so they're playing this game. The point is, politically, that looks bad. Once again, it makes Iran look like a bad guy in the eyes of the world, and Iran is constantly being attacked. Europeans are literally hosting a conference promoting Reza everywhere they go. They're lining up their puppet, just like Zelensky. But Iran is in a very precarious situation. It's ridiculous to say that they're comfortable. They care. They're on the precipice of economic and military disaster. So let's not underestimate them.
What I'm trying to say is they don't care enough to get sanctions lifted and see to everything that the Americans are asking of them.
I was people caring, not the government caring.
The people definitely care. There's something about that. Say the same thing about Cuba. The government itself, right? They benefit the people within the government. A lot of them benefit off the black market that the sanctions create. Take place. Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Hey, go ahead, Naveed.
Look, let's not do the biases between ourselves and say whether this country is right or that country is right. But in terms of like me and you as a human being, you want to live a good life, right? It doesn't matter where you're from, right? Iran in itself, as I see, to be honest, it's like
Which is very Sunni Islam.
I am not Iranian, but end of the sanctions that it has been placed, it's too much, and it has to negotiate, right? So you need to come to a negotiation term. It's not about like war.
scares me.
America is a failing empire.
Okay, don't make it a time. So you ain't.
It's best to try to prove they're worth something anymore. They're not.
And I think to myself, wonderful world.
Let me just say, thanks to Mr. Trump and Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada made the big speech and he said, and matter of fact,
And I think to myself,
he just said the same thing.
wonderful world.
So now that's where we're at. So really,
I
Obama's in a position where he can start dealing with China and the EU and other things like that, whereas America is going to be the one on the out. It's like, let me just finish this. Let's say you're playing basketball. There's 10 of you guys. No, let me just quickly say this. Let's say there's 10 of you guys playing basketball. The one guy who owns the basketball says, well, if you don't let me play, I'm going to go home and take my basketball.
and I think to myself,
Basketball. That's what's happening. Okay, go ahead.
Zero. What line of work are you in?
Look, well, I'm retired, but I do real estate primarily, and then I have to do my own stocks and stuff, but I'm retired.
and I think to myself,
Igor's reading, Igor. Is Igor eager? How do you say it? Every time he talks, I have to look out.
Yeah, me too. I gotta turn it down.
Hang on, bro. Once you say you're putting me to sleep, let me, please hang on. Let the Igor go.
Ready on the stop? Okay. Here we go. I am somebody. I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody.
United States. They want the sanctions removed. Benny said that no, they don't want the sanctions removed. So we can ask the Iranians in the room, Mazi, you want the sanctions removed? Shadi, I'm sure you want the sanctions removed.
Ready on the stop?
Jeffrey Epstein has every major U.S. politician on video doing something terrible, probably to a child or to multiple people. The bottom line here is the United States government has become so corrupt that the time has come, I think, to clean the crap out of the stables and start over. What has happened over the years is the federal government has become an oppressive imperialist power in debt to the banks. We should not be.
Religion, can you not do that? Can you promise me you're not going to attack the religion?
I didn't attack religion. When did I attack religion?
I don't know, somebody texted me in the back channel.
Jeffrey Epstein has every major U.
When you see Jesse Jackson,
The adrenaline that was felt, it was moving, but it's what we strive for.
Video captured this life-saving mission on the Queensboro Bridge around 9 o'clock Monday night.
this hotel behind was purchased for $1.3 million last year, and after I will not visit the country of Israel to hi everyone.
This Naveed is putting me to sleep.
Naveed, I swear to God, I got love for you. I swear to God, I don't know what you're talking about. He did turn this up. No, yeah, he does get to turn it. Maybe he needs a lesson in audio engineering.
Okay, bro, I can't. I think you're out of sorry. I hear the thing, bro. You're out of oil. You heard
I'm not putting my seatbelts on. That's what it is. I'm a rebel.
Yeah. You take
Let's see what the
And number 6, my famous beef stew's gonna have the whole.
in a word, be a saint. Ritual 2 slices, medium brown, no drama.
Benny, I think that was a very good practice. Shadi, you know, you were number 1. You did say, give me a straight answer. I like that straight answer. Mazi, give me a straight answer. You know, but the other people, man, oh my God.
Wait, Taco gave me straight answer.
Taco left, otherwise I would have told him. You know what's nuanced in here?
Benny Goya or Benny Gay, Benny, I gave you a very simple hypothetical. You failed. You know the history of Iran, ins and outs of it. You could not answer a fucking God. I answered the question. Breathe on the road. Okay, just say yes or no. Would you do it? Would you put